Chapter 731. When the family saw that Gu Jingze had woken up, they cleaned up and went to cook. But the phones here were so poor that they couldn't make international calls. Lin Che and Gu Jingze's phones had been taken away long ago, so they had nothing on them. There was a police station, but Gu Jingze was worried that the police here would side with Li Mingyu or Black Hawk, so he didn't let Lin Che call them. After all, this was Country A, not Country C. Lin Che helped Gu Jingze out to look at the terrain. The sun was about to set, and the scenery here was so peaceful that no one could see any murderous intent. It was like a paradise. Lin Che told him what had happened. She looked at Gu Jingze strangely. But I don't know why Black Hawk used Li Mingyu to kill you. Does he have a grudge against you? Gu Jingze shook his head and said, I don't know anything about Black Hawk, and I've never met him. But he has always been against the Gu family, which is why Country C has always banned him from entering the country. I don't know why, but he is hostile towards the Gu family. We can't find out anything about this. After all, Black Hawk's background has always been a mystery. No one knows. So he really wanted to kill you. But he didn't want to do it himself, so he helped Li Mingyu. But in the end, he realized that Li Mingyu didn't want to kill you anymore, so he decided to do it himself. That should be it. Lin Che sighed. She looked at Gu Jingze and helped him put his clothes back on. Gu Jingze grabbed her hand tightly and looked at her. Don't worry about me. Your clothes are too thin, and they're all torn. If you catch a cold, you'll be injured all over. It won't be good for your health. Silly. Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. I should be the one taking care of you now. His gaze slowly moved to her lower abdomen. Lin Che shook her head. The child is fine, and so am I. I was the one who was caught, which caused you to be injured. Silly, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been targeted. Li Mingyu has nothing to do with you. She had met with all this because she married him and became his wife. How could he push all this to her now? Lin Che said, all right. Let's not push each other around because of this. Didn't you say that we're husband and wife? Husband and wife should go through thick and thin together, right? Gu Jingze put his arm around her shoulders and leaned against the wall with her, watching the people coming and going in the village. In fact, both of them felt that it had been a long time since they had seen such a peaceful scene. For a moment, they felt that life was stable and the years were peaceful. It made their hearts feel at peace. Lin Che said, Look, that family just got married and built a new house. Is that so? The one cooking at the door is the bride. Yeah, isn't it pretty? Gu Jingze shook his head. Not as pretty as you. Ha, you even know how to praise me. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. Gu Jingze tapped her nose. I have to be honest. You are indeed prettier than her. This is one of your few merits. I have to admit it. Lin Che patted his chest. You're so annoying. You're just being talkative. Gu Jingze made a pained expression. Lin Che was shocked and hurriedly said, How are you? Are you all right? Did I hurt you? Yeah, you hurt me. You have to comfort me. Lin Che said, How do I comfort you? Gu Jingze turned his head and kissed her lips. Lin Che's eyes widened, but she didn't move in the end. This kiss, which she hadn't experienced in a long time, touched her heart. At Li Mingyu's place, for a moment, she really thought that she would never be able to kiss his lips or touch his body again. She really couldn't bear to part with him. Feeling his slightly cold thin lips touch her, she kissed his lips back. Feeling his tongue enter her mouth, she closed her eyes and quietly kissed him back. Over there, a young girl teased, Look, there's a guy kissing a girl over there. It's so embarrassing. Lin Che paused for a moment and raised his head. He saw a mother walking by with a little girl who was only a few years old. When the mother heard the little girl's words, she patted the little girl's back. However, the little girl also looked over curiously. Lin Che blushed and quickly lowered her head to wipe her mouth. Gu Jingze smiled and put his arm around her shoulders. Let's go. Eat something and rest tonight. We'll continue on our way tomorrow. Once we reach town, I'll contact the Gu family. They must be looking for us too. I wonder what happened to Black Eagle and Li Mingyu after we left. Lin Che couldn't understand why Li Mingyu would help her in the end and take the bullet for her. They're fighting against each other. Who wins depends on their own strength. Gu Jingze wasn't interested in what would happen next. He just wanted to take Lin Che to a safe place as soon as possible so that she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. The two of them quickly returned to Dongzi's house. The food was already prepared. There wasn't much to eat, just rice and a big bowl of vegetables. It was already the family's dinner. Although it was simple, Lin Che thought it was delicious. It was even better than the delicacies at Li Mingyu's place. But Gu Jingze, she looked at Gu Jingze. She was worried that he wouldn't be able to eat too much since he hadn't recovered from his injury. If he didn't eat well, how could he recover well? However, it seemed that Gu Jingze didn't have any scruples. He finished his bowl of rice one bite at a time and expressed his gratitude to his family. At night, Dongzi gave the room to the two of them and went to sleep outside. Lin Che and Gu Jingze fell asleep in each other's arms. Gu Jingze watched Lin Che fall asleep quickly and touched her belly. Thinking that he would take her to town to look for something tomorrow, he was thinking and planning until midnight. After midnight, he quietly closed his eyes. However, outside, not long after he slept, he suddenly heard a noise. It was caused by a dog barking, which woke him up from his dream. Gu Jingze suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness. Lin Che woke up quietly and heard Dongzi running in from outside. Someone is chasing us. Are they looking for you? Gu Jingze immediately stood up and pulled Lin Che up. He made a prompt decision and said, "Follow me from the back." Dongzi said, "Then you have to be quick. They are looking for you from house to house. There are a lot of people. I saw some of them holding something. I don't know if it's a gun." The old granny also ran out from inside. What happened? Who are these people? Why are they so powerful? Lin Che said, "It's okay. If we leave, they won't make things difficult for you. We'll leave immediately." Lin Che followed Gu Jingze and ran to the window. When she jumped out of the window, she heard the Wang family's door being kicked open. Chapter 732. The screams of the Wang family made Lin Che's heart skip a beat. However, she didn't have time to think about anything else. She quickly followed Gu Jingze. A gunshot sounded from behind. Lin Che couldn't help biting her lower lip. Let's go. We can't care so much. These people are too arrogant. Black Eagle has always been inhumane. A few villagers can't stop them. The sound of plastic came from behind. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che and leaned against a low wall. He felt someone walking past them, cursing. Damn, Gu Jingze is really good at hiding. How can he run so fast? However, when he turned around, he saw Gu Jingze hiding there. His face turned pale. He didn't react when he saw Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze took advantage of this opportunity to grab his arm and throw him to the ground. He hooked the gun with his foot and threw it into his hand. Then, he aimed at the man on the ground and shot him. His movements were so smooth that Lin Che was dumbstruck. He felt like he was watching a movie. The next moment, Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che up and ran to the side. Black Eagle's eyes were full of indifference. It's all because you let your guard down. You thought Gu Jingze was like the people you met before. Humph, you underestimated him. The Gu family's bloodline is not that simple. As he spoke, he squinted and looked forward. Chase them outside. On the side, Dongzi's father had already died in the blood. Dongzi's family was kneeling on the ground. Black Eagle lifted the little girl's chin and looked at her tearful face. Tell me, did Gu Jingze reveal where they went? The little girl cried and shook her head with her eyes closed. No, we really don't know them. Black Eagle raised his gun and was about to shoot the little girl's head. Dongzi hugged Black Eagle's arm. They said they were going to the city. It's true. They were going to H City to find someone. It's true. Dongzi didn't tell the truth. But thinking that they didn't look like ordinary people, it should be possible to go to a big place like H City. Sure enough, Black Eagle narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. Go to H City. The Gu family has a stronghold in H City. Alright, you guys send people to H City first. The rest of you, continue to search here. When the group of people left, the old lady threw herself on her son. He said that they couldn't be brought in. Sure enough, we can't. Sob sob sob, who are they? Why are they killing people everywhere? Dongzi was also at a loss as he muttered, but these are the bad guys. I don't think they are bad guys. They should be people being chased by bad guys. Dad! Dad, wake up! Gu Jingze brought Lin Che all the way to the edge of the village and hid in a bush. The injuries on Gu Jingze's body seemed to have worsened because of the fight. Lin Che pulled him and asked worriedly, Are you okay? Are you really okay? Gu Jingze pressed his lips together. Although his face was pale, he still gritted his teeth and nodded. I'm fine. At this moment, light came from outside again. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She held on to Gu Jingze's arm and carefully listened to the movements outside. The light was getting closer and closer, slowly approaching them. Gu Jingze raised the gun in his hand. At this moment, as the sound approached, Gu Jingze suddenly raised the gun in his hand. However, when he was aiming outside, he heard someone call out, Second young master. Is that you? Lin Che woke up with a start and raised her head. When she saw Linda coming over, she only felt that the tightness in her heart was finally released. Gu Jingze felt the same. He immediately put down the gun in his hand. He looked at Linda. It's me, Linda. Did Big Brother send you here? It's really Second young master. Linda exclaimed happily. She quickly called someone over. Someone, Second young master is here. Young mistress is here too. Linda brought Lin Che and Gu Jingze to a safe car. She prepared nutritious biscuits for them to recover their energy. Then, she called the doctor to check on Gu Jingze's body urgently. Lin Che also thought of Dongzi's family. She looked at Linda and said, He Ying brought some people to a farmer's house. I wonder how their family is now. Linda looked at Lin Che and paused for a moment. Then, she said, He Ying killed 3 people in the village. I wonder if the person that young mistress mentioned was among them. Lin Che's heart sank. Linda and the others were all dressed neatly and looked very formal. Lin Che looked at Linda and said, I thought you were Gu Jingming's secretary. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. It's true that I'm the president's secretary, but Linda is also a talent specially selected. She has to be well-rounded in order to be selected to work for the president. Do you think it's that simple? Linda is actually an excellent industrial engineer. Lin Che looked at Linda in admiration. She thought that she really didn't know anything. Compared to these people, she was really stupid. Gu Jingze was surrounded by such talents. No wonder he always said that she was stupid. She was really stupid. She thought that if there was a chance in the future, the first thing she would do when she went back was to make herself strong and not be dominated by others. Linda quickly returned to the village with 2 people. Because she had brought people to rescue them, they immediately surrounded the whole village. Her people walked everywhere, making people wonder what had happened in the village. Dongzi's father's body had been taken away. Dongzi's family was very depressed, especially Wang Mei, who sat there crying. Lin Che walked over. He was also very sad. "I'm sorry. It's all because of us that your father died." The old granny raised her head. "You are all big shots. We can't afford to offend you. You could have chosen any family, but why did you choose our family?" "Oh, my poor son," Linda looked at the side and said to the old granny, "this is a tragedy caused by the dark forces. We are also the victims. But we really sympathize with you for losing your son in your old age. How about this? We will take care of the 3 of you in the future. If the 2 children are willing, we will also bring them to see country to receive better education and give them a better future. What do you think?" When the old granny heard this, she raised her head. "You mean, you will bring them to the city? You will take care of them in the future?" "That's right." The old granny rolled her eyes. She felt that this compensation was not bad. Her son's death was already a matter of time. She might as well think about the 2 children. Seeing that they were so capable, the compensation would not be small. Thus, she wiped her tears and said, "Okay, okay. You have to do what you say." Linda repeatedly promised to pacify the family. The few of them left together. The helicopter was already ready. The silence of the morning in the village was broken by the army. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the group of people first used the helicopter to send Lin Che and Gu Jingze away. Chapter 733. Gu Jingze and Lin Che quickly returned to country C. Linda took care of Lin Che on the way. Lin Che looked at Linda and asked, "Did Country A agree to you coming to Country A like this? I saw that you brought a lot of troops. These are the president's personal guards, a special force to protect the president's safety. Bringing troops to another country is a sensitive matter, but for the safety of the 2 of you, Mr. President pressured Country A and Country A agreed to our rescue." Then Li Mingyu and the rest, Linda said, "Li Mingyu's nationality in Country A has been revoked. Country A is now issuing an international warrant for Li Mingyu. As for Black Hawk, he is a stateless person, so it will be difficult to catch him. But Country A has promised to cooperate with us in catching Black Hawk." It seemed that Country A had finally compromised with the Gu family and stood on their side. Lin Che said, "I pity Dongzi's family, who lost their family because of us. Without him, we might have died by the roadside, but we dragged him down." Linda said, "Don't worry. I will bring him back to Country C. I saw that he is in good physical condition, and his age is just right. I asked him if he is willing to join the personal guards. If he is willing, I will let him enter the recruit company and start training from scratch." Personal guards. Yes. Although he still needs to work hard to become an official personal guard, he is willing to join the army, so I may bring him into the personal guards. That's great. Lin Che was a little relieved. He hoped that his future would be brighter and that his father, who was in heaven, would be more comforted. Lin Che went in to see Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was leaning against the side of the plane, looking at some documents with his head tilted. She suddenly remembered that when she saw him at Li Mingyu's place, she had heard him murmuring something. She had clearly heard, "Lin Che, I love you." Thinking of those 3 words, her face heated up. She looked at Gu Jingze with a gentle gaze mixed with a little adoration. She really loved him. Even if she had never wanted to admit it, she couldn't hide it now. Gu Jingze looked up and saw Lin Che. He waved for her to sit down. She walked over and leaned against him. He put an arm around her shoulders and patted her arm, saying, "I heard that when you went to America, the plane ride was very uncomfortable. How about this time? I'm much more used to it now," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked down at her belly and thought of the little life they had created together. He smiled and reached out to touch her belly. "When I get back, I'll take care of things at home, and then I'll go abroad with you to take care of the baby." "Why abroad?" Lin Che looked at him and asked. Gu Jingze said, "There are too many things to deal with at home. Besides, too many people know you because of your job. It's troublesome for you to go out. It's better to go abroad. You'll have more leisure time." Lin Che thought it made sense. She also wanted to live with Gu Jingze for a while, just the two of them. Ever since they got to know each other, they had never really spent time together. It was indeed a pity. She nestled in his arms. Seeing the scars on his neck, she quickly said, "There are so many scars on your body. I wonder if they will leave scars. Aren't scars a man's medals?" "What, you don't like it?" He lowered his head. Lin Che said, "I don't like it. It's uncomfortable to touch. Come and feel it. See if it's comfortable." He smiled and took her hand, letting her reach into his clothes to feel. Lin Che reached out and hit the back of his hand. There were so many people watching. What was she touching? However, Lin Che looked at him and thought, how could she dislike him? No matter how many scars he had on his body, he was still the perfect Gu Jingze. He would only be better, sexier, and more attractive. He would never be worse. Gu Jingze held her in his arms, but he suddenly furrowed his brows and twitched. He looked uncomfortable. "What's wrong, Gu Jingze?" Gu Jingze shook his head. His lower lip trembled a little. "It's nothing." However, just as he said this, he suddenly tilted to one side. Lin Che was startled. Doctor, come and take a look." Following Lin Che's panicked cry, the doctor hurried in. A few doctors surrounded Gu Jingze and examined him. Lin Che looked at them anxiously. Linda could only comfort her. "Young mistress, it's not a big deal. The doctor examined him before. The wound is not deep. Maybe he's just too tired and it's inflamed." Lin Che also hoped that was the case. However, seeing the doctor surrounding Gu Jingze, how could she be at ease? After the plane landed in B City, they went straight to the private hospital that they had booked. Knowing that Gu Jingze was injured, the hospital had already cleared a floor for him. A few doctors escorted Gu Jingze into the emergency room. No outsiders were allowed to enter. Only Lin Che's close relatives were allowed in. Lin Che sat outside and waited anxiously. After a long time, the door to the emergency room opened. The doctor walked out and looked at Lin Che and Linda. "Mr. Gu is fine. There's just some internal bleeding. We didn't find it because we didn't have the equipment to check it before, which led to some inflammation. He's fine now, but he's very tired. After taking the medicine, he'll probably sleep for a while." Lin Che's body swayed. At this moment, she also felt extremely tired. Linda hurriedly asked someone to prepare a room so that Lin Che could rest first. When Lin Che entered the room, she was surrounded by many doctors. They tested her blood and examined her, afraid that there was something wrong with her. Fortunately, Lin Che was really very tired, which was why she was feeling unwell. The doctor told her, "Your fetus is a little unstable. I've just given you an injection to protect the fetus. I think there should be nothing wrong, but it's better that you don't walk around casually." Lin Che said gratefully, "Thank you." The doctor hurriedly said, "You're welcome. It's my duty." Knowing that Lin Che was actually pregnant, the doctor naturally came to help. The child was Gu Jingze's and she was Gu Jingze's wife. Wouldn't the child in her belly be the rightful heir of the Gu family? Even if it wasn't a boy, but a girl, she would still be the daughter of a rich family. Therefore, even though the child was still in her belly, it was already very precious. If something were to happen to the child, how would they explain it to the Gu family and Gu Jingze? Therefore, they naturally racked their brains, afraid that there would be something wrong with Lin Che's belly. They got someone to take care of her overnight. Regardless of Lin Che's attitude, as long as Lin Che looked a little uncomfortable, they would ask the doctor to quickly go over to check on her, in case something really happened. Although they were very proud that Gu Jingze had returned to China and chose their hospital, it would also be very difficult for them to endure these days. The hospital was very tense that night. Until the next day. Early in the morning, the entrance of the hospital was blocked again. The person who came was old Master Gu of the Gu family, Gu Xiande. Gu Xiande and Mu Wanqing went to the hospital together. Chapter 734. Gu Xiande naturally had a lot of followers. After he came down, he leaned on his walking stick and said to Mu Wanqing, "You go see Jingze. I'll go see Lin Che first." Mu Wanqing had been worried for a long time. She nodded quickly. "I'll go see Lin Che later. I'll see how Jingze is doing first." Mu Wanqing left first, while Gu Xiande rushed to Lin Che's ward. Lin Che was resting. The doctor didn't expect Gu Xiande to come personally. He thought to himself that as expected of a big family that valued their children, he came to see Lin Che first. However, he didn't know that Gu Xiande was here to see Lin Che, but for something else. After he entered, Lin Che looked up and saw Gu Xiande. He quickly sat up. Gu Xiande said, "All right, don't get up. I know you're not feeling well. Just sit down." Lin Che sat down peacefully and looked at Gu Xiande. "Grandpa," Gu Xiande said, "I know you're pregnant with Jingze's child. This is the flesh and blood of the Gu family. There's no mistake." Lin Che said, "Grandpa, I know that you'll think that Gu Jingze was injured because of me when we went to country A this time." Gu Xiande looked at Lin Che. "I know it wasn't you, but you might not know that Jingze was willing to break up with me because of you." Lin Che was stunned. She hadn't expected it, but she was touched. "Grandpa, this doesn't mean that there's something wrong with me. It should be you. I know there's something wrong with me. I know, it's my problem. I'm old, and I can't accept things deviating from my way of thinking. But now, I still hope that you can take the initiative to leave Jingze. You've seen it, you've become his weakness, and he's become so dangerous. You're just lucky that you all came back alive, but this is even more dangerous, because once this matter is known, the whole world will know that he has you as his weakness. As long as he catches you, he'll risk his life at any time. Right now, Black Hawk is still out there, waiting to fight with the Gu family at any time. There are so many people out there waiting for Jingze to die. Do you really want to continue living like this, letting Jingze take risks with you?" Lin Che didn't understand why he felt that Gu Jingze couldn't have a weakness. She said, "It's not like Gu Jingze didn't have weaknesses in the past." Gu Xiande shook his head. "No, you're his only weakness. If you don't leave, even if I die, I'll still be worried. Even if I'm pregnant with the Gu family's child, Grandpa still can't accept me. Grandfather, you don't want this great-grandson anymore, right?" Lin Che said. Gu Xiande shook his head. "I want it, but when the child is born, you have to give the child to me." Lin Che felt even more inconceivable. She felt more and more that she had misjudged Gu Xiande. In the past, she had always thought that Gu Xianda was a lovely old man. Everyone was afraid of him. However, Lin Che felt that he was not as terrible as others said. But now, he actually said such cruel words. Lin Che said, "You want the child to be born without a mother, right?" Gu Xianda said calmly, "If the child is born in the Gu family, he will have everything he wants. He won't lack motherly love." You think too highly of motherly love. Jingze and the others were raised by nannies when they were born. Aren't they the same now? They don't have any regrets. Forget it. After all, your background is different from Jingze's, so you won't understand what it's like to be born in the Gu family. Lin Che laughed coldly. So in the end, you still think that my background is not good enough for Gu Jingze? No. Even if you were born in a rich family, I still wouldn't agree because it's too dangerous for Jingze. So, no matter who you are, whether you are good or not, I won't agree. Lin Che looked at Gu Xianda gloomily. The people outside said that Gu Jingze had woken up. Gu Xianda looked at Lin Che. You better think it through and leave on your own. Otherwise, if I use the Gu family's power to make you leave, I'm afraid that it won't look good on us. If it gets out of hand, it won't be good for Jingze's future. Gu Xianda said this last sentence and turned to leave. Lin Che was in a bad mood because of Gu Xianda. However, when she heard that Gu Jingze had woken up, she quickly adjusted her mood and prepared to go out to see Gu Jingze. Mu Wanqing was worried to death. She looked at Gu Jingze and told him not to be so willful in the future. If there was anything, they could discuss it together. Gu Xianda didn't say anything at the back. Gu Jingze was silent. He knew that they couldn't get along well, so he didn't say anything. Mu Wanqing said to Gu Jingze, "I heard that Lin Che is pregnant. Luckily, the child is fine this time. Otherwise, what would you do?" "Alright, you talk with grandfather here. I'll go see Lin Che first." Mu Wanqing had wanted to see Lin Che for a long time. After saying that, she rushed to Lin Che's place. When she saw Lin Che, she said happily, "I heard, little Che." Seeing that Lin Che was about to get up, Mu Wanqing quickly said, "Don't move, don't move." "Why are you moving? It's been hard on you these past few days. It's not easy for you to come back. Don't move." She held Lin Che's hand and said, "This child is the first child of our Gu family. I've already had a room prepared. I know that you and Jingze like to be alone, but it's better for the child to stay in the old mansion when she's in confinement. There are many old people there who know more. Even I have taken care of a few children before. When the time comes, it'll be easy to take care of you." Lin Che leaned against Mu Wanqing, glad that she was still the Mu Wanqing in his heart. She was really too good to him. It was as if he was her mother instead of her mother-in-law. "Mom, you can decide. Just don't make it too grand. I'll feel bad. That's a must. You're giving birth to the Gu family's first child. It's impossible for it not to be grand. Speaking of which, Jingyan's child is about the same age as yours. I wonder which one of you will be born first. When the time comes, the two children will grow up together. It'll definitely be very interesting." Mu Wanqing was so happy that she kept talking about it. Later, she even said that she would bring Lin Che along to buy things for the child. Lin Che then remembered and said to Mu Wanqing, "Gu Jingze said that he wants me to go abroad to recuperate." Mu Wanqing said, He's really," but thinking about it, Gu Xianda and Gu Jingze had been in conflict recently. The grandfather and grandson had fought a few times in the past, and every time, they were at loggerheads. The grandfather and grandson had the same personality, and one was more stubborn than the other. She couldn't do anything about it. So, after thinking about it, since they were going abroad to recuperate, then they would go abroad. That's good too. I'll listen to Jing's arrangements. But if you give birth abroad, I have to go and watch. I'm not at ease with Jing's taking care of you there. When the time comes, I'll definitely follow him. Don't think I'm annoying. Chapter 735. Lin Che leaned into Mu Wanqing's arms and acted coquettishly like a child. How could that be, Mom? Mu Wanqing looked at the little girl and felt very comfortable. She liked this kind of intimacy. It was a pity that Gu Jingyan had always been a headstrong person, causing her to feel like she had 4 sons instead of a daughter. After Mu Wanqing and Gu Xianda left, Gu Jingze arranged for someone to prepare for the Gu family. The hospital wasn't as comfortable as the Gu family. If he wanted to recuperate, he might as well go to the Gu family's house. At most, he could bring the doctor home with him. When Lin Che and Gu Jingze returned, the family members had already rushed to welcome them. Yu Minmin was still there, but he was still in a wheelchair, accompanied by his personal guards. Bai also came to visit. Shen Yuran didn't come. It was said that he had gone abroad with Qin Yuqing and hadn't returned yet. Lin Che was so touched that she was about to cry when she saw familiar people again. She quickly went over to hug them. God, I thought I wouldn't see you guys again. Seriously, Yu Minmin said, fool, how could you not see us? She let go of Yu Minmin and looked at her. What happened to you? Why are you in a wheelchair after not seeing you for a few days? Yu Minmin sighed and said, I had an accident. Bai explained to her, she just fell into the water and her arm was a little bruised, but Mr. President didn't seem to allow her to get out of the wheelchair and even send a few people to watch over her. Lin Che said, no way, Mr. President is so overbearing. She flipped Yu Minmin up and down. Seeing that she was fine, she knew that the accident shouldn't be too serious. Relieved, she teased, looks like Mr. President is too nervous. Gu Jingze came behind Lin Che. I think Big Brother's idea is not bad. I wonder where you ordered this wheelchair. I should order one for you too. Lin Che pouted and said, I don't want it. Is there something wrong with you? Yu Minmin teased as she looked at her stomach. Of course I need it. The one in your stomach is priceless. She said, hurry up, I'll give you the wheelchair. Lin Che glared at Yu Minmin. Bai said, looking at you guys, I feel that having a boyfriend is actually a pretty good thing. Lin Che said, well, it depends on the person. If you met someone like that, you would be annoyed to death, okay? She pointed at Gu Jingze beside her. Gu Jingze's eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared at Lin Che. Lin Che was startled, thinking that he was going to kiss her in front of everyone. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands. Bai and Yu Minmin hurriedly said, if you want to show off your love, go inside and do it. Lin Che blushed and said, of course not. They had no idea how evil Gu Jingze was. He was clearly doing it on purpose, okay? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che's expression. He lowered his head and kissed her cheek before saying, all right, you guys chat. I'll go in and rest first. Lin Che was petrified. Bai watched him go in, then turned to Lin Che and said, wow, Gu Jingze looks so handsome when he kisses you. Yu Minmin shrugged. Yeah, a handsome guy is handsome in everything he does. Lin Che snorted. All right, stop joking around. I just came back and haven't sorted out my thoughts yet. You guys are already teasing me. Yu Minmin said, I just came back from abroad. I only heard that you guys were in a dangerous situation. Gu Jingming wouldn't let me participate no matter what. Thinking about how she had been watched by him these past few days and how he had been carrying her around like a mouse in his pocket, she felt depressed. Bai said, I'm fine. I can only wait here for news. It's just that some media from country C took pictures of Lee Mingyu shopping with you in America. They even said that you bought half of the shopping mall in one go. Everyone thought that you hooked up with a tycoon from country A. Lin Che said gloomily, "What do you mean hooked up with him?" "I was so angry that I wanted to spend all his money." "Don't be so dejected. I read the comments. A lot of people are envious of you," Bai said. Lin Che felt even more bored. They didn't know that she had almost experienced life and death these past few days. However, thinking about how she had gone through thick and thin with Gu Jingze because of this matter, she felt much closer to him, and her heart felt very warm. However, she really didn't want to experience something like this again in the future. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. "I can't believe I'm going to be an aunt. How's your stomach? Is it okay these past few days?" "It's fine. I just came back to get a shot to protect the fetus. The doctor will also tell me to rest more. Then go in and rest." After Lin Che was sent inside, he saw that Shen Yuran had called him again. She said on the phone, "I was so worried when I heard that you were back. I almost went to country A to look for you, but Qin Yuqing didn't let me go and cause trouble." "Didn't you go abroad?" Lin Che said. "Don't rush back. I'm fine at home. But I'm going back in 2 days anyway." She paused and said, "I'm going to marry Qin Yuqing." "What?" Lin Che's voice was so loud that Yu Minmin and Bai were shocked. "What are you shouting for?" "I'll tell you the details when I get back tomorrow." Shen Yuran snorted and said, "I also bought something for my future nephew. Wait for me." "Alright, I'll question you when I get back." "You're going to get married?" This is all so sudden," Shen Yuran said embarrassedly. Actually, Shen Yuran was indeed a little surprised. Qin Yuqing had said that he would take her abroad to attend a meeting, but in the end, he had taken Shen Yuran to the Qin family in America to meet his parents. The Qin family had always been against it, but seeing that Qin Yuqing had taken her back, they didn't say anything. They just told them to slowly prepare for the wedding and not to worry. Qin Yuqing didn't listen to them at all. He only said that the wedding would be held in 2 months and that he would make his own arrangements when he came back. The Qin family was furious. On one hand, Shen Yuran was very touched by Qin Yuqing's seriousness towards her, but on the other hand, she was a little worried that he would have a conflict with his family. However, the difference between the two families was indeed quite big. She could understand the Qin family's disapproval, but she was helpless that she had come to this point with Qin Yuqing. Now, it was impossible for her to let him go. Lin Che had just rested at home when Mu Wanqing came. She brought a lot of things, big and small, all of which were children's toys. She said, "If you're going abroad to recuperate, I'll bring these things for you first. You can rest for a few days. After a few days, when you're better, we'll go buy them." Looking at so many things, Lin Che really wondered if Mu Wanqing had moved an entire shop here. Mu Wanqing, on the other hand, felt that it was very normal. She asked the servants to quickly vacate a room as a baby's room. Even if they didn't give birth in the country, that room would be used sooner or later. Chapter 736. In the afternoon, Lin Che followed Mu Wanqing to study the baby's room. Mu Wanqing smiled as she held Lin Che's hand and said to the servant, "I've asked someone to book a bed in Italy. It'll be delivered to you when the time comes. Tell me when you're done. Don't renovate the room. It's not good for the child no matter what. Just add something. When he's older, he'll want his own house." She smiled and said to Lin Che, "In the future, you won't be able to keep him. Just like Jingze and the others, he won't live with us. He'll have his own place outside when he's young." Lin Che thought that they had to be rich people. Ordinary people would live together no matter how old they were. She hadn't thought that far ahead. Seeing Mu Wanqing happily start to buy a house for the child, Lin Che exclaimed in his heart. The child was only 2 months old, she didn't have to think that far ahead. When Mu Wanqing finally left, Lin Che said to Gu Jingze, "Mom said she wants to buy a villa for the child near us." Gu Jingze only responded with an "oh." Lin Che said, Hey. The child hasn't even taken shape yet. Isn't it too early to start taking care of this?" Gu Jingze said, "She has a lot of private money that she has nowhere to spend. Just let her take care of it." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly and said to him, "Rich people are inhumane." Gu Jingze was still resting at home. He hadn't gone to deal with the company's matters. The injuries on his body had healed a lot. He looked at Lin Che and caressed her hand, thinking that if it were in the past, he would have pressed her here and made love with her. It would have been very uncomfortable. But today, he sighed and touched her stomach. Mother is happy. She doesn't think about her son at all. Lin Che didn't understand what Gu Jingze meant, but when she saw Gu Jingze glancing at her chest, she suddenly understood. Hey, you're so annoying. Seriously, you're still thinking about this when you're covered in injuries. Gu Jingze said, "That's why I need your comfort. Otherwise, you'll..." He held her hand and wanted to reach down. Lin Che quickly pulled her hand back. "Let go of me. Get lost. Don't think about it. Seriously, someone will come in later." As expected, a servant knocked on the door at this time. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che's flushed face and had no choice but to let go of her. He knew in his heart that these days had been very tiring, so he did not want to torment her. After this period of time, she would not be able to escape. Shen Yuran returned to Country C and immediately went to visit Lin Che the moment he got home. Shen Yuran had also brought a small gift for Lin Che. She had chosen a piece of clothing from America and brought it in. Chen Yuqing followed behind her, and he looked quite normal. He looked at Lin Che and said, "I told her that she didn't need to buy anything. Your house should have already piled up a mountain, but she didn't believe me." Shen Yuran snorted and said, "Of course I'm going to buy it. I'm his godmother." Lin Che said, "That's right. You don't need other people's gifts, but you have to let the baby wear yours first." Shen Yuran raised her head proudly at Chen Yuqing and said to her, "You want to be my godmother? Become the godmother of the heir of the Gu family. Looks like I won't be able to bully you in the future. Now you have a backer." Shen Yuran was stunned for a moment, then she suddenly remembered. She covered her mouth and said excitedly, "It's true. This child is the heir of the Gu family. I almost forgot about it. Lin Che, then he is the heir. Do you want me to be his godmother? Will Gu Jingze disagree?" Lin Che's expression hardened. He won't dare to disagree. I'll make him agree. Shen Yuran hugged Lin Che excitedly. "I'm considered to be related to a rich family. Think about it. In the future, if I tell people that the child of the Gu family is my godson, how cool will that be?" Shen Yuran thought of something and said, "You haven't confirmed whether it's a boy or a girl yet, right?" Chen Yuqing said speechlessly, "How old are you to be so sure? Where's your medical knowledge?" Shen Yuran turned around and glared at him. "I'm just that stupid. What can you do?" Chen Yuqing shook his head and said, Fine. Forget it. It's enough that we have a smart person in our family. I hope that if we have children in the future, they will inherit my IQ. Get lost. Who wants to have children with you?" Shen Yuran blushed and poked Chen Yuqing with her elbow. Lin Che said, Hey, I know you're going to get married. You don't have to be so obvious. You're too intimate. Although he said that, Lin Che was still very happy for them. Shen Yuran became even more shy. She pushed Lin Che hard to stop him from saying anything else. However, Chen Yuqing said generously, "It's not like when Gu Jingze is so intimate with you." Shen Yuran said, "That's the real intimate. Just like you." "Humph, look at how well Gu Jingze treats Lin Che, and look at you. You're always going against me." Chen Yuqing looked at Lin Che speechlessly. "In the future, stay away from us when you show off your affection. Otherwise, we won't be able to stand being compared to Gu Jingze all the time." After Chen Yuqing went in to see Gu Jingze, he went back to the Shen mansion with Shen Yuran. The Shen family had not expected Shen Yuran to get married so soon. After Shen Yuran had an argument with her family and left, she didn't like to go home anymore. She wouldn't go home unless she was called. This time, Shen Yuran told father and mother Shen in advance that she was going home to discuss something with them. Then, she brought Chen Yuqing home with her. When they entered the house, father and mother Shen guessed something when they saw that Chen Yuqing had come with them. They looked at Shen Yuran in surprise and said, "You're..." Shen Yuran pulled Chen Yuqing over. Chen Yuqing said directly, "Auntie, uncle, I'm here to propose a marriage. Yuran and I are going to get married." As expected, father and mother Shen were stunned. They looked at the two of them and couldn't react for a long time. In the end, they said, "Okay then. We'll give our blessings to you if you want to get married. However, Dr. Chin, the gap between our families is very big. Did your family agree to it?" Chen Yuqing said, "My family listened to me and agreed to let us get married. However, they are far away in America and it's not convenient for them to visit. So, I'm here to propose first." Father and mother Shen knew that it was not appropriate for them to come all the way from America. Mother Shen looked at Chen Yuqing and said, "I won't say anything else. If you want to get married, then get married. However, you can't sign any prenuptial agreement before getting married. Otherwise, if you bully our Yuran in the future, we won't be able to stand up to you." Shen Yuran heard this. They had just mentioned marriage and now they were talking about property. She frowned and said, "Mom, what are you doing?" Chen Yuqing stopped Shen Yuran and said to her, "Auntie is worried about me. Moreover, love is a matter between two people. Marriage does involve more. I promise you that I will consider marriage carefully. I won't sign a prenuptial agreement." Shen Yuran was stunned as she looked at Chen Yuqing. Her mouth moved, but she couldn't say anything to be touched. Although love couldn't be measured by money, his sincerity was enough to show that he was sincere towards her. Love couldn't be measured by money, but it could be judged by money. Chapter 737. When Mr. and Mrs. Shen heard this, they did not expect Shen Yuqing to be so generous. Mrs. Shen cheered up and said, "Will your family agree to it if you don't sign it?" Chen Yuqing said, "My money is my money. My family gave me a trust fund before I came of age. All my assets are deposited in the bank in the form of a trust fund, so my family can't interfere with my affairs. They don't need to interfere with my own business either." Mrs. Shen had thought that since these rich and powerful families were all young masters and their money was in the hands of their parents, it would not be good for Shen Yuran to marry into their family and have to submit to their in-laws. Hearing this, Mrs. Shen was relieved. Mr. Shen didn't care about this. The money belonged to them anyway, and they didn't want to get married for their money. They just wanted to see the other party's attitude based on the money. Mr. Shen said, "How about this? Let's go with the tradition. Now that you are engaged, we'll listen to your family about the wedding. We'll just cooperate." Mrs. Shen saw that he made it sound so easy. If they were to humble themselves like that, wouldn't their family look down on them even more? They might even think that they were eager to marry their child into the Chin family. So Mrs. Shen added, but we can't skip on the monetary gift. Chen Yuqing said, you can decide on the monetary gift. We'll just listen to the elders. Mrs. Shen looked at him and said tentatively, then, how about 500,000? Chen Yuqing agreed immediately. Okay, 500,000. Shen Yuran objected immediately. She shouted, Mom, how can it be 500,000? I think it's only 100,000 at most. Mrs. Shen didn't expect Chen Yuqing to agree so readily. She was still feeling happy, but her daughter was already siding with an outsider. She glared at Shen Yuran and wanted to say that this girl was too stupid. Sooner or later, Chen Yuqing would be able to control her. But she could only glare at her and say, Yuran, their family is so rich. If you don't keep some money for yourself, how do you know that they won't bully you in the future? We won't ask for the money. We'll still keep it for your dowry. Shen Yuran said, no matter how rich their family is, it has nothing to do with me. However much money they want is how much we want. It's only because of traditional etiquette. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter even if I didn't want a single cent. Chen Yuqing looked at her and said, it's okay, Yuran. My money is your money, and your money is my money. We don't have to separate you from me. If you take it, I take it. Isn't it just transferring the husband's money to the wife's card? It's not a big deal. Shen Yuran's heart softened when she heard this. Mother Shen looked at Chen Yuqing and listened to his words. She couldn't help but feel moved. She had originally thought that Chen Yuqing was unreliable, but now she felt that Yuran was too lucky. There was actually such a good man in the world who was so generous to his wife. What else could she say? She immediately agreed. After leaving the house, Shen Yuran looked at Chen Yuqing and said, my mom and the others are too much. How can you agree to this? Are you stupid? Chen Yuqing held her hand and said, they're the stupid ones. They sold you to me so cheaply. When the time comes, your money will be mine. I'm willing to pay any amount of money, let alone 500,000. It'll come back to me anyway. When Shen Yuran heard this, she laughed and hit him on the chest. The two of them left the Shen family together to prepare for their departure. Lin Che returned to the company first and applied for a few days' leave from Hollywood, but they didn't say anything. It was said that Li Mingyu's people went to apply for leave that day, and they were so scared that they didn't dare to respond. Everything in the company was as usual. When Lin Che arrived at the company, he had to settle the matters after he went to recuperate. Because he hadn't reported that he was pregnant to anyone, he needed an excuse to go out. She was going to recuperate after she finished filming the Hollywood movie. When that time came, she would directly announce to the public that she was studying abroad and would return after she gave birth to the child. Bai said to Lin Che, I'm still very reluctant for you to leave. I might go over to see you from time to time. Don't think I'm annoying. Lin Che pinched Bai's cheek. How could that be? But are you going to stay here and not go back to your father's place? Bai smiled as she looked at the company. I think it's much more fun here than in America. Also, I like it here very much. Lin Che narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai. With a sly look on his face, he said, do you like it here, or do you like the people here? A blush flashed across Bai's face, and she quickly said, I don't. Lin Che deliberately twisted the topic and said directly, I mean, you like the staff here, Min, me, and the other people in this company. Bai knew that she had been teased. She twisted her butt and bumped into him. You're a mother, yet you're still talking nonsense. After bumping into her, she remembered that she still had one in her stomach. Sorry. I forgot that you're pregnant. I even bumped into you, Bai said quickly. Lin Che said indifferently, I'm not that delicate. I can't even touch you. Bai said, Sister, you said that your child is very precious from birth. Of course I have to be careful. I don't want to be chased by Gu Jingze. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked. When they saw Shui Yang walking over, he smiled and said, Sister Che, I heard. Congratulations. Lin Che was stunned. Then, he saw Bai sticking out her tongue and knew that it was Bai who said it. She patted Bai on the head, but didn't say anything. She smiled and said generously, Thank you. I'm going to leave here soon to go to Los Angeles to film. I can't watch you, but you have to work hard. Shui Yang nodded at her seriously. I'll definitely work hard. Lin Che smiled and left. Shui Yang looked at him and asked Bai, Is Sister Che going to be away for a long time? Yeah, she's going abroad to raise the baby. Shui Yang took a deep breath and looked at Bai. Aren't you going back? He knew that Bai had followed Lin Che to Country C, otherwise, why would a missy like her come here? Bai said, I'm not going back. Why would I go back? Shui Yang looked at her. You're going to stay here. Bai smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm going to stay here and continue learning with Sister Yu. Shui Yang didn't expect that Bai would stay. He looked at Bai and realized that he actually didn't want her to leave. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he still liked spending time with her. Shui Yang carried his backpack. All right then. If you stay, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's go. Chapter 738. You're so happy. Is there something good? Bai asked. Shui Yang nodded. Yeah, I auditioned for a male lead. Although it's a script full of newcomers, this is my first time being a male lead. Wow, that's great. Congratulations. Can I see a new star rising again? Bai smiled and applauded him with a happy face. Shui Yang said, That's right. I still have to ask Sister Yu to arrange an agent for me. It was always Sister Yu doing it before. I think she's very busy. Actually, I don't need her to personally keep an eye on me. She's already so busy. I just need a newcomer to take care of me. Bai said, then let me take care of you. I'll be your agent. Shui Yang smiled in surprise and looked at Bai. You? Forget it. What? Don't you trust me? Although I don't know how to do it now, I can learn. It's not that I don't trust you. I just think that it's fine if you just play around. It's very tiring to be an agent. Moreover, there are a lot of things to do. You're still so young, I don't care about being someone else's agent. I'll be your agent. Bai shook her head and looked at him seriously. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was a good idea. Moreover, she was really interested. She hugged Shui Yang's arm. Be my artiste. I really want to be an agent. If you become my artiste, we'll progress together. You're my first artiste and I'll be your first personal agent. In the future, you'll be famous and I'll be able to earn a lot of money. How great would that be? What pocket full of money? Shui Yang looked at Bai helplessly. This money was nothing to her. However, Bai's pestering appearance was really. It was hard to refuse, and he couldn't hate her either. He said, You still have to tell Sister Yu. I can't make the decision. Shui Yang thought that even if Bai was just playing around, he would just play with her. It was nothing much anyway. Sister Yu was in charge of the overall situation, so it wouldn't be a mess. Bai immediately went to do it. She happily went to find Yu Minmin and told her that she had decided to be an agent. Yu Minmin heard Bai's words and was speechless. You really want to be an agent? Yeah, I'll be Shui Yang's agent, okay? Yu Minmin shook her head helplessly. However, in fact, she was not afraid that a buy would cause trouble. At this time, Yu Minmin also thought that a person's family background determined that a lot of things would be easier for her to do the day after tomorrow. For example, at this time, Yu Minmin dared to use her because he knew that even if she caused trouble, she had the ability to settle it. Even if she didn't have the ability, she had a bottom line. The Wesley family would not let their daughter lose face outside. They would help her settle it no matter what, so Yu Minmin dared to give her this opportunity. Yu Minmin nodded in agreement. Alright, but let's make this clear. You'll get the same salary as you train Shui Yang pay. If you mess up, you'll lose your salary. I buy, I Yang Shui Yang. I won. Yang, I won. I Yang, Yu Minmin knew that she didn't care about the money. Although her company wasn't big, there were a lot of strong people. Even her agent was the daughter of Wesley's family. Yang, Soon, Yu Minmin returned to Glass Palace. However, when she arrived at Glass Palace, she felt a little uncomfortable. Then, she felt nauseous. She ran to the bathroom and vomited. She raised her head in surprise and vomited. She found water to wash her mouth and looked at herself in the mirror. She couldn't help but think of Lin Che. Lin Che had just had this experience. Yu Minmin didn't even need to think about it. She walked around outside and paced back and forth. She thought that she hadn't had her period for a long time, but she had been busy recently, so she didn't remember. Seeing Yu Minmin pacing back and forth, Gu Jingming came back and threw the clothes to the servant. He walked over and asked, "What happened?" Yu Minmin's face was pale. She looked at Gu Jingming. "What should I do? I think something is going to happen." Gu Jingming saw that she seemed to be very serious, so his expression became more serious. "What happened? Tell me." Yu Minmin lowered her head. Her expression became worse. I think I'm pregnant." Gu Jingming's eyes froze. Yu Minmin looked at him. She was even more afraid. "What's wrong? Is it bad?" She knew that they had been forced to get married in the beginning. There were many political factors involved. She didn't expect that she would be pregnant so soon. Gu Jingming's expression was complicated. He looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Have you confirmed it?" Yu Minmin shook her head quickly. "Not yet. I'm just guessing." Gu Jingming immediately looked up and said to the servant, "Go outside and call the doctor." Seeing that both of them looked very serious, the servant ran out quickly and urgently called for the president's personal doctor. However, when the doctors arrived, Gu Jingming said, "Take a look at her." Seeing so many doctors, Yu Minmin held her forehead gloomily. She didn't dare to raise her head. She was only going to buy a pregnancy test. Why would she call a doctor? The doctor asked seriously, "Sir, what's wrong with madam?" Gu Jingming lowered his head to look at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin could only lower her head even more. "It's just that her period is irregular. She's not feeling well. She feels like vomiting." "Something like that, what?" The doctor was even more confused. She looked up speechlessly. These doctors made so much money. Couldn't they understand what she was saying? She said, "I said that my period hasn't come yet. I'm also vomiting and lethargic." The doctor was stunned. She quickly said, "Madam, are you saying that you suspect that you're pregnant?" Yu Minmin glared at the doctor. The doctor suddenly realized that she wasn't sick. However, they were the president's personal doctor. None of them was a professional gynecologist. At night, the doctors called the gynecologist urgently and asked her to take a look at Yu Minmin. She drew her blood and did a test. Soon, the results were out. The doctor said to Gu Jingming excitedly, "Mr. President, Madam is really pregnant. Please take a look." Gu Jingming paused. He looked at the results and seemed to think for a moment. He immediately said, "Don't let the news out yet." "Yes, Mr. President. If you don't tell us, we won't tell anyone." Gu Jingming was surprised. "How is she?" Chapter 739. The doctor looked at it and said, "The amount of IVF has increased, but it's not enough. We think that she's retching too early and not feeling well. Maybe the baby is not stable yet. We suggest that Madam rest more. Don't overwork yourself and don't have sex." Gu Jingming was silent for a long time. He looked at Yu Minmin, who had her head down, not knowing what to say. Gu Jingming waved his hand to dismiss them. Then, he looked at Yu Minmin and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Minmin said, "Are we keeping the child?" She hadn't prepared herself at all. She had never thought that she would have a child with Gu Jingming. How could something like this happen? However, she had been having sex with Gu Jingming too often. When Gu Jingming had time, he would torment her a few times a night. When he didn't have time, he would drag her along for a quick session. In short, he would come almost every day, so she didn't know when the protection was complete and when it wasn't. This was really an unexpected pregnancy, which made her feel very unprepared. Gu Jingming looked up at her. "You don't want to stay?" Yu Minmin said, "But this child isn't part of the plan, so you still want to abort it?" Gu Jingming's gaze turned colder. He looked down at her. "I can tell you that it's impossible. The child will definitely be born." "Huh?" Yu Minmin looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to make up his mind without even thinking about it. Gu Jingming snorted. "You want to abort the child? Yu Minmin, you're really..." Why was she so unwilling to give birth to his child? He almost wanted to pinch her face and ask her why she was so unwilling. What was wrong with his child? Yu Minmin said, "It's not anything else. It's a child." "I know it's a child," he said. He said, "I'm Gu Jingming's child, so you have to bear it well. If anything goes wrong, you..." He pinched her chin and looked at her. "From tomorrow onwards, don't go to the company anymore." "What?" Yu Minmin said in surprise. "What's this for?" "The doctor said that you're not in good health and need to rest, Anne." He looked down at her face quietly. "Don't even think about finding a chance to get rid of the child now." Yu Minmin's mind was in a mess. Looking at Gu Jingming, who was as overbearing as ever, he really wanted to kick him. The next day, Gu Jingming woke up early in the morning and asked the servants to prepare clothes for Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin was a little surprised. Are they going to participate in some kind of event? The servant said, "Yes, madam, Mr. President is attending the club's gathering today." Club. Yu Minmin immediately understood. Their riding club. "Yes, madam. Sir has always gone by himself. This is the first time he has brought madam there. Madam, you have to prepare well." Yu Minmin recalled what he said yesterday. He wanted to keep a good eye on her. She felt even more depressed. It seemed that he was really a man of action. He did what he said. Yu Minmin said, "He doesn't want to bring me along." That was supposed to be a gathering of his friends. Why would he bring her along for no reason? There must be some other reason. Yu Minmin was dressed neatly. Gu Jingming had already walked over nimbly. "I've already told my family about your pregnancy." "Family?" The Gu family. That's right. Gu Jingming only said this before he picked up the clothes and helped Yu Minmin put them on. Alright, let's go. You already know about the friends you met today. You don't have to be restrained. Yu Minmin was even more shocked. He had actually announced it to everyone. Could it be that he really needed a child now? Otherwise, why would he be so diligent in promoting it? They went straight to the horse farm. Getting out of the car, they saw the people standing outside. There were many familiar faces, including Yin Suya, Fang Zhongmo, and Su Yi. They were all members of the club, so they would definitely be present at the gathering. Gu Jingming got out of the car and turned around to help Yu Minmin up. He pulled her down with him. Su Yi teased him from behind. A new father is indeed different. Jingming, I didn't expect you to be the first among us to be a father. This is really surprising. He smiled at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin could only glare at him. Yin Suyat paused at the side. She looked at Gu Jingming, but realized that Gu Jingming didn't even look at her. Was he purposely avoiding her gaze? She didn't know. She felt that she didn't know anything today. Ever since she heard that Gu Jingming was going to be a father, and that the pregnant person was actually Yu Minmin, she felt that she had become numb. She didn't even know how she had gotten here. But seeing Yu Minmin being held by Gu Jingze personally, that suffocating feeling made her return to reality. Gu Jingming looked at Su Yi. My functions are normal, so it's normal for me to be a father. What he meant was that Su Yi had so many women, but he still hadn't become a father. It seemed that his functions were abnormal. Su Yi immediately clamored, I'm taking better precautions. I can't let a woman suffer because of me. Sigh, besides, I'm not even legal yet. How can I have a child? But, you guys have been so busy recently, yet you still have time to make a child. Really? He looked at the two of them ambiguously, which made the people around them burst into laughter. Only Yin Suya was left. She couldn't even hide the sadness on her face. She looked at Gu Jingming, listened to everyone's ambiguous teasing, and thought about the two of them being intimate on the bed. She only felt disgusted. Utterly disgusted. How could Gu Jingming be so intimate with Yu Minmin? However, Gu Jingming really wasn't looking at her. He only looked at everyone's teasing with Yu Minmin. Looking at Yu Minmin's red face, he said to everyone, Are you all bored? Are you all here to ride a horse today? Everyone laughed as they walked in. Seeing Gu Jingze holding Yu Minmin's arm, they sighed inwardly. The Gu family had one more grandson. Was Yu Minmin going to become a mother because of her son? Yu Minmin's life had been turned around too much. From a commoner to the president's wife, and now, she was going to give birth to the next generation of the Gu family. Everyone chatted and drank tea, preparing to choose a horse while the sun was shining brightly. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. Because she wasn't familiar with them and had never ridden a horse before, she didn't speak much as she sat there, nor did she think of riding one. He thought for a moment and pulled Yu Minmin up. Let's go and choose a horse. Yu Minmin hurriedly said, I don't know how to ride one. I'll bring you along. Gu Jingming had already stood up. Chapter 740. Yu Minmin had no choice but to follow him out. Outside, the horses in the stables were all prettier than the last. She could tell that they were expensive. Riding a horse was a pastime of the rich. Yu Minmin had only seen donkey carts in the village. She had never seen such handsome horses. Each of them looked like a warrior. Gu Jingming said, Pick a beautiful one. Let me do it. I don't know how to pick one. It's okay if I pick one randomly, right? Yu Minmin fed the horse some fodder and said with a smile. Gu Jingming looked at her. The horses here are carefully selected. There won't be any bad ones. You can pick any one of them and it won't hurt you. Yu Minmin pointed at a maroon horse in the middle and said, I'll take this one. I think its fur is very pretty. It's shiny. Gu Jingming looked down at her and smiled. You have good taste. This is the best one here. He gave the order and someone let the maroon horse out. He said, It's called Lightning. What an old-fashioned name, Yu Minmin couldn't help but say. Gu Jingming still looked at her with a faint smile. This horse is a British noble horse. It was shipped here by air. The total price is about $70 million. She really didn't think that this horse was old-fashioned anymore. She touched it quickly and said, Are we going to ride it? She would feel like she was flying if she were to ride on a $70 million horse. Gu Jingming smiled and took her hand. You can't ride it yourself. I'll carry you. With that said, he hugged her waist and lifted her onto the horse. Hey, Yu Minmin was shocked when she got up. Luckily, Gu Jingming jumped up and sat on the chair. He wrapped his arms around Yu Minmin's waist from behind and held the reins with both hands. His breath was right beside Yu Minmin's ear as he hugged her. It was as though her entire body was curled up in his strong embrace. It was a sight that made one's heart soften and yearn for it. Gu Jingming seemed even taller in this way. Contrasted with Yu Minmin's small body, he looked so strong. When the people outside heard the noise, they couldn't help but raise their heads. When they saw Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming coming out like this, they couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect Mr. President and Mrs. President to be so loving. Envy me. Look at how cold our Mr. President is to everyone. At this time, he is so good to Mrs. President. He even carried Mrs. President out like this. Sigh, some girls felt that this was even more romantic. Riding on a horse, they didn't even want to look valiant and heroic. They might as well sit in a man's arms and not do anything at all. However, it was a pity that not everyone had Gu Jingming to back them up. Everyone looked at the other men. Although they were all rich and had hundreds of millions of yuan in wealth, none of them was as rich as Gu Jingming and had such an imposing manner. Everyone felt even more envious of Yu Minmin. On the internet, Gu Jingming had never brought a woman with him. But today, not only did he bring the president's wife, but he also showed off his affection. It was an eye-opener for them. Yin Suya couldn't help but feel her heart ache even more as she watched. She pulled the reins and couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around and ran away with the horse. When they arrived, Gu Jingming got off the horse and walked slowly with Yu Minmin. The scene was so exquisite that it could be printed as a postcard. Everyone looked at Gu Jingming with a smile. Jingming, are you here to bully us single people today? Gu Jingming looked at the female companions they brought. How could they call them single? However, to these rich men, female companions were indeed just female companions, not girlfriends. Yu Minmin was also watching. She felt very surprised. Although these stinky men from rich families were telling the truth, they were still doing it in front of a woman. Yu Minmin couldn't stand it anymore. She patted Gu Jingming and said, "Let me down. I want to go to the washroom." Hearing this, Gu Jingming walked over. Everyone was amazed as they watched him carry Yu Minmin down. He looked so cool. Yu Minmin didn't think much of it. She smiled awkwardly at everyone and hurried to the washroom. At this moment, Gu Jingming saw Yin Suya raise her head and look into his eyes while holding the reins of the horse. Everyone knew about them. All the people in the club had seen them come so far. Thus, the few of them quickly gave the place to the two of them. Yin Suya's mouth was trembling. She looked at Gu Jingming and asked, "Is she pregnant?" Gu Jingming fiddled with the reins in his hands. He looked calm and said, "Yes. You're going to be a father." In Suya's voice was trembling. Gu Jingming said, yes. In Suya looked at his face and said, I'm so jealous. What should I do? Jingming, I'm so jealous that she can give birth to your child. She was really jealous. The more jealous she was, the more regretful she felt. These were all hers. Why did she have to push them away? All these envious and amazed gazes belonged to her. Gu Jingming took a deep breath and said, Suya, it's all over now. But, alright, I'm going to find you Minmin. It's not safe for her to go to the washroom alone. You're so considerate towards her now. In Suya was in disbelief. Gu Jingming said, yes, she's actually not bad. Not bad, for Gu Jingming, who was a man of few words, not bad was probably the highest comment he could give to someone. In Suya moved. She felt as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. Gu Jingming didn't turn around. He walked towards the door. But, just as he reached the door, Gu Jingming heard the person inside moaning. Gu Jingming paused for a moment. His eyes moved and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He went to the door. What's wrong, Minmin? He knocked on the door and asked. Yu Minmin's voice came from inside, but it was very soft. Behind him, the bodyguard walked over. Sir, what's wrong with madam? Open the door, Gu Jingming ordered. The bodyguard hurried over to pull the door handle. Gu Jingming couldn't wait any longer. He pushed the bodyguard over and said, move. Then, he kicked open the washroom door. Yu Minmin fell to the side, holding her stomach. It hurts. She raised her head and said weakly. Not long after she reached the washroom, her stomach started to hurt. She thought it was just normal pain. Unexpectedly, the pain became more and more severe. It was an unusual kind of pain. It was so painful that it scared her. She suddenly thought of the child. Her and Gu Jingming's child. Gu Jingming's face darkened. He lowered his head and hugged her tightly. He carried her horizontally and dashed out of the washroom. Chapter 741. Gu Jingming was very fast. He dashed out of the room with Yu Minmin in a few steps. The people outside still didn't know what had happened, but Gu Jingming had already gestured for the driver to drive off. In Glass Palace. Gu Jingming stood outside. His expression was so serious that no one dared to go near him. The room was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping on the floor could be heard. After some time, the doctor came out of the room. Looking at Gu Jingming, the doctor pursed his lips and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Gu Jingming spoke first. How is she? The doctor took a deep breath and said, Sir, the operation has been done. Madam had an ectopic pregnancy this time and the fetus is attached to one side of the fallopian tube. Now that the operation is over, Madam's body is fine and the fallopian tube is saved, but the fetus, ectopic pregnancy. The child would definitely be lost. Gu Jingming's hands slowly clenched. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly raised his head. He seemed to have returned to normal in an instant. He strode into the room. He pushed the door open. Yu Minmin was lying there with a pale face. She looked very tired. Hearing the movement, she raised her head and saw Gu Jingming. She moved her lips. The child. She was about to speak, but Gu Jingming had already walked over. He held her hand and asked her to continue lying there. There will be more children. You should take care of yourself. The next one will be official. Yu Minmin was stunned. Indeed, the child was gone. However, she wasn't surprised. She had already felt it when her stomach hurt. In the afternoon, Lin Che, who had just heard the news, rushed to Glass Palace. Shen Yuran also came with him. Yu Minmin looked at the two of them, smiled and said, "Forget it. Don't treat it as a big deal. It's just an ectopic pregnancy. This is very common." Lin Che sighed and looked at her. Lin Che sighed as he looked at her. "All right, it's good that you found out early. It's good that you're fine. Besides, the president's medical team is better and has saved the fallopian tubes. In the future, you'll still be this healthy. It won't be a problem to have as many children as you want." Yu Minmin glared at her and said, "You should just take care of your own body. Don't worry about me. Yuran, you too. I heard that you're getting married and you're busy with your wedding. It's really not that big of a deal for me. I didn't even think about having a child in the first place. It's just a sudden accident. I haven't even realized it yet. You guys are even more anxious than me." At this moment, the servant came in and brought over the refreshments and tonic soup prepared for Yu Minmin. Lin Che said, "Let me." She looked at the things that were brought over and said in surprise, "So many." The servant explained on the side, "You ordered me to prepare it. He also specially said that Madam's body is weak. You have to watch Madam drink all of this." Shen Yuran said, "So much nourishing soup. After drinking it all, how many times do you need to go to the toilet in a day?" Yu Minmin also sighed and said, "All right, put it aside first. I'll drink it slowly." Ever since Gu Jingming left Lapis Lazuli Palace, he had been sending people to deliver things to her. He took care of her a little too much, which made her a little speechless. Yu Minmin said, "You guys can leave first. I'm really fine. It's just a small operation. Lin Che, when you leave in a few days, I still have to send you off. Forget it. You should just stay here and rest. You don't have to send me off. We'll video call each other later." Lin Che and Shen Yuran bade Yu Minmin farewell. After Yu Minmin and the others left, she rubbed her stomach, feeling a little regretful. If only the child could be born, but thinking about it, it felt so unreal. When she married Gu Jingming, she had only thought of herself as a tool. Otherwise, how could she have gotten involved with someone like Gu Jingming? But now, she had almost given birth to his child. The child of the Gu family. Thinking about it, she felt that fate was really strange and magical. But now, everything had become a dream. She thought that she really couldn't keep the child. Shen Yuran and Lin Che left together. Shen Yuran sat in the car and looked at Lin Che. She doesn't look very sad. Is there a problem? Lin Che said, "She's much stronger than we thought. Luckily, she found out early. She just found out that she was pregnant, and then she found out that it was an ectopic pregnancy." Shen Yuran thought about it and agreed. Otherwise, it would be even more heartbreaking to find out that the child couldn't be born when she was looking forward to the birth of the child. Shen Yuran said, "I thought that you were going to have a child together. If that's the case, the Gu family would be so happy to have 2 children together." Lin Che said, "She will still have a chance in the future. I think Mr. President is actually very good to her. At first, I thought that Mr. President was really just using him, so I kind of hate him for being so duplicitous. But now that I see that he's very good to Min Min, I think that maybe people really change. Yeah, people like Mr. President always have things that they can't control. No matter how they start, if the ending is good, it's also a good thing." The two of them looked at each other and Lin Che said with a smile, "How's the wedding preparation going?" Shen Yuran said, "My mom said that she wanted to get engaged first, and she actually asked for 500,000 yuan as a wedding gift. I really don't know what to say about her, but Chen Yuqing actually gave it to her. My mom had nothing to say, so she said that she would listen to our arrangements. We'll hold it next month in China and then abroad. I originally wanted to say that we could hold our wedding together, but thinking about how important the people you're going to attend your wedding, I think it's better not to go and join in the fun. Lin Chase said, actually, I don't want to hold such a grand wedding either. Moreover, I'm pregnant now, so it's not good to hold it too grand. But because it was prepared beforehand, it's not good to change it. After the incident in Country A, Lin Che really felt that as long as the two of them were still alive and could still be together, and their child was still fine, then nothing else mattered. The wedding was because it was a gift from him to her, so she had to accept it. It was also because he was the one who gave it to her, so she was also very happy. Shen Yuran said, then when you go abroad in a few days, Min Min can't send you, so I'll send you. Lin Che held her hand and said, you should also go and busy yourself with your wedding. Dr. Chen is really a good person. I believe that you will be very happy with him. I hope so. It's just that his family hasn't agreed. Shen Yuran felt that a blessed marriage would definitely be happier, but his family just couldn't stand him, so they reluctantly agreed. Chapter 742. Lin Che said, that depends on whether you're willing to sacrifice something else. Nothing is perfect. If you want to be with that man, you'll have to sacrifice something else. What do you think is more important, being with him, or having a blessed marriage, Was there a need to say it? Shen Yuran wanted to be with Qin Yuqing. She admired everything about him, and loved everything about him. As Shen Yuran thought about it, she became even more determined. She didn't want to think about anything else. At this moment, Mu Wanqing found out about Yu Minmin and said that she wanted to visit him. She only called Lin Che because she knew about Lin Che's relationship with Yu Minmin. However, Lin Che said that she had already been there. Mu Wanqing had no choice but to go over and visit him herself. Actually, her relationship with Yu Minmin wasn't as good as with Lin Che. Even though they were both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, there was always a sense of intimacy. After all, Lin Che was personally chosen by her, and Lin Che was so likable. Therefore, even though she felt that Yu Minmin wasn't bad, she wasn't that familiar with Yu Minmin for the time being. Therefore, before she hung up, she specially told Lin Che to wait for her outside. After seeing Yu Minmin, Mu Wanqing went to meet Lin Che. When she saw Lin Che, she smiled and said, it's a pity that Min Min died this time. Fortunately, you're all young and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Che said, yeah, Min Min will be fine. Mom, don't worry. Mu Wanqing sighed and smiled at her, saying, forget it, don't think about so many unhappy things now. Your health is important. I wanted to meet you here because I remembered that there are still some things I haven't bought. I wanted to buy them for you myself, but you are the mother of the child after all. It would be better for us to choose together. Lin Che asked curiously, what else is there? Mu Wanqing said, it's just some things for the child, such as the decorations in the room and some clothes. I want to buy some fabric and get the auntie at home to make some quilts. Come and see what looks good. Although that was Mu Wanqing's plan, if she really bought it, it wouldn't just be a quilt. They had practically swept through the shopping mall and bought many bags of various sizes. When they were tired and worried that Lin Che had walked for too long, they brought Lin Che to a nearby place to rest. At the same time, Gu Jingze also called Lin Che and asked where she was. Lin Che said, I'm with Mom at this mall. I know. Rest more. Don't walk around all the time. Let the people around you do it. Don't force yourself. I know, naggy ghost. Gu Jingze put down the phone and looked up. He saw Gu Xiande standing at the door. He came to the company again, looked at Gu Jingze and said, I've asked all the board members to vote to remove you from the position of president. The whole Gu's has nothing to do with you now. Come home with me. Gu Jingze stood up. They want to remove me from my position. I don't really believe it. The members of the board of directors were all old friends of the Gu family. How could they not know that with Gu Jingze's presence, they could get dividends in peace? If it weren't for Gu Jingze, the Gu family would have fallen apart, and they would not have such a good life now. They had long affirmed Gu Jingze's leadership position, and they all stood by his side. However, what Gu Jingze did not know was that Gu Xiande had put down his old face to persuade everyone. Gu Xiande only said that he was doing it for the good of the Gu family, for the good of everyone. Although Gu Xiande was no longer in charge of the Gu family, his prestige was still there. Moreover, most of the shares of the Gu family belonged to the Gu family, and the master of the Gu family was still Gu Xiande. Therefore, everyone had to listen to him for once. Gu Xiande looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Don't forget, you are not the master of the Gu family yet." Gu Jingze leaned forward slightly and put his hands on the table. He looked at the old man in front of him, who had shrunk in height because of his old age. "Grandfather, you have been against everyone in the family all these years. Aren't you tired? I have listened to you and left Mo Huiling. Now, you want to continue to interfere in the matter between me and Lin Che. Do you think this is fun? Without me, the Gu family will be in trouble within a week. Do you not care about the safety of the Gu family?" Gu Xiande shook his head. "No, you will understand in the future. I am doing this for the sake of the Gu family." Gu Jingze knew that it was useless to say anything to Gu Xiande. "Grandfather, can't you think about the younger generation? Lin Che is pregnant. At this time, you can't let us go and let the child be born safely." Gu Xiande also wanted to, but he did not have that much time. Gu Xiande could only smile bitterly and look at Gu Jingze. "Jingze, I did not say that I don't want the child. It's just that we will raise the child. If you insist on being with Lin Che, you will only harm Lin Che. Now, I still want this child. When you force me, you should know that as long as I am the master of the Gu family, no matter how strong your wings are, you will not be able to resist me, unless you wait for me to die." Gu Jingze's eyelids twitched. How could he hope for his grandfather to die? However, Gu Xiande's gaze was cold. It seemed that he was determined to go. He would not care about anyone or anything. Gu Jingze even felt that he had never felt this determination from his grandfather before. It was as if he would really interfere in the matter between him and Lin Che even if he died. Gu Xiande said, "There will be a child eventually. This morning, Jingming told me that Min Min also had a child. Although it was gone in the end, you should know that you are not the only male in the Gu family. If you want an heir, the Gu family has many ways." Gu Jingze said, "In the beginning, you asked me to marry Lin Che because she was the only one I could touch. Now that I haven't recovered from my illness, don't you think it's strange?" Gu Xiande chuckled. "No, I've said it before. I asked you to marry her because you can marry any woman, but you can't give up your life for any woman. So I don't want you to waste your time with Mo Huiling. I don't want you to put too much effort into her. But Jingze, you give yourself too easily. You're not suitable to be with any woman. When you're with Mo Huiling, you're like this. When you're not with Mo Huiling, you're still like this. You're really making me doubt whether I've made the right choice to hand the Gu family over to you." Gu Jingze closed his eyes. "Are you really going to do this?" Gu Xiande laughed coldly. "I have no other choice. Jingze, I also want to have more time to teach you. I want you to understand that women are just women. But this time, you actually went against me for her. In the future, will you lose the entire Gu family because of her? I can't afford to take this risk. The Gu family can't afford to take this risk either. So, I can only choose this." Chapter 743. Gu Xianda narrowed his dangerous eyes and looked at him sharply. All right, you're no longer the owner here. Leave this office. Gu Jingze silently walked around the desk and only picked up his clothes. Grandfather, if you continue like this, you'll really be alone one day. Gu Xianda snorted. As the head of the Gu family, you're destined to be alone. If you still don't realize this and think that you still have to protect that woman, then you're indeed not suitable to be the head of the family. However, I need to remind you first that a man can't be ruthless. In order to achieve his goal, he can sacrifice everything. Now, I'm going to sacrifice Lin Che. If I can't do it in the future, I might even sacrifice you. Jingze, I can easily make you lose your current position. How long do you think you can protect Lin Che now? For the rest of your life. Gu Jingze paused. He stopped by the door, but he didn't turn back. He just continued to walk out of the door silently. At home, Lin Che got a lot of things. Seeing Mu Wanqing pile up such a big pile of things again, she felt very helpless. When Gu Jingze came in, Lin Che quickly said, I'd better go abroad as soon as possible. Otherwise, I suspect that Mom is going to buy the entire B city for me. Gu Jingze came to Lin Che's side, looked at Lin Che, and slowly held her hand. Lin Che looked up. What's wrong? Gu Jingze just looked at her quietly. At this moment, he was also glad that he couldn't do anything to her. He knew that she was pregnant, so he could only endure it. Otherwise, if he continued to do it with her now, he was afraid that he would be too impulsive and accidentally hurt her. After an unknown period of time, he finally said, Okay, if you want, we can send you abroad as soon as possible. Okay, I don't have anything to do anyway. It's fine if it's early. Okay, I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. Gu Jingze held her hand. Let's go and rest. Sleep with me for a while. Lin Che lifted her eyes to look at him as he walked into the bedroom with her in his arms. Even if they didn't do anything, just hugging each other made people feel warm. Gu Jingze held her until the wee hours of the morning. His eyes were still sparkling. He quietly kissed her on her eyes and carefully tucked her in with the quilt. If possible, he really hoped that she would stay by his side so innocently for the rest of her life. That was something he had never thought about Imo Huiling. Therefore, what his grandfather said wasn't right. He wasn't someone who fell in love with everyone he met. Towards Imo Huiling, he only had a faint feeling. He had never been like Lin Che, who couldn't control his emotions and only wanted to be good to her. Even if he gave the whole world to her, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He had never imagined that there would come a day when he would have such strong feelings for someone, much less Lin Che. However, he had no choice but to admit that he was deeply in love with this woman. Moreover, he could not let go of her. Therefore, for her sake, he had to stand higher. Just as grandfather said, a man must be ruthless. In the darkness, his obsidian-like eyes faintly lit up. Then, it slowly returned to the darkness, the next day. Gu Jingze arranged a plane for them. Early in the morning, Lin Che had already packed his luggage. Gu Jingze asked someone to send her to the airport first. Then, he drove her there himself. In the car, he looked at Lin Che and said calmly, Remember, don't run around. Protect yourself. You have to do this even more when I'm not by your side. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, Don't worry, I will. For the sake of our child, I will be careful. Actually, after the incident with Li Mingyu, she had tried her best to be careful. Because she knew that she would have to pay for an accident, so she didn't dare to be so careless. However, at this moment, behind them, there was a car gradually approaching. Gu Jingze's sharp eyes looked through the rearview mirror. He glanced at the black cars behind them. 1, 2, and then more and more. Gu Jing's car gradually sped up. Lin Che felt the car speeding up. Soon, the cars beside them were overtaken by her one after another. She couldn't help but reach out to grab the handrail above her head. Although the car was stable, it was moving at an extremely fast speed. The cars beside them looked on. With a swoosh, a dark blue car sped past them. The drivers passing by all wanted to curse out loud, but when they saw the logo of the car, they immediately sneered with jealousy. You are so great because you are rich. You drive a car worth millions like it is a plane. However, the people behind them felt that something was wrong. Because when the two cars sped past them like the wind, the black cars behind them also sped away. Wow, what's going on? Are they racing on the street? Some people also felt that something was wrong. It was like a scene from a movie. The people in front seemed to be running wildly, and the cars behind seemed to be chasing after them. Lin Che, of course, had noticed something was wrong. She looked at Gu Jingze, whose face was as cold as ice. He pressed his jaw tightly and his long sleeves quickly turned the steering wheel. His expression was firm, but there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Gu Jingze, who are the people behind us? Gu Jingze said, my grandfather's men. They. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered what Gu Xiande had told her the other day. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che comfortingly. We changed to another airport at the last minute. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Che knew that nothing would happen, but she also understood that something must have happened. Gu Jingze did not want to tell her. Perhaps he was afraid that she would be worried, or perhaps he was afraid that she would overthink. But Gu Jingze must have encountered something. Soon, the car sped across the street like the wind. The traffic police in front of them naturally noticed this scene. He wanted to stop them, but he immediately saw the blue logo on the back of the car. He immediately realized that it was the Gu family's car. The traffic police did not dare to look at it anymore. Something must have happened. But no one dared to interfere with the Gu family's business without the permission of the higher-ups. The car smoothly crossed a bridge. Then, it turned into a small road. Gu Jingze's judgment was fast and steady. His precise hand speed helped him to get rid of the people behind him. Then, the car turned into a small road and sped all the way to the airport. Gu Jingze knew that Gu Xiande did not allow him to send Lin Che away. Gu Xiande was afraid that Gu Jingze had already realized that Gu Jingze wanted to hide Lin Che completely from him. After all, Gu Xiande was Gu Jingze's grandfather. They were related, so he understood Gu Jingze's thoughts. However, although Gu Xiande had removed his title in the Gu family, he could not remove the power that Gu Jingze had cultivated himself and his personal guards in the Gu family. Finally, the car stopped at a private airport. Chapter 744. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che down from the car and walked forward quickly. He held Lin Che's hand tightly. Lin Che, the servants and guards are already waiting for me over there. When I'm done here, I'll pick you up. Lin Che could feel the cold sweat on his palm. Her heart ached. She suddenly felt as if they were parting forever. But she believed in Gu Jingze. She nodded and held Gu Jingze's hand back. I'll wait for you. She nodded firmly at Gu Jingze. Then, her eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. On the control panel, the staff were ready. The plane took off slowly. In a few hours, it would disappear into the sky and land on the other side of the ocean. Gu Jingze turned around and watched the plane take off behind him. He picked up his phone and called Gu Xiande. Grandfather, you don't have to chase after him anymore. Lin Che has already left, and you won't be able to find him. I'll tell you this, I'm your only choice. The position of patriarch is still mine, and Lin Che. Don't even think about threatening his life anymore. Otherwise, as the saying goes, a vicious man cannot be ruthless. I can't guarantee that I won't do anything to make you regret it. After a long time, a soft sigh came from the other end of the phone. Jingze, you'll understand sooner or later, no need. I don't want to understand your thoughts anymore, grandfather. After saying that, Gu Jingze pressed the button to end the call. Then he straightened his hand and strode out of the green lawn, on the other side of the ocean. Lin Che had been here for a few days. She first turned on the TV and looked for news about Sea Country. Soon, she found that there were changes in Sea Country. There was a sudden purge in the Gu Corporation. Gu Jingze seemed to have been voted out of the board of directors. However, no one from the Gu Corporation came out to explain the situation. They only saw the change of the company's shares. Although the news said little, Lin Che knew that something had happened to Gu Jingze. At this moment, Lin Che felt more and more that people couldn't live under someone's protection forever. In the past, Gu Jingze had protected her too well. Until the very end, Gu Jingze still wanted to protect her and let her maintain her naivety. However, she had to be strong. At least strong enough to protect herself. Lin Che understood that Gu Jingze had been forced to send her overseas in advance. Moreover, this was not Los Angeles, nor was it Hollywood. Instead, they had come to the unplanned Seattle. In China, Lin Che followed the original plan. The studio directly said that she was going abroad to study, but they didn't directly say where she was going. No one seemed to know that Lin Che was currently living in Seattle. When his stomach was a little bigger, Lin Che pushed the trolley and strolled around the supermarket. In fact, after coming out, she seemed to have gotten rid of some things, such as the problem of fame. Here, she could be herself without worry. Seattle was too big, and there were very few people who knew her. In addition, she did not go out much, so it was like she was in another world. When she had nothing to do, she would cook at home, go out to learn foreign languages, play the piano, learn shooting, take a walk, and make friends. She lived a fulfilling and happy life. When her belly was bigger, she spent more time reading and shopping in the supermarket, hoping that her body and child could be healthy. On this day, there were still not many people in the supermarket. She wandered in the vegetable section and was choosing tomatoes when she heard a familiar voice. Tomatoes are good. Buy some tomatoes. The female voice was as soft as the chord of a piano. She turned around and saw Mu Firen, who was dressed in a dress, and she froze for a moment. Sister Firen, when the other party saw Lin Che, he was also stunned. She looked at Lin Che in astonishment. She had never expected such a coincidence. Lin Che hadn't read the entertainment news for a long time after he left Sealand, so he didn't know when Mu Firen had come here. However, what surprised her even more was Mu Firen's belly. Mu Firen's belly was obvious. She was pregnant, and her belly was about the same size as hers. She said in surprise, "Sister Firen." She was stunned for a moment, and then said hurriedly, "Congratulations, Sister Firen, you're pregnant too. Are you taking care of your baby here?" Mu Firen's eyes were slightly unfocused for a long time, and then she looked at Lin Che with a surprised smile. "Yes, I'm taking care of my baby and didn't tell the media that I'm pregnant, so..." "Wow, you too." When old friends met, the two of them naturally found a cafe to rest in. They ordered a simple meal and drank some fruit juice. "I haven't read the domestic news for a long time, so I didn't know you're pregnant," Lin Che said. Mu Firen smiled bitterly, looked at Lin Che, and said lightly, "I don't want to hide it from you. After you saved me that day, I found out I was pregnant. What did that mean?" Lin Che cried out in surprise, "No way, the baby." She stared at Mu Firen in shock. When she saw Mu Firen nodding her head in a murmur, tacitly admitting that the child was conceived after she was raped that night, Lin Che really found it hard to believe. However, it seemed that she had decided to give birth to the baby. Mu Firen touched her belly, and there was more warmth in her smile now. She was no longer the glamorous star in the past. Now, she was just a mother who was about to welcome a new life. She said, "The doctor said that my ovaries were touched and my uterus was hurt. This baby was hard to come by, and if I aborted it, I might not have the chance to be a mother again, so she didn't want to lose this baby. Moreover, since that day, Mo Ding ignored me, and he couldn't accept that I had sex with another man on my wedding night. I think my only hope now is him." She gently touched her belly with her hand. She smiled and said, "At that time, I thought about committing suicide several times, but in the end, he gave me the courage. No matter what I've encountered, the baby is innocent. He is a piece of white paper, and he may be the color I paint on it. I want him to be colorful, not dark, so I want to give birth to him, educate him, cultivate him, and let him live a more colorful life." Lin Che had always admired Mu Firen, and today, he admired her courage from the bottom of his heart. She had experienced so many things, pain, glory, and fall, but Lin Che admired her even more when he saw that she was still trying hard to live. Chapter 745. Lin Che looked at Mu Firen. "What are you going to do next?" Mu Firen smiled. Although she was not as proud as she used to be, she was calm now. "Of course I'm going to give birth to the baby and raise it." "Oh yes, what's your address? You live near here, right? Otherwise, why would you come to this shopping mall? Is Gu Jingze with you?" Lin Che raised his eyebrows, smiled and shook his head. "He has his own things to do, and so do I. I'll give you my address. We can hang out together when we're free. Anyway, we live so close to each other." "That would be great. It's boring to be alone here." Lin Che didn't feel bored at all. She had a lot of servants, chefs, and bodyguards around her. But indeed, it was nice to be able to chat with Mu Firen. The two of them could raise the baby together, which was a lot more interesting. After that, Mu Firen often came to see Lin Che. They often organized activities and invited their neighbors to gather together. Meanwhile, in China, Lin Che didn't attend Shen Yuren's wedding. Instead, he sent a red packet. On the other hand, Yu Minmin came. Because of Yu Minmin's arrival, Father Shen and Mother Shen were even more shocked. They even specially called Yu Minmin over to take a photo with them. They told their relatives everywhere that this president's wife was their daughter's friend. Shen Yuren's wedding was also very grand. Her wedding gown were all custom-made. Chen Yuqing's parents didn't come back from America, but it didn't affect the grandeur of the wedding. Many people from abroad came to support Chen Yuqing, but the Gu family, who had always been close to Chen Yuqing, didn't come. It was said that the changes in the Gu family hadn't ended yet. They were busy with internal reorganization, so Gu Jingze only sent a red packet. After the wedding, Shen Yuran and Chen Yuqing went back to America to settle the marriage procedures. Then they held a simple wedding in America. When they came back, Shen Yuran and Chen Yuqing moved together. Missy Shen asked in a low voice, "You're so lucky. You moved to such a nice place and live in a 2-story villa. We're still living in such a small apartment." Shen Yuran pretended not to hear her and kept packing. Missy Shen continued, "Look at Yu Minmin. He became the president's wife and moved his parents to live in the villa." Shen Yuran stopped and glared fiercely at his mother. She felt that she did not know what kind of sin she had committed. Other people's parents would think about their children, but her parents did not. She said, "I don't have anything to begin with, and I still want to ask them for it." Mom, how low do you want your daughter to be in their family? Are you happy living in the house that I asked for with my blood and tears? Hey, how can you say that? I didn't ask you to beg them. It's just that their family doesn't know any better. They have so many houses, so what if they give you one? Shin Yuran felt that he couldn't get through to them, so he simply didn't say anything. Chen Yuqing was playing with his phone outside. When he saw Shin Yuran come out, he smiled and pulled her into the car, kissing her on the cheek. Shin Yuran said, "Stop fooling around. Someone can see it." What? Kissing your own wife is a natural thing to do. It doesn't matter who sees it. There was an email from Shin Yuran. Chen Yuqing knew that it was definitely from Lin Che. He wanted to lean over to take a look, but Shin Yuran leaned to the side. The two of them sent emails every day, but they didn't let him see them. Chen Yuqing was speechless. "I'm your husband. Why are you hiding things from me?" "Yeah, I promised Lin Che that I wouldn't tell anyone about her. This is Gu Jing's arrangement. Are you not going to listen to him?" Chen Yuqing rolled his eyes. "Seriously, you're so secretive. It's as if you want to know. It's not that I'm afraid of you, but it's always good to be secretive. Who told the old master of the Gu family to be so scary?" Sigh, every family has its own difficulties. But can't Gu Jingza survive that old master? Old master is so old. Looking at him recently, I think he won't be able to survive for more than a few years. Even if the Gu family has so much money, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for more than 4 or 5 years. Shin Yuran said, "Although I think it's wrong to curse others, that's what I think in my heart. If he's so evil, he might as well die." Sigh, you'll think that I'm very evil, but I'm just saying it to you. I won't really curse him. I'm just thinking about it in my heart. Of course not. You're my wife. You're my wife when you're good, and you're my wife when you're evil. He put his arm around her shoulder and kissed her. Outside, Shin Yulan was looking down from the balcony. Seeing the two of them kissing without restraint in the luxurious Porsche, she felt even more jealous in her heart. Both of them were daughters of the Shin family, but one was so lucky, while the other was. She looked at herself and felt that she was extremely shabby. Shin Yuran originally thought that she would never be liked by the Chin family. However, when she was pregnant, she found out that she was pregnant with twins. Without any external help, and without any ovulation medication, she naturally became pregnant with twins. At this moment, the Chin family was overjoyed and happily brought her to the United States to take care of the babies. After the babies were born, several nannies took care of them together. Shin Yuran didn't have to worry a lot. Otherwise, she really felt that she would die of exhaustion with 2 babies. At the same time, after the Gu family settled down, Gu Jingza finally regained his power. In the change of the Gu family's shares, he became the biggest shareholder. The authority of the head of the family was about to be handed over to him, and no external force could stop him. However, when Shin Yuran heard that Gu Jingza had been very close to a woman recently, she couldn't help but feel angry. However, Chen Yuqing only said to Shin Yuran, "Don't worry. He hasn't recovered yet and has been taking medicine. Even if there's a woman by his side, what can she do?" Only then did Shin Yuran remember that he had a bad habit of not being touched by women. She said angrily, "That won't do. You can't even have a woman under 3 meters. Chen Yuqing shook his head and said, "You women are too controlling. You can't even be within 3 meters. In this world, there are only women and men. He can't just use women in his entire company, can he?" Shin Yuran leaned against Chen Yuqing and said, "But I heard that this woman is the granddaughter of someone. She seems to be very powerful and has the military and political power in her hands. Don't tell me that Gu Jingza got along with her just because she has power. Forget it. Does Gu Jingze still need her power? He's just treating her well because of the relationship between the two families. Is he going to kick her out and forbid her from getting close to him? Shen Yuran murmured, anyway, that's not what I heard. People say that he spoils her very much. Alright, don't just listen to the wind. Chapter 746. In May, the flowers were in full bloom. Seattle. Lin Che pushed open the door and shouted, Sister Firen, have you seen our Nian Nian? Mu Firen was making milk for the baby. She walked out with the milk bottle and looked at Lin Che in surprise. Why? Is he gone? He's not here today. I'm making milk for Yunyun. Wait, I'll ask Yunyun if she saw him. Yunyun was sitting obediently on the chair inside. When she heard the voice, she looked up and pouted. Her big bright eyes made her look like a little elf. Yunyun, have you seen Brother Nian? About that, Mom, Brother Nian didn't want me to tell you. Lin Che walked in hurriedly. What is this troublemaker doing? Why didn't he tell me? Yunyun said, Auntie Che, Brother Nian didn't go to cause trouble this time. He went to do something important. Lin Che felt that something was wrong when he heard her say that. Yunyun fiddled with her two calves, and the little skirt she was wearing swayed back and forth, looking very cute. Yunyun, tell Auntie. Otherwise, Nian Nian will be in big trouble if I don't help him deal with the trouble he caused, right? Yunyun is the most obedient, unlike Brother Nian who only knows how to cause trouble every day. Yunyun, hurry up and tell Auntie. Auntie is worried. Yunyun was 3.5 years old. She was born half a month later than Nian Nian, so she was the younger sister and Nian Nian was the older brother. However, the two of them had very different personalities. Yunyun was obedient and sensible, while Nian Nian was sultry and stirred up trouble. The two of them grew up together, and because they had a good relationship, Mu Firen decided to move next to Lin Che's house. But today, Nian Nian had disappeared since morning. She thought that Nian Nian had sneaked out to play with Yunyun again, but he didn't come at all. Yunyun hesitated for a long time and finally pouted. Brother Nian Nian said that he was going to look for his father, so what? So he went to take a big plane. Lin Che almost fainted. Where did Nian Nian go? Gu Xinian. Just you wait. He was only 3.5 years old. How could he go to Country C by himself? But no matter what, Gu Xinian did run away. He ran away alone. Country C. The plane landed at B City International Airport. After everyone got off the plane, they were surprised to find a child dragging a suitcase by himself, looking at his mobile phone while walking out. If a sharp-eyed person were to sneak a peek at him, they would discover that this milky-looking kid was actually looking at the navigation. Not long after, he picked up his phone and called someone. On the phone, he said, "Hello, I booked a hotel in Seattle yesterday. I've arrived at the airport now. May I know where you are?" The person on the other end of the phone thought he had seen a ghost. Why did this voice sound like a child's? The person at the side looked at the doll and asked, "Hey, little friend, why are you alone? Where are your parents? Did he get lost from his parents? Do you want me to call the police for help?" The boy looked up with his cold eyes. His pitch-black pupils took up a large part of his eyeballs, so his eyes looked especially bright, like black pearls. They were so clear that it was amazing. However, his face was foul. After hearing the woman's words, he said calmly, "Miss, I think you should be the one who needs to call the police. Your mobile phone has been stolen. Didn't you notice?" The woman was stunned. She turned around to grab her mobile phone. Then, she screamed, "Aw, where's my mobile phone? Why is my mobile phone missing?" The little boy shook his head speechlessly and muttered, "You can't even take care of yourself and you still have to care about others. People these days are so boring." Soon, they got into the hotel service car that they had booked. The hotel staff couldn't believe that the person who had booked their hotel through the computer yesterday was the little brat behind them. How did their hotel manage to get through? He was alone and his age wasn't high enough. Didn't their internet system find out? However, this little brat quickly used his American passport to check in. Then, he said to the staff, "Get someone to send my luggage up and send me to the Goo Corporation first." With that said, the little boy took out a ticket and said to him, "Sorry for the trouble. This is your tip." All the passers-by in the hotel were looking at this little boy. His steps were especially confident, and the expression on his face didn't seem to be that of an ordinary child's. He still had a childish face, and he looked very calm, even calmer than an ordinary adult. He took out a pair of black-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them on. He pushed his glasses up. Behind the lenses, his dark eyes shone with sharpness. "Daddy, I'm coming. Are you ready?" At the same time, Lin Che had already booked the earliest flight as soon as possible and was ready to rush back to Country C. At the airport, Lin Che dragged his luggage with one hand and held the phone with the other. "Min, I'll get off the plane soon. I'm worried that the little brat has already gone to the Goo Corporation. You must stop him. This little brat is very hard to control. When you see him, don't believe anything he says in case you get cheated." On the other end of the phone, Yu Minmin said speechlessly, "Are you kidding me? He's your son. How can you talk to your own son like that?" Lin Che felt a headache coming on. She was worried and angry about this little brat. She just wanted to teach him a lesson when she saw him. "You don't know how bad he is. Anyway, you'll know when you see him." Yu Minmin said, "Okay, but aren't you going to tell Gu Jingze when you come back?" Lin Che paused and said to Yu Minmin, "I'm not going to tell him. He's a loose man. I'm living a free life abroad. Why should I tell him? I'll go back after I pick up the child. So let's leave it at that. I won't tell anyone for now." "Hey, he can't touch anyone. You know that. Cheating is more serious." "Alright, this Yun Luo girl is only chasing after Gu Jingze. I think Gu Jingze doesn't take her seriously at all. It's just that she's not very low-key and goes to many places. That's why everyone thinks that Gu Jingze dotes on her." Yu Minmin thought, "Dotes on her? That's because these people are ignorant. They don't know how much Gu Jingze dotes on Lin Che." However, Lin Che didn't want to say anything else. She looked at the time and said, "Okay, I'm going to board the plane soon. Go and look for Nian Nian first. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll help you catch your little brat." Chapter 747. Lin Che boarded the plane and turned off the phone. After the plane took off, she turned on the personal TV on the plane and watched the news. The Goo Corporation has acquired the Sanjin Group and expanded its territory to more than half of Country M. After the Goo Corporation and the Yun Corporation cooperated, Gu Jingze's personal value increased by 3 times and the number of supporters increased by 30%. The Goo Corporation's business empire is expanding this year. Gu Jingze personally said that he will only stay at the Goo Corporation's headquarters and will take a wait-and-see attitude towards the development of the other branches. He doesn't want to restrict his own development. The Goo Corporation's internal staff said that Gu Jingze has taken over the Goo Corporation. The original leader of the Gu family, Gu Xianda, has basically retired behind the scenes. Lin Che had known about this a long time ago. Shen Yuran had angrily told Lin Che about the little vixen by Gu Jingze's side. She was 1 year older than Lin Che and was not married yet. She followed Gu Jingze around every day. The rumors outside were very bad, saying that Gu Jingze had an affair with her. When Lin Che first started to live alone, she would sometimes feel sad in her heart. However, she gradually understood that it was because she and Gu Jingze weren't strong enough. That was why their reality couldn't support their feelings. Thus, she had to become strong enough to play her role well, and not be protected by Gu Jingze all the time. Only then would she be able to choose to love someone better, and not be dominated by others. Therefore, Lin Che took the initiative to stop listening to Gu Jingze's news. Instead, she enriched herself and raised her child. Although she felt a little sad for Gu Jingze, she actually believed that Gu Jingze had his reasons for doing what he did. If she couldn't even trust him, why would she say that she wanted to become stronger? However, she was indeed a little resentful towards Gu Jingze, especially after the news of the collaboration between the Yun family and the Gu family spread like wildfire. She didn't want to see this jerk. She thought to herself that she was only here to take Nian Nian away so that she could reflect on herself. She didn't want Nian Nian to see her father, whom she had never met before. Lin Che had never hidden anything from Nian Nian. Nian Nian knew who his father was, and also knew his identity. He knew that he was accompanied by the Gu family's guards, and that his father was busy expanding his business. Due to various reasons, he couldn't see him. Nian Nian was more sensible than other children, and knew more. Sometimes, Lin Che really suspected that he had completely inherited Gu Jingze's intelligence and ability, and not hers. She didn't know if Gu Jingze was like this when he was young, but she definitely couldn't control this little brat now. She was already satisfied that she wasn't fooled by him, while Lin Che was rushing over to Country C. A little brat appeared in front of the Gu family's building. He raised his head and looked at the Gu's building. It was the same as what he had searched on the internet. It should be here. Gu Jingze, his biological father, was somewhere upstairs. He quickly walked in. Inside, the receptionist was a little surprised to see a handsome little boy appear at the door. "Excuse me, little boy, who are you looking for?" Because the little boy was very handsome, the receptionist subconsciously spoke to him in a gentler tone. He raised his head and said to the beautiful lady in front of him, "I'm looking for your boss." "Our boss?" The receptionist asked curiously, "Which boss are you looking for? Which department are you from? Is your father from one of our departments?" Gu Xinian said, "Yes, my father is the boss of this company." "Which department are you from?" Hearing that his father was the boss of the company, the receptionist became much more patient. Gu Xinian said, "The biggest boss." "What?" "Gu Jingze," Gu Xinian said. The receptionist was a little petrified. She looked at him speechlessly and said, "Little boy, get this straight. Our CEO Gu has never had a child. Don't come here and cause trouble. If your father is really the boss here, you should wait at the door obediently. If it's only your mother who told you this, your mother is probably lying to you. You can't believe everything a mother says." The receptionist was speechless. She felt that it was because their CEO was too popular that some mothers fantasized about him. They even told their children that Gu Jingze was their father. Now, they had educated their children wrongly. The child really came here to acknowledge his father. Gu Xinian didn't want to waste any more time. He only said, "Then, give this to my father. Just say that my name is Gu Xinian and I'm here to settle the score with him." The receptionist looked at the thing he brought. It was a photo of a woman carrying a child. It looked a little familiar. On the back, there was an English name written in fluent characters. He said, "This is my English name." The receptionist took the photo. She was speechless. She wanted to give it to Gu Jingze too. But she couldn't take it. She was just a receptionist. How could she have the chance to meet someone as important as Gu Jingze? I can't give it to you. Look, just then, a swift and decisive person pushed the door open and walked in. When she saw the little boy at the door, her eyes lit up. Gu Xinian. She called out his name accurately and walked over quickly. The receptionist was stunned at first, then she looked up in surprise. The president's wife. The person who came was the president's wife, Yu Minmin. Recently, she had attended many high-profile parties with the president and showed off their affection on the spot. Many people had seen it, so she immediately remembered the president's wife's appearance. Moreover, the relationship between the president's wife and the Gu family was so clear that the Gu family knew her even better. Gu Xinian turned around immediately. When he saw the person, his expression changed. He was a little guilty, but he quickly calmed down. The calmness on his face was surprising. Hello, Auntie Minmin. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me. But I'm here to see my father. The receptionist was even more shocked. What did he call the president's wife? Yu Minmin said speechlessly, all right, it's not our first time meeting. The first time I saw you, you were still wearing diapers. Not only had he grown up in the blink of an eye, but he was also so mischievous. He looked different from ordinary children. Gu Jing's genes were amazing. Yu Minmin had only seen him once before. When she went to America, she passed by Seattle and secretly went to visit Lin Che. Although she often mentioned him on the phone after that, she didn't go to see him again. She only occasionally looked at him through video calls. Chapter 748. Gu Xinian said, all right, you're here at the right time. I want to see my father, but they won't let me. Yu Minmin said, your mother is worried sick. Come with me now. I'll take you outside. Luckily, not many people knew that he had snuck out. Otherwise, if someone found out that Gu Jing's child was wandering around on the street, it would be terrible. Gu Xinian wanted to resist, but when he saw that Yu Minmin came with the president's bodyguards, he could only shrug calmly and say, all right, let's go. Yu Minmin was surprised that he was so easy to talk to. She quickly brought him to the car, thinking that Lin Che was wrong. Didn't he say that he was a little brat? He looked easy to talk to. In the car, Yu Minmin called Lin Che, but the call didn't go through. Thinking that he was on the plane, she quickly called Shin Yuran. Yuran, don't look for him. I've already caught him. I'm going to your place now. Let him stay at your house for a few days and wait for his mother to come and catch him. Well, don't worry. I found him in the Gu Corporation. I haven't seen his father yet. He won't be able to see him today either. His father is attending the state banquet today. He's not at the Gu Corporation. She hung up the phone and looked at Gu Xinian, who was sitting obediently by the side. His small face and small mouth resembled Gu Jing's, but it was a little different. It was a combination of his mother's and father's genes, and it had a unique flavor to it. Well, he was even more handsome. He might even be more handsome than his father in the future. Just as she was thinking about this, Gu Xinian suddenly said, Auntie, I want to pee. What? At this time, a child can't hold his urine. I can't help it, he said. Yu Minmin was speechless. Was this something a child who couldn't hold his urine would say? However, she quickly asked the driver to pull over and went into a shopping mall. She took him in to pee, but he refused and said that he wanted to go to the men's toilet. She asked someone to follow them and waited outside. However, after a while, the bodyguard came out and said quickly, Madam, bad news. Young master is missing. What? Yu Minmin was so surprised that he almost threw the phone in his hand. What are you talking about? The bodyguard was also shocked. He pointed inside and said, "Young master said he was going to defecate and found a place to sit, but there was no sound for a long time. I knocked on the door, but there was no sound. When I broke the door in, I found." Young master climbed out of the window. Yu Minmin pushed the door open and walked in. Gu Xinian was nowhere to be seen. She hurriedly asked someone to stop them. She called Shen Yuran and said gloomily, "I can't take it anymore. He's missing again. I suspect that he heard us say that Gu Jingze was going to attend the dinner party, so he followed him." Shen Yuran expressed his confusion. What did he mean by lost again? Yu Minmin quickly told her what had happened. Shen Yuran said happily over the phone, "Are you kidding me? You've been deceived by such a small trick." Yu Minmin exclaimed, "What do you mean by such a small trick? He's only 3 years old. Furthermore, his behavior in the car was especially normal and innocent. Those big eyes of his were especially sincere. You didn't see him like that. No one would be able to guess that he was so honest on the surface, but he already had other ideas in his heart. It's all my fault. Previously, Lin Che told me not to believe this little brat's words. I thought he was just a kid. Alright, what are you going to do now? What else can I do? I can only find him." Yu Minmin sighed and said, "Otherwise, how can I explain it to Lin Che, at the state dinner? It was a banquet that was not very grand. The people who came to attend were some top rich people, so there were not many people. After all, those who could be invited to attend the banquet in the National Hall of the Great Hall must be of high status." A few people gathered at the side and talked about it, looking at a delicate woman who came in. She was in her 20s and was good at taking care of herself. Her small face looked very tender, and she looked very elegant. Her eyes swept around and unconsciously revealed the elegance and indifference of a lady from a rich family. She did not need to speak, but she exuded a kind of superior aura. "Did you see that? That's Yun Luo. I heard that Gu Jingze has been spoiling her recently." Sure enough, she appeared when Gu Jingze came today. She looks really good. Not only is she good-looking, but she is also the daughter of the Yun family of Country M, which holds great military and political power. That's the most important thing. Logically speaking, Gu Jingze doesn't care about the Yun family of Country M. Yes, but with this identity, she is stronger than others. Gu Jingze is such a powerful man, so the woman around him must be a level higher than others. She looks like a good match. Oh, I'm so jealous of her. She can stay by Gu Jingze's side all the time. Stop talking. Look, the people from the Gu family have come in. Is Gu Jingze here? Gu Jingze had indeed arrived. The moment he entered, Yun Luo was already beside him. She smiled at Gu Jingze and said, "Jingze, you're here." The eldest daughter of the Yun family, Yun Luo, was different from other young ladies. She was always unruly and had no desires, which made people a little speechless. Gu Jingze grunted and said to her, "You don't have to walk around if you're not feeling well. There's a private room inside. You can go in and take a seat." Yun Luo had been born with a congenital heart disease since she was young. She was lucky to be alive until now. Yun Luo said, "It's okay. I'll be fine if I stand for a while. Thank you for leaving the private room for me." Yun Luo looked at him with eyes that were as clear as a spring, filled with gratitude. However, at that moment, outside, a little brat suddenly appeared in the security guard's sight, holding an invitation in his hand. He had just stolen the invitation from Yu Minmin and handed it to the security guard. The security guard looked at him in surprise and asked, "What's your relationship with the president's wife?" Gu Xinian looked up. "The president's wife is my godmother." How could the security guard believe him? He had never heard of the president's wife having a godson. Moreover, it was such a little kid who had come with the president's wife's invitation. The security guard said, "Wait here, I'll go in and ask." Even though he said that, the security guard called the headquarters directly. "There's a kid here pretending to be the president's wife's godson. He looks very suspicious. The strange thing is that the invitation he's holding is real." Gu Xinian had already sensed that something was wrong. He quickly found an opportunity and slipped in. When the security guard turned around, Gu Xinian was already gone. The security guard was so frightened that he quickly sounded the alarm in the security room. "Oh no, someone broke into the banquet. Quickly go in and look for him." It was a mess outside. The security guards were dispatched to look for the missing little boy. At the same time, they reported to the inside that a suspicious little boy had run in. Because any one of the people inside was worth a fortune, they didn't dare to let their guard down. At that moment, inside, Yu Minmin had no choice but to look around, but to no avail. The people outside had actually started to arrest people. She had no choice but to run in front of Gu Jingze. "Gu Jingze, this is bad. There's something that only you can help with." Gu Jingze frowned as he looked at Yu Minmin. Even though they were both in the Gu family, it seemed like it had been a long time since Gu Jingze had spoken to Yu Minmin like this. "What is it?" "Something happened to your son," she said. Chapter 749. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed. Meanwhile, outside, a few security guards went out to look for the kid, but they couldn't find him. "Where did he go? He's just a kid and you can't even look after him. If he barges in and offends the big shots inside, you'll all be in deep trouble," the security team leader shouted. "He disappeared as soon as he came in. I don't know which family's kid is from. I'm afraid he's too fierce." "All right, I've never heard of Mrs. President having a godson. He obviously stole something from her. He's a thief." "Why do you care about a thief?" Hearing this, everyone quickly looked around, prepared to deal with him the same way they would deal with a thief. In the end, they still couldn't find him. Someone saw a shadow from the direction of the washroom, but it disappeared after entering. The security team was furious. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Kid, when I catch you, I'll teach you a lesson." Just then, someone shouted, "Quick, he's here." When everyone heard that, they ran over even faster. The security guard pointed at the door and said, "He went in, but he locked the door. What should we do now?" The team leader snorted and said, "Break the door. I want to see who he is. What kind of god is he? He's just a child, yet he managed to fool you." The people behind immediately took out their weapons. The team leader knocked on the door and shouted, "You little brat, you better come out. If I go in, I'll beat your ass. How dare you come here to cheat? I think you're tired of living. I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your family. What kind of child is this to be a thief at such a young age?" There was no movement inside. The team leader scolded angrily for a long time, but no one responded. He asked, "He can't escape, right?" The person next to him immediately said, "It's a storage room. There are no windows. He definitely can't escape. Break the door." The few people quickly went to pry open the door. After a long time, the door was pried open. Gu Xinian, who was inside, had nowhere to hide. He stood inside and looked at the people who rushed in. "Hey, I'm actually here to look for Gu Jingze." The few people were stunned. Then, the team leader laughed and ran over to pick up Gu Xinian's clothes. "Little one, I'll let you run again. I'll teach you a lesson this time. Who told you to be so naughty at such a young age?" But at this moment, stop. A calm voice with a hint of anger came from inside. As soon as they turned around, they saw Gu Jingze standing behind them. The narrow storage room immediately became even more crowded. Although Gu Jingze was the only one who walked in, his strong aura had instantly drowned the rest of the people. No matter how big the room was, it would not be able to fit so many people. Needless to say, Yu Minmin and Yun Luo, as well as the Gu family's bodyguards, had also rushed over. The team leader glanced at the child in his hands. Then, he looked at Gu Jingze's serious expression. His cold eyes flashed. They seemed to have been carved from the same mold as the little boy's eyes. Gu Jingze's eyes met Gu Shunyan's little face. His body moved and he quickly flashed to the team leader's side. He kicked the security guard away and wrapped his arms around Gu Shunyan's body, pulling him into his arms. This was his son, his son. Gu Jingze looked at him, his eyes fixed on his little face. Although Gu Shunyan looked like him, he also looked like Lin Che. From this little face, he could clearly see Lin Che's shadow. Although he had always missed him, he knew that he couldn't go see them. Gu Xiande was right about one thing. A real man needs to be ruthless. If he wanted to be ruthless, he had to be ruthless. He couldn't have any weaknesses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get to where he was today when the Gu family was in chaos. For Lin Che's safety, for the child's safety, not just for a moment, but also so that they wouldn't have to fear anyone in the future. He gave up on a moment of happiness and was prepared to decorate himself as a man of steel to fight for himself. Until now, he had finally become the head of the Gu family. However, just as he was about to bring up the idea of going to see Lin Che and his son, Gu Xinian unexpectedly came running over on his own. How could he not be shocked? How could he not be pleasantly surprised? Gu Xinian looked at the man who was hugging him speechlessly. Can you put me down first? You're making me deviate from my plan by hugging me like this. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this child? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes as he looked at the little boy. Your plan. Where is your mother? Is she here too? Where is she now? Is she here? Gu Jingze couldn't help but ask. Gu Xinian said straightforwardly, my plan is to formally ask for a divorce on behalf of my mother. This way, my mother can go on a date with other uncles, and I can have another father to call. But with you hugging me like this, I can't say some things. Ask for a divorce. Nian, I am your father. You only have me as your father, and your mother only has me as her husband. She doesn't have any other uncles, and it's impossible for her to have any. Do you understand? Father. The surrounding people were stunned. Who was this little brat that Gu Jingze was talking about? This little boy was Gu Jingze's son. The group of people were so shocked that they almost peed their pants. Since when did Gu Jingze have a son? Yu Minmin watched the scene from behind. Although she felt that she had let down Lin Che's expectations, she still felt sad to see the father and son reunited. Who said that rich families were all good people? No one saw the helplessness in her heart. Yu Minmin saw Gu Jingze's hard work and loneliness all these years. Now, she finally saw the sweetness after the bitterness. She was actually very happy for them. As for Lin Che, forget it. How could she not know how Lin Che felt about Gu Jingze? Even if he said that he didn't want to see him, he and his wife should settle their matters. She didn't want to get involved. However, Yun Luo was a little stunned. He stood there and looked at Gu Jingze and the little boy. This is Jingze's child. Hearing Yun Luo mumbling to herself, Yu Minmin crossed her arms and said, yes. Why? Didn't Gu Jingze tell you? Yu Minmin shrugged and looked at Yun Luo. Perhaps it was because she favored Lin Che too much, so when she looked at Yun Luo, she felt that she couldn't compare to Lin Che in any way. Chapter 750. At this time, she was looking forward to Lin Che's return. At that time, she would let those people have a good look at who the woman in Gu Jing's heart was. She didn't dare to say anything, but she came back with a child. She didn't want them to talk nonsense about Gu Jingze and this woman. Gu Jingze didn't say anything else. He carried Gu Xinian and walked out. "Tell me where your mother is first." Gu Xinian said, "Can you let go of me first?" "No, you have to tell me first," Gu Jingze said firmly. Yun Luo hurriedly chased after him and asked curiously, "Jingze, what exactly happened?" Gu Jingze turned back and said, "It's nothing, some family matters. You can continue playing, I have something to deal with." Yun Luo's face was full of doubt after he dismissed her with a few words. However, just as she was about to speak again, she saw the boy in Gu Jingze's arms look at her with his back facing Gu Jingze. He looked as if Yun Luo was a lowly woman. Yun Luo's heart skipped a beat. Yu Minmin caught up and looked at Yun Luo. She said, "I'm sorry, Gu Jingze is like this. He doesn't care about anything when it comes to Lin Che. I'll talk to Lin Che later. You can go back first, or I'll call someone to pick you up." Yun Luo blushed. She lowered her head and smiled. "Lin Che. Gu Jingze's wife from before. What do you mean by before?" Yu Minmin looked at her unhappily. "It's still the same now." Yu Minmin's face was full of sarcasm. She glared at her without hesitation. Yun Luo was stunned again. Ever since she was young, no one had dared to look at her with such disdain and speak to her so rudely. But when the person who spoke to her was Yu Minmin, the president's wife, she could only widen her eyes and look at the first lady, who was inexplicably hostile towards her. Yu Minmin snorted, walked past her and walked out. Her expression made Yun Luo feel even more strange. Lin Che. What kind of person was he to be able to give birth to Gu Jingze's child? Gu Jingze bade farewell to the banquet and left with Gu Xinian. Yu Minmin was speechless. She quickly took out her phone and called Lin Che. Fortunately, Lin Che's call went through after he got off the plane. "Min, how is it?" "Oh no, your husband ran away with your son." I'm sorry. I didn't control your son. I wanted to stop him, but it was too late." "What?" "The Yun family." Yun Luo returned home in a bad mood. Yun Quishan hurriedly looked at his precious daughter. "What happened? Didn't you go to the party with Gu Jingze?" Yun Luo had a weak expression on her face. Jingze's wife came back and she even brought a son with her. He just left me at the banquet and left by himself." What? His wife, you mean, that woman called, what's her name? She's back. How is this possible? It's true. Yun Quishan pondered for a moment. He knew that his daughter had admired Gu Jingze for a long time, and he absolutely agreed to her being with Gu Jingze. After all, it was Gu Jingze. He slammed the table. "I'll go to the Gu family and ask Gu Jingze what's going on." Seeing this, Yun Luo hurriedly chased after him. "Dad, don't go alone." The Gu family. Gu Jingze came back with a child in his arms. The entire Gu family was in an uproar. "Oh my God, is this young master? He looks a little like Madam. What about Madam? Is Madam back too?" Although the servants were well behaved, they couldn't help but feel anxious. As for Gu Jingze, he looked at the child who was standing there fearlessly. "Tell me, where is your mother?" Gu Xinian said, "Didn't I say that I don't know?" But at this moment, the people outside suddenly said that the Yun family had arrived. Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinian and asked them to keep an eye on him. After they went out, he said, Mr. Yun, I have some family matters to attend to tonight. It's not convenient for me to entertain you. Yun Quishan said directly, Jingze, what's going on? Why did you suddenly come back with a child? Your grandfather didn't say that you had any children. Didn't he say that you were divorced? Hearing the word divorce, Gu Jingze's eyes flashed with anger. Who would dare to say that he was divorced? Yun Quishan was suddenly stared at coldly by him. Although he was much older than him, this young man made his heart palpitate. Especially that stare just now, it seemed to be laced with murderous intent. Yun Quishan couldn't help but change his words. No, your grandfather was just saying. Outside. Lin Che got out of the car. When she looked up and saw the Gu family's house, she felt as if she was dreaming. But after so many years, this place hadn't changed at all. She quickly ran over. Unexpectedly, there were a few cars parked at the entrance. They were the Yun family's cars, and there were also a few bodyguards standing there. They were the Yun family's bodyguards. Seeing that someone had come over, they were about to rush into the Gu family's house. The Yun family's bodyguards were a little nosy. Miss, you can't just enter this place. Lin Che looked at them. You are, but the next moment, she saw the Yun family's logo. So the Yun family had come to the Gu family's house at night. Lin Che sneered and said to them, I'm here to pick up my son. Everything else has nothing to do with me. As she said this, she continued to walk inside. Unexpectedly, a few men blocked her way. We are advising you not to go over. Otherwise, swords and guns will have no eyes. Lin Che sized up the bodyguard. She looked indifferent. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. The bodyguard immediately came over to pull her back. Unexpectedly, this seemingly weak woman suddenly turned around and grabbed his wrist. She didn't know where she used her strength, but she easily threw the tall bodyguard over her shoulder and onto the ground. The surrounding bodyguards immediately surrounded them. You know who we are, but you dare to hit us. This is the Gu family's house, and you still dare to barge in. You're not a big person, but you have guts. Although a few years had passed, Lin Che still looked like a young woman in her 20s. After all, she was too young when she met Gu Jingze, and she wasn't that old now. Lin Che looked at them. Not just you, even if Gu Jingze were here, I would still pick up my son. You can't stop me. Ha, you talk big. Everyone, let's go together and stop her. However, at this moment, Gu Jingze suddenly walked out quickly. The door opened and his voice pierced through the night. Lin Che. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She felt as if she had been electrocuted. She lifted her head and looked in the direction of the voice. As soon as the voice fell, that familiar figure suddenly approached. Gu Jingze. It was indeed Gu Jingze, but, just as Gu Jingze walked over, Lin Che suddenly grabbed Gu Jingze's arm and gave him a greeting gift. Gu Jingze fell to the ground until he fell onto the thick concrete floor. Gu Jingze didn't even realize what had happened until he fell to the ground. Chapter 751. The people around them panicked and wanted to surround them. But unexpectedly, Gu Jingze waved his hand and said, "Don't move." Then, he stood up from the ground and looked at Lin Che. His gaze narrowed. For a moment, it was as if he wanted to surround the woman in front of him with his eyes. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. Gu Jingze, who had just been thrown by a woman, was not angry at all. Instead, he looked at the woman in front of him with a smile on his face. The corners of his lips were curled up, as if he was hooking up thousands of miles of romantic air. The spring breeze between his eyebrows was like the unfolding of the 6th month, which made people couldn't help being stunned. He walked in front of Lin Che and grabbed Lin Che's arm. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he said to her calmly, "You're back." Lin Che frowned. Seeing him like this, she lowered her head and pushed his hand away. "Let go of me." Gu Jingze still held on to Lin Che. "Lin Che, I wanted to pick you up in a few days, but you came back first. You really gave me a surprise." Lin Che ignored him with a straight face. "I'm not back." "You better get it straight." "What do you mean you're not back?" Gu Jingze looked down at her face and frowned. Lin Che looked at him, unwilling to be outdone. "I'm back to pick up Nian Nian and bring him back to Seattle. Don't misunderstand." Gu Jingze's eyes moved. He did not let go of her. Instead, he held her hand even tighter. "How is that possible? Since you're back, don't even think about leaving." Gu Jingze's gaze was locked on her fair face. Lin Che looked away with a cold smile. "Why? Do you want me to stay here and watch you flaunt your love? Forget it. I'm not in the mood and I don't want to disturb you here." Gu Jingze's face turned cold. "Whose nonsense did you hear? Whether I'm spouting nonsense or not, isn't the person standing here the best proof? Let go of me, Gu Jingze." Lin Che swept his gaze over the Yun family's bodyguards and chauffeurs. Gu Jingze's cold eyes swept across the surroundings. The Yun family's bodyguards, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly felt their bones turn cold. They wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground to hide in and get away from his frightening gaze. Gu Jingze held her hand and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Lin Che. In the past, I didn't dare to go see you. Although I had my own reasons, you've suffered all these years. I know it's my fault. No matter what you do, I'm willing to take responsibility." Was a simple sentence enough to let her off? Lin Che looked at him. "You don't care what I do. There's nothing else I want to do right now except go back to Seattle." "Go back?" Gu Jingze said, "What do you mean go back? This is your home." Gu Jingze knew that she hadn't had much contact with any man in the past years. Except for Gu Jingyu, she would always go over to visit him. The other person she had the most contact with was Mu Firen. Lin Che said, "Who told you that this is my home? The name on the property here is yours. You bought it and decorated it. It's all your people. This is your home. It has nothing to do with me. Let go of me and return my son to me. I'll leave immediately." "Lin Che, I said I was wrong, but I don't regret it at all. If I had gone to see you earlier, I might not have the courage to come back and finish what I had to do. Moreover, it would be very dangerous for you and the child. I know that even if I did this, you would be sad, but I had to do it. I wouldn't be happy if I made you sad. When I made this decision, I had already decided that no matter how you punish me after you come back, I would accept it. But you can't leave." Gu Jingze held her hand and kept talking. Of course, Lin Che was unwilling. She shook her hand even harder. She said, "Can't you let go? You're the dignified CEO Gu. How can you be so unreasonable? In front of you, I'm just your husband, not some CEO." He let her struggle and refused to let go. Lin Che had no choice but to step on his foot. However, no matter how fast she was still no match for Gu Jingze. He dodged it in an instant, but then he saw Lin Che kick him in the middle. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed, and he quickly dodged it. This time, he couldn't let her go. He reached out and lifted her up. Lin Che still wanted to dodge, but he seemed to have seen through her movements and pulled her onto his shoulder before she could do so. Lin Che was stunned. She hit his back directly. Gu Jingze, put me down. We'll talk when we get back. Are you going to let go or not? If you don't blame me for being rude. Lin Che looked at his shoulder and said ruthlessly. Gu Jingze said, it doesn't matter how rude you are. Lin Che gritted her teeth and bit down on his shoulder. Gu Jingze stopped in his tracks. He could feel the pain, the sensation of her teeth piercing through his thin shirt and directly touching his skin. She was really ruthless. However, Gu Jingze closed his eyes and continued to carry her forward, as if nothing had happened. Lin Che bit his lips until they were numb, but he didn't move an inch. Lin Che could only let go of him and let him carry her inside. When they entered the door, they saw the Yun father and daughter coming out. They saw Gu Jingze walking in. There was some blood on his shoulder. It looked like he was injured. The woman on his shoulder couldn't be seen clearly, but it was obvious that she was in a bad mood. It wasn't hard to imagine that the injury on his shoulder had something to do with her. The Yun father and daughter were stunned. They said in surprise, Jingze, this is. Gu Jingze looked at them. I have family matters to attend to. Forgive me for not seeing you out. The Yun father and daughter were stunned, but Gu Jingze had already walked up the stairs. He didn't look at the two of them and disappeared inside. The people outside were in an uproar. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't understand what had just happened. Gu Jingze had been thrown by a woman, and then he continued to apologize to her as if nothing had happened. No matter what she said, he didn't look angry at all. Who was that woman? All the servants in the Gu family were in an uproar. Madam was back. Although the husband and wife had started fighting the moment they got back, but, as long as she was back, everything was fine. In the room. When Lin Che was put down, he felt as if he had returned to a few years ago. The things here were exactly the same as before. Nothing had changed at all. He even saw that the cosmetics on the table were the ones she had used in the past. Some of them were half-used and hadn't been touched. Although they had been wiped clean, the place hadn't been changed. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Gu Jingze behind him. Chapter 752. Gu Jingze's shoulder was stained with blood. She had bitten him with all her might. Although the wound couldn't be very big, the shirt was too clean, so it was very eye-catching. Gu Jingze frowned and looked to the side. Then he simply pulled a few buttons off his shirt. By the time Lin Che realized what was going on, his chest was already exposed. His strong muscles were much stronger than they looked in the past. Because he had nothing to do at home, he used exercise to vent his gloomy mood. Over the years, his body had become much stronger than before. However, Lin Che was stunned. Why did he take off his clothes in the blink of an eye? Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Gu Jingze looked up and saw that Lin Che had bypassed him and was about to leave. He strode over and stopped Lin Che. Don't run. The moment Lin Che raised his head, he bumped into his sturdy chest. The 8 muscles on his chest were extremely conspicuous, and his bulging pectoral muscles were clearly visible to his eyes. The masculine smell was obvious. This familiar smell made her feel slightly confused. Gu Jingze, are you going to take off my clothes? This man was too shameless. He had just entered the room and he had started taking off his clothes. Gu Jingze was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and looked at her evasive eyes. He directly grabbed her wrist and pushed her against the wall. Forcefully against the wall, she looked up. His lips were approaching, and his cheeks were also pressing down. His eyes were full of boldness, and they completely pressed on top of her head. She felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the air was thin. Gu Jingze get out of my way. If taking off is useful, I don't mind taking off. His voice was ambiguous, and his voice lingered on her lips. It's useless. There are many men like you abroad. They are tall, strong, and very handsome. Ha! But according to my understanding, the person you interact with the most is Mu-Firen. As for the others, you are not familiar with any of them. Even if you are familiar with them, they are definitely not as good as me. Lin Che glared at him fiercely. He hated how confident he was right now. However, Gu Jing's gaze shifted, and he looked at Lin Che with deep affection. He said in a low voice, "No matter what method I use, I won't let you leave. Lin Che, even if you hate me, even if I'm tired, I'll still trap you here." Lin Che said, "Yes, I hate you. You're so annoying, let go of me." Lin Che, "I'll leave this place for you. You said that this isn't your home, but this place has nothing to do with you. Actually, it isn't. This place is filled with you, your shadow is everywhere. Ever since you left, I've been living in another place. I've never come in, because this place has always been waiting for its mistress to move in. So, how can you leave?" Lin Che was about to be swallowed by those abyss-like eyes, but her rationality told her that she couldn't. These were the sweet words of this stinky man. She did not want to believe them. "You've been practicing your words of love quite well these past few years. It seems like Miss Yun's contributions cannot go unnoticed." She turned her head and said. Gu Jingze stared at her. "Yun Luo. She's just the daughter of a friend. I only came into contact with her because her family wanted me to help her find a doctor to treat her illness. You know, because of my illness, I have my own research center, which includes many of the world's most advanced technologies. Her family is very worried because she hasn't recovered for a long time, and they want me to use my research center to help her do some research. They want to develop a new type of heart valve to treat her illness." Lin Che harumphed. "Yes, just a little research, and the two of us ended up in bed." Gu Jingze turned sideways and nodded. His hand was still on the wall as he looked at her expression. "So, you're actually unwilling to come back because you're jealous, right?" Lin Che looked up angrily. "Don't be so shameless. Who's jealous because of you? If Nian Nian hadn't come back on his own, would never have come back." His words reminded her of her purpose of coming here. Her gaze changed. "Where is Nian Nian?" Gu Jingze said, "I've found someone to take good care of him. Don't worry, he's my son. I won't let anything happen to him. Get lost in your dreams. He's my son. Isn't your son also my son? Forget it. He's mine alone. It has nothing to do with you. I've been living with him for so many years. Who do you think you are?" Thinking of this, her gaze became even more determined. She stared at him and suddenly thought of something. While he was not paying attention, she hit the wound on his shoulder. Ouch! Gu Jingze felt the pain and subconsciously loosened his grip. Lin Che took the opportunity to slip out of the room. Gu Jingze endured the pain and hurriedly chased after her. "Lin Che, don't run. I know you're unhappy. I promise you, I won't let you go again. Not in this lifetime." "Sorry, I don't believe you." Lin Che pulled the door open. Gu Jingze held the door open with one hand. Lin Che moved and looked up to face him. Gu Jingze frowned. "You can't leave." Lin Che gritted her teeth. She knew that everyone here was his people. It would be difficult for her to leave. She looked at him and said, "You said that I can do whatever I want. Now, I want to see my son, but I don't want to see you. I can stay here, but you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll definitely leave this place even if I have to do everything I can. Hearing her compromise, Gu Jingze paused and thought for a moment. Then he nodded. Okay, I promise you. Lin Che said straightforwardly, then, this room is mine. Can you leave now? Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. Okay, I'll send him here immediately. Nian Nian. Lin Che waited for him to step out of the room and closed the door without hesitation. Outside, Gu Jingze looked at the tightly shut door in front of him and sighed softly. He ordered the people beside him, get someone to bring young master here. But no matter what, she was here now. He had originally planned to go to Seattle to pick her up personally and resolve the conflict between the two of them. Unexpectedly, he had no choice but to mess up his plan now. Not long after, the child was sent to the room. Lin Che looked at Gu Xinian and pulled the little guy in gloomily. You little rascal, who told you to sneak here? How did you get the plane ticket and hotel? If he hadn't sneaked away, she wouldn't have been able to come back. Now that she was back, she was locked up here and had to deal with the annoying Gu Jingze. That's right, he was an annoying person. Chapter 753. Gu Xinian said, Mommy, you called me here to talk about this. Lin Che said, now I'm locked up here and can't get out because of you. You little brat, I told you to be more well-behaved. Now, you've only been well-behaved for a few days, and you've already caused such a big trouble. Now, think of a way to get us out of here. Otherwise, you just wait and see. Since Lin Che gave birth to him, he naturally knew what he was thinking, so he didn't hold back when he spoke to him. Gu Xinian spread his hands expressionlessly and pushed his glasses up his nose. Mommy, aren't you going too far by letting a 3-year-old like me think of a way? Lin Che directly grabbed his collar and dragged him inside. Now you have the nerve to call yourself a 3-year-old, humph. I'm a 3-year-old, but Mommy, you're not even as good as a 3-year-old. Just admit it. Scram. Lin Che looked at him angrily. Gu Xinian said, even a 3-year-old can tell that you've been waiting for your daddy all these years, but you're still so unreasonable when you come back. Really? Lin Che's face flushed red. Gu. Sure. Nian. Mommy, you're not the only one who misses daddy. I miss daddy too. Also. He patted his little pants, raised his feet, and sat on the chair in front of him. Although he wasn't tall enough and his legs could only droop, he looked decent. Also, Mommy, the main thing is that I searched all the elite single men in the world and realized that the rich ones are too old, and the handsome ones aren't rich. Even if they are rich, they're not as rich as Daddy. So, I feel that there's really no man who can compare to Daddy. Since he's your best choice, forgive him for now. We'll see how he performs in the future. If he can't do it, we'll make other plans. So, was he choosing a father or a sugar daddy? She felt that she had failed in her education. Otherwise, why would he be so snobbish at such a young age? Nian Nian, you have to know that finding a father is about finding the warmth of a family. You can't think like you do. This is not right. However, Nian Nian looked at Lin Che and said, Mom, don't be silly. It takes a lot of time and energy to observe a man's true heart. You need at least a year to get to know him, 2 years to get used to it, and 3 years to convince yourself that it's him. However, every man will turn bad. Good-looking men will turn bad, ugly men will turn bad, rich men will turn bad, poor men will turn bad. Since that's the case, why don't you find a rich and handsome man? Even if he turns bad, at least you can still look at him. Lin Che really felt that he was about to be convinced, but, Gu Xinian, stop brainwashing me. Gu Xinian said, Mom, I'm telling the truth. Since you still have a father in your heart, why should we leave? However, if you can be a little unreasonable and ask him to apologize a few more times, it's fine too. We can pretend that we want to leave, but we can't. Alright, Mom, it's decided. I'm going to sleep now. Hey, you. Lin Che hurriedly pulled him. You're sleeping with me tonight. Where are you going? Gu Xinian turned around and said coldly, Mom, you're already so big. I don't think you need me to accompany you anymore. It's better for me to sleep next door. Who wants me to accompany you? However, at this moment, Gu Xinian went to open the door. Then, a big white dog darted in from outside. Lin Che was stunned. Gu Xinian's face was ashen. After an unknown period of time, Lin Che suddenly remembered. Wasn't this Prince? He had actually grown so big. Prince was so fat that he looked like a meatball. He was several times bigger than before. He had been raised so well that his fur was shiny and he looked majestic. If he went out like this, no one would think that he was a little mongrel anymore. Wow, Prince, 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 do you still remember me? Lin Che pounced over and hugged Prince. Prince also whimpered excitedly. He fell onto Lin Che's shoes and started rubbing against them. At the back, Gu Xinian said speechlessly, it's just like what the internet says. There's a stinky dog here. Gu Xinian had never been interested in dogs or cats since he was young. He had always avoided them as much as he could. He was like his father in this aspect. Lin Che raised his head. What are you talking about? This isn't a stinky dog. It's a dog I raised. It's your brother. Come over and take a look. Gu Xinian pushed his glasses. Mom, Mr. Darwin almost jumped up in anger when he heard you say that. It's a canine, I'm a human, he's not my brother. This child was really not cute at all. Gu Xinian said, I found it on the internet a long time ago. It said that there's a cheap Chinese countryside dog in the Gu family. I didn't expect it to be Mom's. Mom, it's already a problem for you to feed yourself. Why are you so stubborn to raise a dog? Gu Xinian, get out of here. Lin Che glared at him and looked down at Prince. Prince, you're so big and mighty. I miss you so much. Come and give me a hug. Just then, the door opened and a servant walked in. Madam, you're finally back. Prince misses you so much. Look at how close he is to you. Lin Che looked up and saw a familiar servant. He smiled at her and said, I miss him too. I miss you guys too. The servant said, we miss you too, but the one who misses you the most is Sir. Sir has just prepared some clothes for you. Although the clothes inside are clean, they're from a few years ago. At the mention of that annoying man, Lin Che's face only tensed up. He said, leave it here. It's okay. I'll just stay here for a while and then I'll leave. Madam, you don't want to. Since you're back, why don't you stay? Young master is already so old. He should have a home and live with his parents. Lin Che said to the servant, this matter. I'll think about it slowly. The servant tactfully left the room. Lin Che walked in and Prince immediately followed. The dog was really a very intelligent animal. After so long, he still remembered her. He still remembered that she was his owner. He just came over and stuck to her. And behind her, Gu Xinian could only follow with a cold expression. Outside, Yun Kuishan looked at Yun Luo. Was that Gu Jing's ex-wife? Yun Luo sat there, clenching her hands. Maybe. Yun Kuishan glared at her. You only know how to be a yes man. Look at her, she just walked in. You don't even know how to fight for her. If you like Gu Jingze, just tell him. If you don't tell him, how will he know? Chapter 754. Yun Luo's face turned red, but she couldn't say anything. Dad. I'm not, that's enough, daughter. Dad is just worried about you. I didn't see what that woman looked like. She must have come back because she knew you were here, so she came back to steal your man. You have to be careful. Jingzi treats you so well that it arouses others' jealousy. That's why she came back. This shows that Jingzi treats you too well, that's why, Dad, but I feel that Jingzi treats that woman. He seemed to be very special to her. He indulged her so much, but she hurt him and threw him in front of so many people. If it were someone else, he would have been taken away, but Gu Jingzi didn't do anything to her. Instead, he directly carried her away. What can he do to that woman? Humph, no matter what, Gu Jingzi sent her abroad for so many years. It can be seen that she is just like that in Gu Jingzi's eyes. She only gave birth to Gu Jingzi's child. Without the child, she is nothing. At night, Lin Che called Mu Firen before going to bed. I'm still at the Gu mansion. I can't go out today. Help me take care of my family. I'll think of a solution tomorrow. Mu Firen smiled. Think of a solution. How can you escape from Gu Jingzi's house? Sigh, don't mention it. It's all Gu Shinian's fault. Maybe he really misses his father. No matter how smart he is, he's just a child, Mu Firen said. Lin Che paused for a moment and looked at the child who had already fallen into a deep sleep. Children sleep well when they are young. Maybe it's because they are carefree and don't need to think about anything. She reached out her hand to touch Gu Shinian's cheek. It was soft and felt really good to the touch. She sighed. Indeed, he's just a kid. The next day, Lin Che got out of bed and started packing his things. His luggage had been delivered yesterday. It wasn't much, but he still had to pack. Gu Shinian was sitting by the side, reading something on his tablet. When Gu Jingzi hurriedly walked in, Gu Shinian only raised his head with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He looked at Gu Jingzi and silently lowered his head to continue looking at his tablet. Gu Jingzi grabbed Lin Che's luggage and said, "Why are you packing this?" Lin Che pulled her back. "Bring Nian Nian back." Gu Jingzi pressed her hand down again. "I've already said that this is your home. Where are you going?" "Back to Seattle." She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingzi. "I'm used to the life there. Why do you want me to stay here?" Gu Jingzi looked at Gu Shinian. "Don't you want to give him a complete family?" Lin Che said, "A complete family doesn't just mean that both mom and dad are around. This family needs love. You and I obviously don't have that, so there's no point in forcing us to be together." Gu Jingzi's face darkened. What? Was she saying there was no love between them? No feelings? Was it forcefully put together? Gu Jingzi's hands fell to his sides as he looked in Lin Che's direction. Then, he said to Gu Shinian, who seemed unconcerned, "Nian Nian, go out for a while. I have something to talk to your mother alone." Hearing this, Gu Shinian jumped down from his chair. His expression was wooden as he walked past the two of them. The door was closed. Gu Jingzi finally arrived in front of Lin Che. "No love." He grabbed Lin Che's hand and looked at her. "Tell me, if there's no love, why are you still wearing the ring I gave you?" Lin Che was stunned. She had worn the ring for so many years and was used to it. She said, "When I came back, I saw that it had been in the jewelry box for so long. How could I remember who gave it to me? I just thought it looked expensive, so I put it on." Lin Che pulled her hand back as she said this. What did she mean by she didn't remember who gave it to her? Who else gave it to you besides me? Why? Do you think you're the only man in the world? Let go of me, Gu Jingze. If you do this again, I'll call the police. Call the police? Why do you want to call the police? I'll sue you for detention. Lin Che narrowed her eyes. Detention. Gu Jingze's gaze turned dangerous. He moved closer and closer to her. When that thick aura surrounded her again, she retreated step by step. Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Stay away from me. Lin Che said as she placed her hand on the wall behind her. She leaned against it and heard Gu Jingze suddenly whisper in her ear, since you want to sue me, detention seems to be too light. Why don't you add another one? His lips pressed against her earlobe. The man leaned down and enveloped her entire body with his strong aura. Lin Che's eyes flashed. Then, she heard what he said next. How about rape? As soon as he said this, his lips pressed down. The moment they touched, Gu Jingze's heart was already in his throat. How long had it been since he had tasted her delicious lips? How long had it been since he had such intimate contact with her? He didn't know, but his body's instincts told him that he missed her taste, her lips, her face, the feel of her, everything about her, so when he was so close to her, his heart seemed to be boiling. He couldn't control his feelings. His lips covered hers impatiently, and the tip of his tongue rolled into her mouth. It was as if he was going to set off a storm. It was fast and direct. He hugged her just like that, pressing her completely in his arms. Hugging her, he put his hands into her long hair. He felt the softness of her hair. He narrowed his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but be intoxicated. Lin Che only came back to her senses after he pushed her completely onto the bed. What was this man doing? It was as if he was going to eat her up. His crazy actions were frightening. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was what was he doing? Was he really going to rape her? Lin Che wouldn't allow it. She felt Gu Jingze's entire body curl up. That smell made her feel as if it was really old wine. It filled her with memories. The touch of his body was so sexy and seductive. But she definitely wouldn't allow herself to sink into it. So, as she grabbed his shoulders with both hands, then kicked his leg with one leg. With a roll of her body, she threw him to the ground again. Chapter 755. Gu Jingze's head hit the wall, and he felt dizzy from the fall. If he hadn't been so engrossed in it, she wouldn't have been able to get away with it. However, he didn't have time to think about it now, because Lin Che had already jumped out. Gu Jingze covered his red head with his hand and cursed in his heart. Shit! What the hell did this woman learn abroad? How dare she hit me again and again? But the next moment, he had already gotten up and ran out. Outside, the Gu family's bodyguards were standing there one by one. As soon as Lin Che came out, she felt her face stiffen. She had forgotten that Gu Jingze was Gu Jingze after all. The bodyguards around him were all experienced fighters. She could fight one of them, but there were so many of them, the bodyguards surrounded them one by one. Gu Jingze came out with a wound on his head. He stood there, holding his head and looking exasperated. Was this still Gu Jingze? Yes, this was their master, Gu Jingze. But it was the Gu Jingze in front of Lin Che, not the Gu Jingze in front of others. Lin Che stopped and turned to look at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and said, I told you, you can't get away. Hey, what's going on here? Just then, Yu Minmin's voice came from outside. Lin Che's eyes lit up. Yu Minmin was here. Gu Jingze walked over from behind and said to her, all right, I'll take Nian Nian to the office first. You haven't seen your friends in a long time, so I'll leave this place for you in the afternoon. Hey, you, Gu Jingze came over and said, also, don't try to run away. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. Be a good girl, my foot. Lin Che avoided his lips that were about to come closer and snorted. Gu Jingze wasn't angry. He smiled and walked out. Seeing that he had left, Lin Che hurried over to Yu Minmin. Minmin. Seeing Yu Minmin, who was dressed in a black business suit, and Shen Yuran, who was very feminine, Lin Che hurried over. The three women hugged. Then, Shen Yuran looked at her and said, "Where's Nian Nian?" Lin Che looked inside. Gu Jingze took her to the office. Okay. Gu Jingze must be overjoyed. Lin Che recalled what had just happened and still felt angry. All right, don't mention that bastard. Why are you guys here? Yu Minmin said, Gu Jingze asked if you were here, so we rushed over to see you. The three of them sat down in the living room and ate the fruits and snacks sent by the servants. It was early in the morning, and everyone was in high spirits. Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran and said, "Where are the twins in your family? I'll let the nanny take care of them. If the two of them come, they'll definitely turn your house upside down. This place is so beautiful and expensive. Even if anything is broken, it'll be priceless. How would I dare to bring them here?" Yu Minmin said, on the other hand, Abai wanted to come, but she couldn't come because of something at the company. She went to work and will come in the afternoon. Yu Minmin handed her a card and said, "This is the company's bonus card. It's been doing well for the past few years. I kept it for you when you weren't around." Lin Che hurriedly said, "Forget it. I haven't been able to help you much these past few years. How can I just take the money?" Yu Minmin smiled. "All right, you're our major shareholder. You invested in us back then. Shareholders who invest get dividends. How can we not give you money just because you're not doing anything for the time being? Take it. If you can't do anything, do more in the future to make up for our hard work all these years." Lin Che looked at the card and sighed. He had no choice but to accept it. All right, anyway, the current Madam President doesn't lack this bit of money. However, the company's profits in the past few years have been very good. Some of the artists that had been signed had already started to come online one after another. Some of them had developed very well and made some money for the company. Of course, most of the money was still invested in the company, so there wasn't much spare money to take out. However, she had already received a lot of dividends. Shen Yuran looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Yeah, Mr. President goes wherever he goes. He shows his love on TV every day. Haven't you seen how many people have become fans of the president and his wife? However, your body is almost recovered. When are you going to have a child?" After the previous ectopic pregnancy, she had been taking care of her body. Actually, it had been many years, but she didn't have much confidence and didn't dare to get pregnant. Hearing Shen Yuran's words, she thought for a moment and said, "I'll try my best to be early." "You've really become a housewife. You're always urging others to have children." "That's right. After I give birth, I want to urge others to fall into the pit so that we don't have to take care of the child. You're so free and easy, but we're so miserable." The three of them burst into laughter. After that, they talked a lot about their lives and some situations. Yu Minmin thought of Mu Firen. Oh yeah, is Mu Firen still living in Seattle? Has she really retired from the entertainment industry and never acted again? Lin Che said, "I heard that she doesn't want to act for the time being." Shen Yuran said, "You guys are so fated to meet each other in Seattle and become so familiar with each other. I'm jealous. I used to be Mu Firen's fan. I feel a little sorry that she suddenly stopped acting." Lin Che said, "Anyone who has experienced so many things will have some changes in their state of mind. Anyway, she has made enough money to live a good life these years. She also has some property and real estate. She won't starve to death. Yu Minmin said, but that bastard Mo Ding doesn't want to acknowledge the child or her as his wife. He's even saying that he doesn't want a divorce. It's outrageous. Everyone in the industry knows that he hasn't done anything good in the past few years. Lin Che said, Firen doesn't want anything. As long as he can divorce her, everything will be fine. Thinking of this, they all felt a little sorry for Mu Firen. She used to be the absolute queen of the country and had all kinds of men. She had loved Mo Ding for so many years and finally married him, but she ended up like this. The three of them chatted for the whole morning. At noon, Gu Jingze came to pick her up for lunch. Seeing Gu Jingze come in, Lin Che said, I'm going to the company with Min Min. You can eat whatever you want. Lin Che, we haven't had a good meal together since you came back. Come with me today. No. I want to go with Min Min and the others, you have to go. Let's go. I'm ready. Gu Jingze came up and took her hand. You. Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Gu Jingze didn't listen to her. He let her make a fuss all the way and took her to a restaurant. Lin Che was reluctant, so she kept making trouble for him. In the car, she said, I don't want to eat. Chapter 756. When they arrived, they saw that it was a restaurant that the two of them used to eat at. She got out of the car and looked inside. Gu Jingze smiled at her. This restaurant has been doing quite well. Let's go in and see if it's as authentic as before. Lin Che said, I don't want to go in. Gu Jingze looked at her and smiled threateningly. I'll give you a choice. Do you want to go in yourself, or do I have to carry you and force you to go in? Carry her. Was she crazy? There were so many people. Was he going to carry her in? However, looking at his raised eyebrows, she had to admit that he was capable of doing such a thing. Lin Che gritted her teeth and looked at him. There are so many people inside. I don't like to eat in front of so many people. She began to act shamelessly. Gu Jingze looked inside and said lightly, okay, you'll be the only one eating with me today. Then, Gu Jingze gestured to the people inside. After a while, the people in the restaurant were informed that the place had been booked and that they could leave. Of course, the customers who were halfway through their meal were unwilling. However, when the manager apologetically said that they would compensate them and how much each person would be compensated, some of them wavered. However, the people eating here were not ordinary people. After all, the food here was not cheap. However, after the manager walked around with the Gu family's bodyguards, the other people also left quickly. Even if they didn't recognize anything else, they could at least recognize the Gu family's blue badge. When they left, they were still discussing. Which young master of the Gu family came out to eat? He's so extravagant to book Lan Kwai Fong. Someone pouted. Gu Jingze's car was already very obvious. It was a Bugatti worth 20 million yuan. It was a beautiful gray sports car with double seats. There was a beautiful young woman standing beside him. Everyone quickly ran away. They could only admire Gu Jingze's generosity in wooing a woman. Lin Che didn't expect that Gu Jingze would really chase everyone away with such great fanfare. As far as she knew, the people who could eat here were all very rich. She didn't know how much he had spent to get these people to leave within 10 minutes. Gu Jingze didn't care about anyone. He just held Lin Che's hand and led her inside. Lin Che still ignored him, but Gu Jingze didn't mind. The manager came to order the dishes personally. Gu Jingze remembered which dishes Lin Che liked to eat, so he ordered these dishes and asked someone to prepare them. He turned around to look at Lin Che. Seeing that Lin Che still ignored him, he took a deep breath and said, "Lin Che, no matter what you do this time, I won't let you go, so you'd better give up. From now on, you will never leave my sight." Lin Che's gaze paused. He turned around and looked at him. "Gu Jingze, I've already made it very clear to you. There's no point in keeping me here. My body is here, but my heart isn't." Lin Che. Gu Jingze crossed the table and reached out to grab her hand. Lin Che frowned. She wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it down tightly. "Lin Che, I sincerely apologize to you. I know that no matter what I say, I can't make up for all the hurt I've caused you all these years. I'm definitely not begging for your forgiveness. I just want you to stay by my side. All these years, no matter what happens, I can endure it. No matter what happens, I can handle it. That's because I've always had a belief that one day, I'll bring you back in glory. Now that my wish has finally come true, but you want to leave me. I can't accept it. Lin Che, I can't let you go no matter what." Lin Che slowly turned around to look at him. He stared at her deeply. The complicated look in his eyes seemed to carry all the traces left behind by time. It was fleeting, but she still caught it. She understood that it wasn't easy for her to understand him, but forgiving him so easily made her feel that she was hopeless. Gu Jingze still held her hand. "Promise me, give me a chance. I just need a chance." "You." Lin Che had never seen him so submissive to anyone. In her heart, Gu Jingze should be high and mighty, never lowering his head to anyone. She couldn't accept him lowering his head to anyone. Even to herself, it made her heart ache. "What are you doing? You're the dignified CEO Gu. Why are you begging me?" Gu Jingze shook his head. "Yes, I only do this to you." Lin Che's heart softened. She looked at him. "What if I keep messing with you?" "I'll wait until you stop messing with me," he said in a deep voice. "What if I can't wait?" Lin Che asked. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. "Why can't I wait? If you mess with me for the rest of your life, I'll mess with you for the rest of my life." Lin Che raised her head. "Humph, who wants to mess with you for the rest of my life? Anyway, don't even think about throwing myself into your arms just because you say something nice. I don't know where you learned it, but you're getting more and more sweet talking these days, so you're getting more and more unbelievable." "Humph. You." Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Lin Che said, "I'm also being forced by you here. I don't know where you picked up this bad habit of forcing women. Don't you think it's embarrassing to say it out loud?" Lin Che. Gu Jingze's face turned green and red. After a while, he calmed down and said to her, "I'm forcing you now. So what? Anyway, as long as you're fine, we'll be fine together. If you want to mess with me, we'll mess with each other. We'll definitely be together. There won't be any other outcome. As for how you want to live, it's up to you." "You." Gu Jingze, don't be so shameless. How can you be so domineering? I don't believe you can be domineering forever. I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to file for divorce. Gu Jingze smiled and said directly, "Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. I'd like to see who dares to interfere in my family affairs." Lin Che was so angry that she almost jumped up. Gu Jingze didn't care about that. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her, as if he had absolute control over her, making it impossible for her to refute him. Lin Che was so angry that she stomped her feet. She slammed the table and stood up. "Gu Jingze, I'm not eating anymore. You're bullying me, so I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Sigh, this woman, she ran away just like that. Come back here. Gu Jingze leaped over the table and grabbed her. Lin Che turned around and pushed his hand away. However, she tore his shirt in an instant. She didn't expect that she would use so much strength in a short period of time. However, under the torn shirt, she could see knife marks and scratches on his arm. They weren't obvious, but they stung her eyes. They were from that year, when he single-handedly charged into Li Mingyu's place for her. Chapter 757. While Lin Che was distracted, Gu Jingze's body had already rolled over. He grabbed Lin Che, pulled her into his arms, and pressed her down on the table with all his might. Lin Che's eyes widened as she looked at his body. Lin Che, what do you want me to do? Gu Jingze pressed down on her and asked softly. Lin Che lowered her eyebrows. Seeing the scars on his hands, she felt her heart ache. How could there be so many scars on such a healthy body? This was just one of the scars. Back then, the most serious injury was on his back. She wondered if there were more scars on his back. Lin Che felt that she was really despicable. She was still worrying about these things at a time like this. But even at this moment, she didn't want him to be injured at all. Although she thought that he was a nuisance, she still wanted him to be perfect. Lin Che tilted her head. What do I want you to do? What do I have to do for you to let me go? Gu Jingze said, you don't have to do anything. No matter what you do, I will never let you go. You, Lin Che, I really regret it. Regret? Wasn't it too late to regret it now? She said, there's nothing to regret. With your status, you don't need to regret. She knew that he had no choice but to send her overseas, but he still felt uncomfortable. He said, no, I don't regret sending you overseas. What I regret is that I shouldn't have entered that hotel room that night and met you. Lin Che's eyes widened. What did he mean? Did he regret meeting her? Her heart ached. She moved her mouth and was about to scold him. She was the one who regretted it. But he continued, if I hadn't met you, I might not have become so hesitant, I wouldn't have blamed myself, and I wouldn't have lowered myself to others. But I have met you, so I regret it. But I have met you, and now you are in front of me. I, Gu Jingze, will never lower myself to another person in my life. But it was you, so I am willing to do this. Lin Che was stunned. She looked at his deep eyes. They were like the deep sea, reflecting her image. That handsome and extraordinary face, after the baptism of time, did not become ugly, but instead carried a little more mature and steady flavor, making people feel more sexy. When these words came out of his mouth, it really made people's hearts melt. She knew that he would never say something like that, so when he said it, it was especially touching. Lin Che closed his eyes and told himself not to fall for his tricks again. She pushed him away and said, Gu Jingze, I'm different from you. I never regretted meeting you, but I regret trusting you so much. Gu Jingze's heart ached. Lin Che pushed him away. Let go of me. She got up and went out. Gu Jingze stood there, stunned. However, he still followed after them. Lin Che strode outside. Because it was lunchtime, the streets outside were bustling with people. Lin Che walked all the way out. She heard Gu Jingze calling her name behind her, but she didn't turn around. Humph, sweet words. She didn't know how to say them in the past. Who did she learn them from? Didn't she use them on Miss Yun after the battle? She was angry with Gu Jingze, so everything she thought about was cursing. When she walked past the pedestrian crossing, she heard Gu Jingze calling her, Lin Che, where are you going? Lin Che turned around and scolded, who are you to care where I'm going? Just take care of yourself. Gu Jingze was about to walk over when a van suddenly drove over. Gu Jingze didn't seem to be looking at the road, so he didn't know that the light was green and the pedestrian crossing was red. And Gu Jingze was still walking in this direction. By the time he turned around, it was already too late. He turned his head and his face showed a moment of surprise. Lin Che immediately shouted, "Gu Jingze, be careful." However, her voice was drowned out by the sound of the car braking. Lin Che heard a bang and Gu Jingze's figure disappeared behind the van. Lin Che felt suffocated. Her mind went blank for a moment. She ran over hurriedly and called Gu Jingze's name. "Gu Jingze, are you okay?" The van finally came to a stop. Lin Che walked around the car and saw Gu Jingze lying on his side on the ground. The surrounding bodyguards had already surrounded them. Lin Che ran to Gu Jingze's side as fast as she could. She picked Gu Jingze up and called out to him, "Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, wake up. Are you okay?" Gu Jingze didn't move. She couldn't even feel his breath. Lin Che's hand touched his nose and felt that there was no breath coming out. She was so shocked that she retracted her hand and shouted even louder, "Gu Jingze, wake up. Wake up." The bodyguard said quickly, "Madam, should we call the doctor?" "Of course. Hurry up and call the doctor." Lin Che raised her head and shouted angrily. The bodyguard quickly picked up the phone to make the call. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, tears almost flowing down her cheeks. However, she still restrained herself and tried to calm herself down. She hurriedly laid Gu Jingze flat on the ground. She tore open his jacket and started to apply pressure on his chest. After a while, he didn't move. She pried open his mouth and gave him artificial respiration. "Gu Jingze, wake up. Gu Jingze, I won't allow you to die." "Gu Jingze," she pounded his chest, but it was useless. She was really anxious. She kissed his mouth again and continued CPR. However, this time, just as she was about to move, she felt something wet crawl directly into her mouth. Her body was circled by him. Then, he kissed her passionately. The tip of his tongue wrapped around her tongue and deepened the kiss. He rolled her to the ground and rolled into a bowl. Only then did Lin Che realize that he was fine. He rejoiced in his heart for a moment, but soon after, he became even more furious. She almost wanted to bite off his tongue, but the moment she closed her mouth, he had already let go of her. Lin Che was so angry that he sat on the ground and slapped his chest. "Gu Jingze, what's wrong with you?" Gu Jingze gave a muffled laugh, but he clutched his chest and said, "You were quite professional just now, but you used too much strength. I almost died because of you." He still dared to say that. "You deserve to die. What kind of person is he? He's too despicable." Lin Che continued to pound his chest, but she heard Gu Jingze hug her tightly. "Stop it, Lin Che. We've wasted so much time. Let's not waste any more, okay? Who knows which will come first, the future or the accident? Who knows if I don't die today, tomorrow will be." Chapter 758. Get lost. Stop talking. She quickly covered his mouth, not wanting him to continue talking about death. Although she wasn't so angry now, she didn't want to forgive him so easily. She looked at him. "Okay, I won't leave." "Really?" Gu Jingze's eyes flashed. Lin Che said, "But I want to go back to the Gu family." Gu Jingze looked at her. "Why? That's your home. It has always been." Lin Che said, "If you want me to change my mind, you'd better rely on your own strength. What kind of hero are you if you rely on trickery? I want to live outside." I want to buy a house for myself and move in. I'll make plans for the future in the future. Gu Jingze was naturally unwilling, but seeing that Lin Che had already made up his mind, he thought about it and nodded. Forget it. At least she had given in. This could be considered a kind of progress. Gu Jingze stood up. Although it was nothing serious, his arms still hurt when he stood up. Lin Che felt it. He looked down and saw that there was a bruise on his arm. Lin Che quickly pulled his arm up. It must be a bruise. Go and apply some medicine. Gu Jingze held her hand. Okay, go and do it for me. Lin Che said, why? Gu Jingze looked at her deeply. His eyes were full of affection, making it impossible for her to reject him. I don't like people touching me. Lin Che glared at him, feeling that he was really asking for a mile after giving him an inch. I won't. You won't fall in love with me. If that's the case, then I really won't do it. He stared at her, his gaze slightly intoxicated. You. Lin Che really felt that he was someone who would do what he said. Looking at the bruise on his arm, it was so big. If she didn't apply medicine, the scar would definitely be bigger. She said, okay. Seeing that you're a disabled person, I'll treat it as a form of charity. Gu Jingze smiled. It seemed that no matter what she said, he would find it interesting. After applying medicine in the hotel, she lowered her head and carefully cleaned his wound. Lifting her head, she looked at him. Let me know if it hurts. She was very careful. She had a feeling that it would be very painful, especially when she applied the medicine on it. However, he didn't make a sound, as though he didn't feel anything. No matter what she did, he just quietly lowered his head to look at her. His eyes didn't move an inch. Lin Che felt as though he was about to melt under that scorching gaze. He could only pretend that he didn't feel anything. He hurriedly finished the task before throwing the item down. All right, it's done. Gu Jingze looked at it and said, okay. Let's eat first. You must be hungry. Lin Che really felt a little hungry. Thinking about buying a house for herself and Nian Nian later, she didn't say anything else and sat down to eat. During the meal, Gu Jingze kept staring at her as if she was his food. Lin Che was speechless. After dinner, Gu Jingze ordered his bodyguard to follow Lin Che to look at the house. Some of the places around here have been changed. Don't forget to find them. There are also some new properties that you probably don't know about. When the time comes, let him follow you. It'll save you a lot of trouble, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che thought about it and agreed. Although she wasn't unfamiliar with this place, some places were definitely not the same as before. The property market was different too. It was better to bring someone she was familiar with. She also called Shen Yuran along. In the afternoon, they went to look at the houses together with the bodyguard. Very quickly, they looked at a few places. Lin Che was satisfied with a small villa that was relatively close. Although she wanted to buy a house that was further away, she had no choice. The newly developed properties in B City were all here. In terms of environment, the rich area here was definitely better. Lin Che thought that this was the property she bought and it would belong to her in the future. She had to buy a better one no matter what. She couldn't buy an unsuitable one just because she threw a tantrum. That wouldn't be worth it. But the price was a little too expensive. She wanted to buy a smaller one. Who knew that before she could pay, the agent said that the biggest house in this area had already been bought by someone with her name written on it. Lin Che looked at the agent in shock. What did you say? The agent smiled and said, it's already been paid for in full. It's the only one with your name written on it. You can take a look. This is the purchase contract. This is the biggest house in our area. There's only one of it and it's in a very good location. It's in the middle of the scenic area. It has 2 floors and a total of 400 square meters. The front and back courtyards are very good. In front of it is a pond that people can't walk past. It's very quiet. The other houses in our area can't compare to this one. 400 square meters. It's so big. Lin Che wanted to buy at most 200 square meters. The agent said, yes, the renovations are very good too. You can move in directly. Because this was a high-end area, these villas had already been renovated. The style was obvious and the materials were all the best. It was to serve the rich well. Shen Yuran suddenly touched Lin Che's shoulder. You don't have to say anything. It must be your Gu Jingze who bought it for you. Just accept it. He's apologizing to you. Lin Che rolled his eyes. Who wants him to apologize to me like this? Alright, then don't say no to money. This house is worth tens of millions. If you want to buy it, can you afford it? Even if it's not for you, it will be your son's property in the future. Just accept it. Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran speechlessly. Shen Yuran had already pushed her into the house to take a look. The house was indeed very comfortable. Shen Yuran walked around and praised, it's indeed a high-end area. It's indeed for the rich. It's really good here. However, it's definitely not as good as the Gu family's house. You're used to living in the Gu family's house, so you probably think this place is just a so-so. Forget it. You're staying here temporarily anyway. You'll still have to go back to the Gu family's house in the future. Go, go, go. Whose side are you on? Hee, don't chase me away. I'm on your side. Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to go to your company to take a look? Let's not waste time here. Lin Che thought that it was true. He didn't care about this place anymore and left with Shen Yuran. Gu Jingming had a good relationship with Yu Minmin now. Not to mention anything else, Gu Jingming doted on Yu Minmin. The whole country knew how much Gu Jingming doted on Yu Minmin. Gu Jingming didn't know when it started, but wherever he went, he would bring Yu Minmin with him. He was also very concerned about Yu Minmin, so Yu Minmin wasn't in the company every day. Some of the company's matters were actually handled by Bai. Lin Che really hadn't seen Bai for a long time. The last time was a year ago. She returned to the United States and he went to Seattle to visit her. Chapter 759. In the company. Yu Minmin received the call and quickly came out to pick up the two of them. The company's location hadn't changed, and the decorations hadn't changed either. It was just that some of the equipment had been updated. Yu Minmin came out and said, welcome back. Lin Che looked at her teasing expression. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Is Bai not here? She'll be back soon. Speak of the devil. Look, she's here. Bai was getting out of a car. After not seeing her for a year, she had grown up quite a bit. She looked energetic and had lost some of her previous hostility. She looked especially sunny and was no longer dressed in a non-mainstream outfit. She looked a lot gentler. When she saw Lin Che, she quickly ran over and hugged Lin Che. Lin Che felt like he was going to be squeezed to death by her. She then let go of Lin Che and said to her, "You're finally back. If you didn't come back, the company would have been mine." Lin Che held her hand and looked at her. "The company is being managed so well by you now. Of course I'm relieved." Bai looked at Yu Minmin. "One of you is busy running around and the other ran abroad to hide. You've given me up, haven't you?" Yu Minmin patted her shoulder. capable people do more work. Come, let's go in and show Lin Che your results. After entering, the old pals who knew that Lin Che was back rushed out one by one. They looked at Lin Che with tears in their eyes and shouted at him. Sister Che, you're finally back. Sister Che, we really missed you. Lin Che also felt very emotional as he looked at everyone and responded to them one by one. At this moment, some sounds came from outside. Lin Che suspiciously turned his head around to look. Bai looked outside and said, "Oh, Shuiyang is back. He probably came in with some fangirls." Really? Lin Che looked out with interest and saw that the nanny van had stopped outside. A cheerful young man got out of the van. He was wearing sunglasses and a cap. He was wearing an aviator jacket and a pair of jeans. His long legs looked very agile. Who else could it be but Shuiyang? Some fans outside saw him get out of the car and quickly surrounded him. He could only give a simple greeting and the company's security quickly came out and brought Shuiyang in. Lin Che hadn't seen the entertainment news in China for a long time. He knew that Shuiyang was famous now, but he didn't know that he was already this famous. Lin Che said, "That's amazing. The little guy from before has become a big star now." Yu Minmin winked at Bai. "Isn't it all because of her?" Bai smiled embarrassedly and said, "I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts and his own strength." Lin Che deliberately looked at Bai with a stunned expression. "Oh, you're being modest now. Annoying, you only know how to laugh at me." Bai hit Lin Che. As he said this, Shuiyang had already walked over. Seeing Lin Che, he hurriedly walked over and said, "Sister Che, you're back." Lin Che looked at this young man. When he had first signed him, he had actually thought that he would become famous. But when he really saw him become famous, he felt a little more incredible and a little more accomplished. She patted his thick shoulder. "Well done." Shuiyang had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was much more confident than before. "It's all because Sister Che pulled me out of the abyss back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. My achievements today were all given to me by everyone here, including Bai." He looked at Bai with a smile on his face. Bai went up and patted his head. "All right, don't be pretentious. It's not a pretentious convention today." Yu Minmin saw this and exclaimed, "Seriously, if Shuiyang's fans see you treating their idol like this, you'll be hunted down, okay?" Shuiyang said, "All right, I was just a little excited to see Sister Che back." Bai said, "His fans can't see it." Yu Minmin said, "And this is our company's cash cow right now. If you break it, I'll be angry with you." The few of them laughed and entered the room while chatting and laughing. Back then, Shuiyang acted as the first male lead. Unexpectedly, it was a self-produced online drama that wasn't even broadcasted on TV. It was all played by newcomers, and the production team's funds were pitifully low. All the equipment was barely used, and the scenes were full of loopholes. However, that drama became popular, and the male lead, Shuiyang, who was only 18 years old at that time, was also very popular. Later on, he was continuously invited to film, and he won over the hearts of many young girls. Now, Shuiyang could be considered an A-list celebrity in the country. He had his own camp, and he had also become the most popular artist in Lin Che's studio. Although the other artists were also famous, their achievements were not as great as Shuiyang's. Lin Che looked at the things everyone had done in the company and sighed, "I'm really satisfied to see you guys earn so much money for me after I left. It feels so good to be rich." The few of them had a very good relationship with each other all these years. It was probably because they didn't care too much about this company, and no one cared too much about the details. For this was her interest. She would only do it if she liked it, and she didn't care about the money. Anyway, her family had plenty of money, and Yu Minmin only treated this as a career. Her family didn't have that much pressure on her, so she didn't care about the money. Lin Che didn't care about it at all. She loved money, but she didn't have much of a definition of money. In any case, she knew a lot, and that was enough. All these years that she hadn't returned to China, the dividends were all kept by Yu Minmin for her. When she came back and saw that she had earned so much money, it felt really good. Therefore, when the few of them ran a company, no one really cared about their interests. That was why their relationship had always been so good, as if everyone was on the same side. Lin Che looked at Bai. Ever since I came back, you've been busy. You've been so busy recently. Bai said, yeah, I'm so busy. Shui Yang's schedule is full, and he's pushed down everything that can be pushed down. But recently, there's a big director called Ah Long who invited him to a movie. I think that movie is definitely the type that can win an award. I want him to take it, but I really can't find the time. I'm still thinking about which movie that's not as good to let him act in. Yu Minmin said, then what other shows can't be pushed down? There's one. The director is Minister Yin. He has a very good relationship with us, and he always helps us promote newcomers. Since he invited him, it wouldn't be good if he didn't act in it. It's one of his more important shows, and I'm afraid he won't be happy. When Yu Minmin heard this, she thought for a moment and looked at Lin Che. Sigh, give him a good chance. Let's give Lin Che's first TV show after his comeback. Chapter 760. Lin Che turned his head. Hey, why are you dragging me into this? Bai also looked at Lin Che. Yeah, is she going to make a comeback? Yu Minmin said, of course. She looked at Lin Che seriously. Your acting skills are so good. If it weren't for something, you might have gotten the Oscar by now. How can you give up now? Lin Che had some regrets, but she had just returned and hadn't thought about how she would live in the future. Even her return this time was not part of her plan. How could she still be planning for the future? But she hadn't thought about making a comeback yet. Yu Minmin said, you can think about it. It can be considered as doing Shui Yang a favor and helping the studio a little. This is also your studio, your company. Sacrifice yourself for the company. Lin Che was indeed not someone who could stay idle. When she was in America, she didn't have a single day of leisure. She was always busy. But suddenly going to act. She hadn't acted in a long time and she really felt that she was rusty. Let me think about it. Hurry up and think about it. As the boss, you have to have some spirit of sacrifice. Anyway, it's decided for now. Give me a definite answer tomorrow. Lin Che said speechlessly, you're not in such a hurry, are you? Of course I'm in a hurry. She looked at Lin Che. I'm still looking forward to the feeling of fighting alongside you. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and thought of the feeling of fighting together with her in the past. It was filled with passion. Bai said, it would be best if that could be the case. Shui Yang also said, now that Mu Firen has retired from the film industry, there hasn't been a big sister like Mu Firen in the country for a long time. If Sister Che returns, she will definitely soar into the sky. Lin Che pursed his lips at Shui Yang. You really know how to talk now. Lin Che said, but forget about being better than Firen. I think she has always been the best. Yu Minmin said, how can that be? People grow. She has been acting for so many years and achieved the status of a celebrity. You can do it too. Of course, this all depends on whether you are willing to continue acting. At this moment, Her phone rang. Lin Che looked down and saw that it was their little brat, Gu Shinian. Lin Che smiled gently and picked up his phone. Nian Nian, I was just about to pick you up and take you to your new home. Very good, Mom. If you still don't come, I will be tortured to death by Dad. I will wait for you, that's all. Gu Shinian directly hung up the phone, and the words that Lin Che wanted to say were blocked. However, Lin Che was already used to it. Gu Shinian had always been assertive. She didn't speak much, but her words were sharp. Lin Che felt that she was a failure. She felt that she had always lost to a child. Moreover, the child was her own child. Yu Min Min shook his head and looked at Lin Che. Your little devil definitely hasn't inherited any of your intelligence. Sigh, he's so playful at such a young age and he's so handsome too. What's going to happen to him in the future? How many women's hearts are going to break for him? I said, does he look good now? Sigh, but with such a good foundation, he must be pretty good. Do you want me to take a look? I'll think about it and pull him into the circle to be a little child star. Big sister will personally groom him and make him popular all over the country. Yu Min Min said, forget it. He's the heir of the Gu family. His father has become the head of the family, so he will be the future head of the Gu family. If you seduce him to be an actor, his father will kill you. Bai thought about it and agreed. She flicked her clothes and said, how boring. All right. It's just an occupational disease of mine. On the other side, the entire Gu Corporation was still wondering why Special Assistant Qin had brought a little boy around the company today. The little boy was extremely good-looking. At such a young age, he already had a devilish nature. When people looked at him, their eyes would immediately be fixed on his coquettish face. Behind the little boy, there were a few tall bodyguards who looked very mighty. Gu Shinian looked around, his hands clasped behind his back, looking like a little adult. On the other side, Qin Hao really felt like he was an adult, but he was standing behind him and becoming his assistant. However, he was only 3 years old. Why didn't he look at the company like a curious child? Instead, it was as if he was inspecting his subordinates. Later on, Gu Jingze came over personally. Everyone suddenly understood that this child was Gu Jingze's. Who was Gu Jingze to? Could he be his son? Although they couldn't figure it out, they couldn't deny that the two of them had the same temperament when they looked at them. Looking at them, only a big demon like Gu Jingze could give birth to such a good-looking little demon. But, their CEO actually had a son. This was big news. And the lady at the front desk immediately recognized that this boy was the one who stood at the door and said he wanted to find his father. She was still ashamed of her actions at that time. At that time, she should have treated the young master more gently and left a deep impression on him. Perhaps it would be helpful to her in the future. But who would have thought that he really was CEO Gu's son, the young master of the Gu family? Gu Jingze came over and looked at Gu Shinian. He looked at him and asked, yeah, what do you think about the company? Qin Hao watched from the side. He was really surprised to ask a 3-year-old what he thought about the company. What kind of thoughts could he have? Unexpectedly, Gu Shinian looked inside and spat out 2 words, boring. Yes, it was boring. To a child, this kind of high-class stuff was definitely boring. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. Why do you say so? Gu Shinian continued, there's no special corporate culture. It's too boring, so it's not easy to form a cohesive force. Qin Hao's throat was stuck. He looked at the little boy and then at Gu Jingze, who was standing high up and thinking seriously about the little boy's words. After a while, Gu Jingze said, that makes sense. Then he looked at Qin Hao. His gaze meant for him to handle it. Qin Hao was stunned. He quickly nodded and left. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze said to Gu Xinian, "Let's go. I've already prepared a property for you and your mother." The two of them walked out together. They left the elevator and walked towards the lobby. Just as they reached the entrance, Gu Xinian looked up and saw that the person who came down from outside looked a little familiar. It was Yun Luo. Just then, Gu Jingze suddenly felt someone tugging at his clothes. He lowered his head. Gu Xinian looked up and said, "Dad, I'm tired. Can you carry me down?" Chapter 761. Gu Jingze didn't expect Gu Xinian to say that. He was stunned for a moment before replying, "Of course." He lowered his head and lifted Gu Xinian up easily. Although he wasn't small, Gu Xinian wasn't the chubby type. He was light as a feather, as if he weighed nothing to Gu Jingze. As he carried Gu Xinian hugged him with both arms. Gu Jingze looked up at his adorable son, enjoying the feeling for a moment. However, in the distance, Yun Luo saw Gu Jingze walking down with a child in his arms. She had sharp eyes and could tell that the child was Gu Jingze's son, Gu Xinian. Yun Luo was a little surprised. She didn't expect the child to be here. She slowed down and saw that Gu Jingze had seen her too. She pulled herself together, looked at the child, and said, "Jingze, what are you?" In Gu Jingze's arms, Gu Xinian looked up and stared at Yun Luo. Gu Jingze said, "You're here. What's the matter?" Yun Luo never knew that a man could look so good when he carried a child. In the past, Gu Jingze had always given her the impression that he was a cold and emotionless man. She didn't think that it mattered to a man like that. A man didn't have a lot of family values and was more focused on his career. But was this the mark of a successful man? But today, she saw Gu Jingze carrying a child like that. Moreover, even when he was carrying the child, he gave off a warm feeling and made people feel that he was more human. With a father like that, he must be envied everywhere. Yun Luo was surprised. Was he a man who loved children? It wasn't that he didn't love children, so he sent them to America and never brought them back. But today, he was carrying his son and seemed to dote on him. Yun Luo said, I came to see if you've eaten. I wanted to invite you to eat together." Gu Jingze said, "Sorry, I don't have much time today." Oh, of course." She looked at Gu Xinian and smiled. "You're Xinian, right?" "Hello, I'm Yun Luo. You can call me Auntie Yun Luo." Gu Xinian looked at Yun Luo and said calmly, "Who are you?" When Yun Luo saw that he was talking to him, he smiled even more. "I'm Yun Luo, your father's friend." "Oh. I thought you were Dad's girlfriend here." When Yun Luo heard the word girlfriend, his face immediately turned red. However, Gu Xinian suddenly said, "But I don't think my father's taste is that bad." Yun Luo's smile froze on his face as he looked at Gu Xinian in astonishment. What did he mean? Gu Xinian looked innocent as he blinked and said, "She's not as pretty as my mother, and she doesn't have a good figure, right, Dad?" Gu Xinian looked at Gu Jingze, waiting for him to answer. Yun Luo stared at Gu Xinian in shock. Gu Xinian was too rude. She thought that Gu Jingze would never allow her to be so rude. In her eyes, Gu Jingze was a very picky and harsh man. He was very demanding of his subordinates, not to mention his son. He must have been very strict with his education. However, Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinian speechlessly. He purposely kept a straight face, but anyone could see that it was especially fake. "Xinian, don't be so rude," he said lightly. Gu Xinian said, "How am I rude?" "Dad, didn't Mom tell me to be honest? That's what I think in my heart, so that's why I said it." "Why? Did I say something wrong?" do you think Mom isn't pretty? Gu Jingze looked at the child helplessly. There was a little reproach in his eyes, but it was soft and not strict. A touch of doting softly spread out. He compromised and thought that if this little guy went back and told his mother, it would be terrible. He knew that he wouldn't dare to keep it a secret. Otherwise, Lin Che would be like a bag of dynamite. Gu Jingze said, "Yes, you're right." Okay. Hearing this, Gu Xinian smiled in satisfaction. Gu Jingze raised his head and was about to speak to Yun Luo. Gu Xinian immediately turned into a naughty child and shouted at Gu Jingze, "Okay, Dad, let's go. I want to go. Mom won't like you talking to a strange woman. If you do this, Mom will be angry. Let's go." It was normal for a 3-year-old child to be so mischievous and unreasonable. However, when this happened to Gu Xinian, it was not normal at all. Gu Xinian's mind was not something a 3-year-old child could control. How could he suddenly become a naughty child? There was only one explanation, and that was that he did it on purpose. However, although Gu Jingze knew, he could only watch him like this. He said helplessly, Okay. Let's go." He carried Gu Xinian in one arm and only gestured to Yun Luo before walking out. Yun Luo stood there and watched as Gu Jingze carried the child and quickly walked away without looking back. Tears almost fell from his eyes. How could Gu Jingze? In her mind, Gu Jingze should be a cold-blooded and heartless man. Why would he give up his principles for a child? Why would he spoil the child so unreasonably? Why would he listen to a child's every word and allow the child to mess around with him? Was this Gu Jingze? Yun Luo never thought that Gu Jingze would change so easily because of a naughty child. She stood there and felt very angry. However, she couldn't be calculative with a 3-year-old child. He was not a woman by Gu Jingze's side, but his own son. No matter how she argued, she would be at a disadvantage. When the people at the side saw this scene, they were already dumbfounded. Especially the people in the company. Seeing how their boss treated his son so well, they had already added another person in their hearts that they could not afford to offend, and that was the young master. Gu Jingze loved the child too much. Because of a child, he did not even care about Miss Yun anymore. In the past, they thought that Gu Jingze treated Miss Yun well, but now they saw that Gu Jingze loved his own child even more. However, it made sense. The dignified Gu Jingze did not need to give face to the Yun family. In the past, they thought that he was interested in Miss Yun, which was why he treated her so well. Now, it seemed that it was not because he was interested. He still cared about the child, which meant that he cared about the child's mother. Miss Yun could not compare to him. For the sake of a child, he actually did not care about the power of the Yun family. What kind of pampering was that? Chapter 762. Gu Jingze put Gu Xinian in the car. Gu Xinian sat on his own, his legs dangling. He no longer looked as childish and innocent as before. He just sat there indifferently, looking straight ahead. Qin Hao was also there. He was already exclaiming in his heart. He turned around to look at Miss Yun Luo's face. It was so dark. This child was so bad. How could he make her so angry? She was so good that she had a congenital heart disease. However, Gu Jingze lowered his head to look at Gu Xinian. He didn't seem to care at all. He shook his head lightly, smiled, and waved for the servants to drive. When Lin Che arrived at the new house, he first looked around. The place was big enough for him to live in, and everything was complete. Gu Jingze seemed to have asked someone to buy some things and send them over. Several servants also came with them, and even brought the prince with them. Lin Che looked at the servants speechlessly. Why are you here? The servant said, Sir told us to take care of young master, madam. You also need someone to take care of you here. Please don't chase us away. Although she had hardened her heart towards Gu Jingze, she was still a little soft-hearted towards these people. So in the end, she just waved her hand and said, all right, it's up to you. However, what she couldn't stand the most was, Gu Jingze's car quickly stopped outside. Gu Jingze brought Gu Xinian in and sat on the sofa without moving. Lin Che didn't wait for Gu Jingze to come in. She quickly hid upstairs, but she realized that Gu Jingze didn't leave after sitting down. She waited for a long time. She couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that Gu Jingze treated this place as his home, leaning against the sofa and watching television, she angrily walked down the stairs. Gu Jingze, it's late. Shouldn't you go back? Lin Che maintained her smile as she looked at him. Gu Jingze's lips curved. Hearing that she had finally come down, he slowly stood up and turned around. His glassy eyes were fixed on her flustered and exasperated face. Yeah, it's too late. It's too dangerous to drive at this time. He looked around and said mildly, there are still many rooms here. I'll stay here tonight. His tone was firm. He didn't ask for her opinion at all. Lin Che was angry. Gu Jingze spoke as if this was his home. Fine, although he was the one who spent the money, the name clearly stated that she was the only one who owned the property. At this moment, Gu Jingze walked down and looked at Gu Jingze. We had an agreement. How could you change your mind so quickly? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by changing my mind? This is my place. Yeah, I know. Then why did you casually say that you wanted to move in, as if this is your home? Lin Che was surprised by his matter-of-fact attitude. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and said, no, I'm begging you. I need to stay here for one night. Since I played with Shen Yan for a whole day today, you should allow me to stay here for one night. What do you mean by should? She didn't want him to stay. What if I say I don't want to? Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked at her and walked over unhurriedly. He approached her slowly and said, why? Or are you worried about what I will do here? Lin Che was worried that he would mess around. But his gaze seemed to have seen through her, and it made Lin Che a little angry. She didn't want to admit it. How could that be? What can you do? You're still here, Nian Nian. I believe you won't do anything to make the child hate you, right? Lin Che said. Gu Jingze nodded. So you agree to it? I'll go change. She suddenly felt that she had fallen into his trap. When did she agree to it? But Gu Jingze had already walked in openly. Lin Che hurried to follow him. Hey, Gu Jingze, where are you going? There's no room for you here. Don't push your luck. I've already said it, Lin Che chased after him and saw that Gu Jingze had entered her bedroom. Lin Che ran in angrily and was about to scold him when she saw Gu Jingze taking off his clothes. Not just his jacket but his entire body. His upper body was exposed in front of her, and she could see the obvious scars on his back. It was just as she thought. But his body looked stronger than before, and it wasn't affected by the scars at all. Instead, he looked more manly, and his manly aura spread out along with his movements. Was he kidding? Lin Che was stunned. She looked at him and felt her body heat up. Then, she remembered something and quickly turned her head. She was worried that he had seen the surprise that flashed across her face. She turned her back to him and shouted through gritted teeth, Gu Jing. Say. What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes in my room? Gu Jing's eyes flashed. He walked over with a smile and said, What's wrong? Didn't I tell you that I'm here to change? This is my room. She had to remind him sternly again. Gu Jingze said, yes, it's your room. But the servants might have misunderstood and put some of my clothes here, so I can only come here to change. Otherwise, I won't have anything to wear. Lin Che didn't believe his nonsense. She knew that he did it on purpose. But at this moment, Gu Jingze had quietly approached her back. She was in danger, but she didn't know it. She was so angry that her heart was burning with anger. I don't care if you have clothes to wear or not. If you don't have clothes to wear, you can leave. Lin Che shouted. Leave? You mean to say that I should walk around here naked? Isn't this a bad idea? Although I don't mind you looking, Nian Nian is still living here. It was only then that Lin Che abruptly realized that his voice had unknowingly gotten closer and was right behind her ear. Lin Che suddenly turned her head, but almost bumped into his face. For a moment, seeing his suddenly enlarged face, she jumped in fright. But she saw, he had taken off his pants. Was he kidding? Was he here to sell his body? He was only wearing a pair of boxers, and the curves of his body were as beautiful as a perfect sculpture. The aura on his body was so hot that it made people feel like they were wrapped in his aura. Lin Che exclaimed, Gu Jingze, why did you take off all your clothes? Didn't you say that you want me to be naked? Lin Che couldn't control her face anymore and blushed completely. In any case, she hadn't seen a man for many years, and with one look, it was such a devilish man. She only felt that her face was already hot, and so was her heart. Chapter 763. In any case, she hadn't seen a man for many years, and with one look, it was such a devilish man. She only felt that her face was already hot, and so was her heart. Even though she quickly averted her eyes, his sexy look was still imprinted in her mind. She was going crazy. What did this man want? I didn't ask you to be naked. You're not allowed to be naked. Lin Che shouted, but it was obvious that he had lost his previous composure. Gu Jingze hurriedly said, Okay, I'm not completely naked. I still have one left. Lin Che shut his eyes tightly and covered his face with both hands. He shouted in his direction, Get out, get out, get out. Gu Jingze smiled gently. He felt that she was really cute like this. Especially her face, which had the texture of a ripe apple. Even though she was no longer a child, but a mother, her face was still thoroughly adorable. Reflecting the light above her head, it seemed to be glowing, making people want to go up and take a bite. What did this girl eat when she was growing up? Her skin was so good. Actually, Gu Xinian was right. Yun Luo wasn't as pretty as Lin Che. He hadn't paid attention to her before. Now that he thought about it, even though Yun Luo had the temperament of a lady from a wealthy family, she wasn't as beautiful as Lin Che. Every inch of her skin seemed to have the word seductive written on it, making people unable to let go. At this moment, he really wanted to hug her tenderly, but he could only be a little more patient. Fortunately, teasing her like this was also very interesting. What are you hiding? What's the difference between this and being naked? She shouted, covering her face. Alright, you're right. I won't do this anymore. I was wrong, alright. Gu Jingze made a rustling sound. Lin Che thought that he had put on his clothes and let go of his hands. But she saw that not only was he not wearing any clothes, but he had taken them all off. Even the last one was taken off. Underneath, there was something shining brightly. The man was so imposing that people exclaimed in admiration. She stared at him until her eyes hurt. Fuck, Gu Jingze, he's too shameless. Gu Jingze. You, get out of here. Was Gu Jingze really here to sell his body? Gu Jingze looked at her and said, I think you're right. Since I'm wearing that, it's like I'm not wearing anything. I might as well not wear it. Actually, I prefer to sleep naked. This man was too shameless. Lin Che said, Are you leaving or not? I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Gu Jingze leaned over. Lin Che closed his eyes and felt his body leaning against him. Soft and smooth skin with a strong sense of muscle. Her skin was not loose at all, and when touched, it felt especially good. There was an impulse to continue caressing it. Lin Che was so shocked that he started clapping his hands wildly. Didn't you leave? Why are you still here? Gu Jingze leaned against her, getting closer and closer, almost sticking to her body. Hearing what she said, he said lightly, I want to go out, but you're blocking the door. She had never seen a man as annoying as him. He was doing it on purpose, but he made it seem like he was innocent. Lin Che decided not to listen to him. He raised his eyes and glared at him fiercely before running out of the room. If he didn't want to leave, she would leave. Lin Che ran into Gu Shinian's room. Gu Shinian saw Lin Che, who was leaning against the door, panting. He raised his head slightly and then buried his eyes in the book in Lin Che's hands. What's wrong? Are you being bullied by Dad again? Lin Che looked at Gu Shinian and said, It's none of your business. Go read your book. It's none of my business, so I didn't say anything no matter how you screamed outside. But now that you're in my room, it means that you're going to squeeze into my room again. That's none of my business. Lin Che's face turned even redder. She looked at him in embarrassment. Did he hear all the screams outside just now? Damn it. What did he look like? But Lin Che thought about it. Gu Shinian was already used to her behavior. Thus, she only glared at Gu Shinian before sitting inside. Gu Shinian shook his head and said, Mom, just surrender. You really can't beat Dad. Get lost. Alright, stop reading. Go to sleep. Come here and sleep now. Really, other children always cling to their mothers and don't want to leave even when they're grown up. But Gu Shinian ran out early to stay. She wanted him to come over and sleep with her, but he didn't want to. Lin Che said, Yun Yun is still the cutest. Look at you. Gu Shinian didn't even look up. Yeah, she's so stupid. You feel the same way when you see her, so of course you like her more. Gu Shinian. How could he talk about his own mother like that? Gu Shinian said, Mom, you're asking me for help. Don't be so arrogant. Be careful that I don't want you anymore and push you out for Dad to ravage. She did come in because she thought that Gu Jingze wouldn't dare to mess around in Gu Shinian's room. Lin Che didn't want to think about anything else after being insulted by her own son. She lay down and hugged the blanket to sleep. But his perfect figure was still in her mind. It was a figure that made people salivate at first glance. It was so memorable. His irresistible image kept replaying in her mind. It made Lin Che feel hot all over. She was infatuated with him. After so many years, Gu Jingze hadn't changed at all, especially that devilish nature of his. No, perhaps he was even more powerful, even more shameless. He had been honest with her just now. She fell asleep as she thought about it in a daze. The next day, Gu Jingze woke up early in the morning. The helper had already prepared something. Gu Shinian went out for a walk early in the morning with bodyguards following him. The helper said to Gu Jingze, Madam is still sleeping. He walked in and didn't let anyone wake Lin Che up. He only looked at Lin Che, who was sleeping soundly with the blanket in her arms. He lowered his head and kissed her hair softly. He pulled the blanket over her and left. When he was outside, he said to the helper, "Don't wake her up later. She's been very tired these days. Let her sleep until she wants to." "Yes, sir." The helper smiled as she watched Gu Jingze leave. She felt that the relationship between the two of them had returned. One was so doting, and the other was so cute. The entire room felt especially loving. However, after Gu Jingze went out, he went straight to Chen Yuqing's room. Today was the day for a routine checkup. Chen Yuqing said, "Hey, you look like you're in good spirits. Why? Are you in a good mood?" "Of course." Chen Yuqing smiled as he looked at him. He actually answered him directly. It seemed that he was in a good mood. Chapter 764. By the way, since Madam has decided to stay, have you chosen young master's kindergarten? My two children's kindergartens are not bad. You can consider it. Gu Jingze frowned. Kindergarten. He hadn't thought about it yet. Chen Yuqing said, "Do you know how to be a father? Of course you have to consider it. You've never had a group life since you were young, so you're so antisocial. You can't let your son follow your old path. Although the Gu family has tutors, a group life like a kindergarten is still necessary." Gu Jingze said, "I'll think about it." Chen Yuqing said, "By the way, does the Gu family still not know that Lin Che is back?" "They should already know," Gu Jingze said. "Then what are your plans?" "I'll bring them back in a few days." Gu Jingze stood up and said, "I'm here for another matter." "Oh, what is it?" "I'll ask Shen Yuran to invite Lin Che over tomorrow." "Aren't you going to ask Lin Che to visit your two children?" Chen Yuqing didn't think that he had ever been interested in these things. "Tell me the truth. What do you want?" Gu Jingze said, "Just invite him. It's none of your business." Chen Yuqing caught a hint of conspiracy in his eyes. It wasn't cold, but it made people feel warm. Lin Che went to watch Shui Yang's scene first. She hadn't been to a filming location for a long time. She followed Abai into the car and Abai said, "Shui Yang's scenes are done for today's show. It's a TV series adapted from a comic and it's quite popular. Many new actors are here. You'll know when you see it. Let's go. It should be no different from filming in the past." Yes, the feeling of a filming location was familiar. Lin Che looked around and felt that the feeling in her heart was very familiar. However, when everyone saw her now, some people took a few more glances at her and treated her as a newcomer. They didn't recognize that she used to be a famous movie star. It wasn't their fault that these people were forgetful. Nowadays, information was developed, but the elimination rate was also very high. Some celebrities might suddenly become popular, but after a few days, some people wouldn't remember them anymore. After all, the popular person might be someone else on another day. Therefore, many red stars did not dare to stop filming. They continued filming one after another in order to maintain their liveliness. How long had it been since Lin Che last came out? The people at the scene had probably changed more than once, so there were naturally fewer people who recognized her. On the other hand, when everyone saw Abai, they would call out and say hello. Shui Yang had his own resting room. After the two entered, Shui Yang hurriedly asked, "Sis Che, why are you here?" Lin Che smiled, "I'm here to see what show you're filming. There's nothing technical about it." "Sis Che, please don't laugh at me when you see it." "Sigh, it's fine as long as it looks good. There's nothing technical about it. As long as the audience approves of it, that's a kind of success. Alright, don't worry about me. You guys do your own things. I'm just walking around here. Don't go out of your way to take care of me just because I'm here." Bai also said, yeah, you can continue filming. I'll take Lin Che around. Shuiyang smiled and said, all right then, take your time to watch me. I have 2 more scenes coming up. Let's go eat together after that. Shuiyang quickly went over and started filming. Lin Che watched from here. Shuiyang's acting skills were pretty good. It was a scene full of passion, and Lin Che's heart was moist as he watched it. He didn't feel like he would be brought into it. He thought about how he would act if it were him. Sure enough, she still couldn't let go of acting. After all, this was something she was so good at back then, and it was also one of her dreams. Lin Che was watching when he suddenly heard a sharp voice coming from behind with a hint of disdain. Hey, look who this is. Am I seeing things? Is this Lin Che? Lin Che and Bai turned around together and saw the person coming from behind. It was actually Qin Wanwan. Lin Che felt like it had been a long time since he had seen her. However, looking at her makeup, he knew that she was probably here to film. However, the strange thing was that the role she was playing was actually that of an old person. Lin Che sized her up and said, you're right, it's me. I didn't expect to meet you here. Hello. Bai looked at Qin Wanwan at this time and whispered to Lin Che, she's been out of style for a long time. Ever since you left, the dramas she took on haven't been good. Now, she's doing some supporting roles in dramas like this person's mother, that person's best friend, and so on. Of course, Lin Che didn't expect this. No matter what, she was quite popular back then, but it had only been a short time and she had started to decline like this. Was her luck too bad, or was she really not good enough? However, even though Bai said so, Qin Wanwan was still full of pride when she saw Lin Che. Strange, strange. Didn't everyone say that you went abroad to marry a rich businessman? Why are you back now? Lin Che smiled. These are just rumors. I didn't expect you. Your current style is quite unique. What role are you playing? Qin Wanwan's face changed. Lin Che looked at her and walked around her, sizing her up. That arrogant gaze of his actually made Qin Wanwan feel ashamed. Lin Che's voice was indifferent, but it made her feel as if a layer of skin had been peeled off her face. She said, oh, what new role are you challenging? That's right. You've been filming for so long, so you should have played all kinds of roles. You're tired of it, so you can try something else. I think this role is very challenging. This style is not bad. It suits you very well. Lin Che's eyes stared at her, making Qin Wanwan almost want to find a hole to hide in. It was especially shameful. Originally, she wanted to laugh at Lin Che, thinking that he had been deceived outside and came back to film, but she didn't expect to be ridiculed by Lin Che to the point that she didn't even have the face to see anyone. You. Yes, I'm tired of filming. I'm not as calculative as you. You quit filming halfway and went to find a rich man. Why? Why are you here on the set now? Are you going to film again? Your rich man can't afford to support you anymore. Oh, filming. You've misunderstood, Wanwan. It's just that my company's artist is filming here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you. Qin Wanwan was stunned again. She had forgotten that Shuiyang was from Lin Che's company, but that company belonged to Lin Che. Wasn't that you Minmin's? At this moment, someone called out, Wanwan, what are you doing? Why aren't you here yet? Qin Wanwan turned around and called out, oh, you, I'm here. She looked up at Lin Che. You don't know who I met here. Come and take a look. Chapter 765. Then, a tall and slender beauty walked in from behind. What's wrong? Who did you meet? The moment she saw Lin Che, she immediately recognized him. However, she quickly regained her composure and looked at Qin Wanwan with a smile. Oh, who is this? Qin Wanwan chuckled. So this is Lin Che. If she hadn't suddenly decided to marry a rich businessman and rejected that Hollywood movie, you wouldn't have gotten a part in it. Hurry up and come over to say hello. The girl who had just arrived was called Ping Yu. She was a very popular star in the past 2 years. Upon closer inspection, her temperament and appearance were somewhat similar to Lin Che's. Lin Che suddenly remembered that she had given up the Hollywood movie of Blood for the sake of Gu Jingze, the children, and of course, for her own happiness. Another woman from Country C was temporarily replaced there. However, Lin Che subconsciously didn't want to pay attention to the news of Blood, so he didn't have a deep impression of her. However, everyone in Country C knew that after Ping Yu acted in that role, she became very popular and had a lot of movie offers. Ping Yu also knew that she only had these opportunities after she replaced Lin Che, so she naturally had a deep impression of Lin Che. Ping Yu said, "Oh. It's Lin Che. I was wondering who it was." Ping Yu looked at Lin Che from head to toe. She felt annoyed that people always said that she looked like Lin Che, but now that she looked at him carefully, she realized that they did look alike. However, Lin Che looked much more beautiful. He was like a delicate and beautiful flower that bloomed quietly but was full of fragrance, making it hard for people not to notice him. She sneered. "Oh, Senior Lin Che, when did you come back? Thank you for giving up that role, but I got a lot of benefits from it." Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che and said directly, "Lin Che, you should know Ping Yu, right? She's one of the top actresses in our country now. She's very good. Sigh, talent comes with talent." What she meant was that Lin Che couldn't make it anymore. He was past his prime. This was what a star should be. Lin Che looked down at Ping Yu. Ping Yu was a little shorter than him. Her small nose was very straight, so it must have been made. She smiled and said, "Oh, that's true. However, you do look a little like me. Hey, your nose is really good. It looks like you must have spent a lot of money to make it. Did you make it according to the shape of my nose?" Ping Yu said angrily, "Lin Che, who did you say had plastic surgery? You're talking as if you haven't. Humph, look at your face. You must have had a lot of collagen. It was as soft as egg white." Lin Che's skin was so good, she definitely wouldn't believe that she hadn't done something to it. Lin Che said, "Collagen. I do eat it often, but I don't really like to mess with my face. It will change my luck. My luck is pretty good now, so why should I change it? However, I advise you not to mess with it. Actually, it's good to maintain your state of mind. Don't fight openly or covertly for no reason. Rest more at home and breathe in fresh air. There's nothing to worry about. If you're in a good mood, your skin will naturally be good." I said, "Of course you don't have to worry about it. As your big boss, just take the money at home. We're the ones who work." Lin Che said, "Okay, it's been hard on you, but you don't care about my salary anyway." "That's true. We're just playing around in the company. Who knew that we would play so big and the company would be so good?" I looked at Qin Wanwan and Peng Yu. "Oh, hello, I'm Lin Che's agent, Lin Bai. I hope to have a chance to cooperate with you in the future. If you're in a bad mood in your current company and need to get collagen powder, you can come to our company and try it out. Look at our boss, Lin Che, and you'll know how good our company's environment is." Ping Yu looked at Lin Che and Qin Wanwan also looked at her. Lin Che just stood there without saying anything. The bag in his hand and the clothes on his body didn't have the temperament that he should have. Especially the huge pigeon egg diamond ring on his hand. It was obvious that it was expensive. Qin Wanwan, who thought that Lin Che had come back because he was down and out, was suddenly speechless. Especially at this moment, Shui Yang's voice came from behind. Sister Che, that's great. You're still here. I thought you'd left. Shui Yang was now a popular young man with countless fans. One could imagine his ability to make money. Many movie resources that were at the bottom of the list were lining up for him. Peng Yu played the female lead in this TV series and Shui Yang was the male lead. Peng Yu had always wanted to get close to Shui Yang, but Shui Yang never paid attention to her. He only spent time with his company's people and his agent. It was said that he was also very cold and arrogant, similar to Gu Jingyu's style in the past. Many male stars were like this because they were spoiled by their fans. In comparison, female stars were much weaker. However, Shui Yang came and walked over to Lin Che very respectfully. When he faced her, his attitude was very warm. Sister Che. Lin Che smiled. I've been waiting for you. This is the first time I've seen you act. I'll treat you to a meal after you're done. Shui Yang hurriedly said, How can I let Sister Che treat me? I was nurtured by Sister Che. It's all thanks to Sister Che that I'm where I am today. This meal must be on me. Bai said, All right, Shui Yang has some money now. Although he can't treat you to an expensive meal, it's fine. Just give him a chance to perform. Yeah, I know it won't be as good as what Sister Che usually eats. The chefs here are naturally not as good as the chefs at Sister Che's home, but I still hope that Sister Che will give me a chance. Lin Che let out a sigh and said, All right then, you can treat me. Don't think that I'm bullying you. I'll be more expensive. Of course, those low-class ones wouldn't dare to treat Sister Che, right? Peng Yu and Qin Wanwan watched from the side and were even more surprised. Lin Che smiled and raised her chin at Peng Yu and Qin Wanwan, then walked out with Shui Yang and Bai. Peng Yu looked at Qin Wanwan. Is she so rich now? Qin Wanwan didn't know either. She could only say, maybe she's faking it. Shui Yang is so careful with her. It must be because she's very powerful. I heard that many people went to the studio to poach Shui Yang, but Shui Yang refused. Doesn't this mean that Lin Che's studio is very powerful, making Shui Yang unwilling to leave? He wouldn't go to any big shot's invitation. Qin Wanwan's eyes moved. That's because that studio belongs to Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin has power, impossible. If it was just Yu Minmin, Lin Che would have been kicked out a long time ago, but look at Lin Che. Chapter 766. Peng Yu pointed outside. Lin Che was followed by 4 bodyguards. The driver who opened her door was very respectful and the car she entered was a top-grade Porsche commercial car. That car was at least 10 million yuan. It was very expensive. Qin Wanwan stared at the car in a daze. After a while, she muttered to herself, Did Lin Che really marry some rich businessman all these years? I've never heard of him. However, seeing how well Lin Che was doing now, Qin Wanwan was rendered speechless by the comparison. Peng Yu snorted. She's really lucky. But she's a boss now, so she won't act anymore, right? Otherwise, looking at her just now, although Peng Yu was 2 years younger than Lin Che, she had to admit that her skin, figure, and appearance were much better than hers. She was considered pretty good among celebrities, but in front of Lin Che, she was immediately outshone. She could only hope that Lin Che wouldn't come out to act. Otherwise, she would definitely be a strong opponent, outside. Lin Che looked at Shui Yang and Bai. You two work so well together. Shuiyang sat in the front seat and Bai sat behind him. Bai laughed heartily. Thinking of the two women's expressions at the end, it was really funny. Shuiyang heard the voices of the three people before he went in, so after he went in, he acted even more flatteringly. After all, he was also an actor and knew how to act. Shuiyang said, but some of what I said was true. Sister Che, where do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Lin Che said, whatever. I don't really have to eat high-end food. I'm not used to it. Why don't we go for skewers? I haven't eaten it in a long time. I always make it myself overseas, but it's not very delicious. Bai said, okay. I know there's a place. Bai had lived in China for 4 years and knew these foods like the back of her hand. These delicious foods were also the reason why she was absolutely unwilling to leave country C. Bai said, we didn't say anything wrong just now. Your chef is very good. How can the chefs outside compare to him? I went to Yu Minmin's place to eat before. Didn't you see how delicious the food from Glass Palace's chef is? Lin Che said, that's right. He's a chef for a state banquet. Of course he's different. Qin Wanwan's company has long given up on her. Now everyone knows that she is a two-faced person. No one wants to get along with her. This Peng Yu has always been very shameless. She even went to Shuiyang's room and knocked on the door in the middle of the night. Once, I went to open the door and scared Peng Yu. Ha ha ha. Shuiyang's face turned red. Lin Che laughed. Isn't that because Shuiyang is charming? Lin Yang said, Shuiyang is more attractive. Bai said, don't deny it. You're getting more and more open and good-looking. Aren't there a lot of companies outside who want to poach you? Che, Sen. XDX Yang of Suabai said, Tisk, it's nothing. Those little bitches who invited you to dinner just want to poach you. But you're good and didn't agree to any of them. Otherwise, not to mention Lin Che, you'll be the first one to come. Yes. How could I dare to be so fierce? Besides, other companies have to look at our strength if they want to poach us. I'll definitely hug Mrs. Gu's thigh first, then hug Mrs. President's thigh, and then hug Miss Wesley's thigh, right? From the looks of it, their company was indeed quite powerful, but other than Yu Minmin, no one else knew about it. Hearing Shuiyang's words, the other two laughed together. At night, the three of them went to the kebab shop and knew Bai. There weren't many people who could recognize Lin Che now, but there were quite a few people who recognized Shuiyang. In an instant, Shuiyang was recognized again. The owner wasn't a fan of celebrities, but he was still very happy that a celebrity had come to his shop. He quickly took a photo with Shuiyang and specially sent a lot of things. After the three of them finished eating, they went back. On the way, Shen Yuran called Lin Che and invited Lin Che to her house to play. Lin Che had wanted to visit the twins for a long time, so he agreed. The next day, Lin Che brought Gu Xinian to Chen Yuqing's place. It wasn't close. When the two of them arrived, it was already past 9 o'clock. When they got out of the car, Shen Yuran was waiting outside, standing with Chen Yuqing. Lin Che, you're here. Young master, let me see. Nian Nian has grown a lot. Lin Che said, Nian Nian, call me Auntie. Auntie Yuran. Gu Xinian called out. Good, Nian Nian looks so obedient. Lin Che chuckled. Yeah, if you just look at his face, he's quite obedient. Shen Yuran said, really, how is he not obedient? You have to be content. Come to my house and see my two, and you'll know. The two sons would probably be very noisy. Lin Che said, girls are so obedient. Why didn't I have a daughter? Seeing how obedient Yunyun is, I really want to stuff some people back into their stomachs. Gu Xinian raised his head. Mommy, I'll marry Yunyun in the future. That way, you'll have me and Yunyun. You'll be rich, all right. Lin Che said, I think Yunyun will be tricked by you. Shen Yuran said in surprise, Nian Nian, you know so much at such a young age. Not bad, not bad. You're worth teaching. You've inherited your father's skills. Chen Yuqing looked at them from behind and said, TSK, I can imagine that there will be another troublesome demon in this world in the future. Shen Yuran raised her head and said, what do you know? Since Nian Nian is so good-looking, everything he says is right. This is an era where looks are important. Come, Nian Nian, Auntie will bring you in to meet my two little brothers. Hurry up and go. Remember to pass on more of your skills in picking up girls to my two little boys. Chen Yuqing was speechless at the back. Chen Yuqing's house was also very big, but it looked a lot more solemn. It was probably because of his occupation. Everywhere was in a warmer color scheme, but the furnishings were very solemn. When they reached the living room, they saw that the living room had almost been transformed into a playground. The coffee table was gone, and the floor was covered with a large carpet. Children's toys could be seen everywhere. Chen Nian, old man, what are you doing? Come and see, big brother Nian is here. Lin Che often said that she was too casual in naming the babies. Of the two children, one was called Chen Nian, and the other was called Old Man. Wasn't she afraid that they would beat her up when they grew up? However, Shen Yuran felt that names were easy to call. She didn't need to care so much. Chapter 767. The two children came out from inside. Because they were only 2 years old, they were taken care of by an auntie. The two children looked like mischievous children. They didn't call out when they saw people, but when they saw Gu Xinian, they came to see him. Children love to look for other children, so they came to see him. Gu Xinian was speechless, his expression filled with the word "stay away from me." Shen Yuran laughed out loud and said to Gu Xinian, Nian Nian, you were also this annoying when you were young. Gu Xinian was only 1 year older than them, but he looked like he was several years older. Lin Che thought that Gu Xinian had never been like this before. Since he was young, Gu Xinian had never spoken much, nor was he mischievous. He played by himself, but when he wanted to stir up trouble, he would always find a way to stir up trouble, and the things he stirred up were big things that normal kids wouldn't do. For example, he ran back to B City from Seattle by himself. Lin Che said, Nian Nian, you're the big brother. You have to treat your younger brothers better. Go, take care of them like how you take care of Yunyun. Go play with them. Gu Xinian raised his head. I'm only being patient because Yunyun is a girl and she has the potential to develop in the future, okay? Shen Yuran said, younger brothers can also develop themselves. Gu Xinian raised his head and looked at Shen Yuran speechlessly. Alright, I'll try, Shen Yuran roared with laughter. Chen Yuqing said, hey, if you turn the Gu family's grandson gay now, believe it or not, the Gu family will come after you. Shen Yuran said, I was just saying that the two of us aren't girls. What a pity. Sigh. The auntie came over and said, I'll take the children out to play first. Madam, you and Mrs. Gu can go ahead and chat. Alright, you guys can go. The auntie took the children away. Shen Yuran and Chen Yuxing found a place to sit down. However, as soon as they sat down, they heard a person walk in from the door. His footsteps were steady and powerful, and his eyes seemed to sweep across the room. Lin Che felt that something was wrong and turned around. When he saw Gu Jingze at the door, his eyes almost popped out. What the hell? Why is he here? Chen Yuqing quickly stood up. President Gu, you're here. Shen Yuran also stood up, and let out a hollow laugh. Lin Che immediately jumped up. Hey, why are you here? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, why? Can't I come? As he said this, he had already stepped in, as if this was his home. Gu Jingze had a strange feeling that everything he did was a matter of course, and this feeling was not annoying at all. Although Gu Jingze refused to leave Lin Che's place, Lin Che tried his best to avoid him these days. He hid in a room at home and didn't come out. She didn't expect Gu Jingze to be so pervasive and follow them all the way here. Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran in surprise. When Gu Jingze came in, the couple didn't have any strange expressions. They looked very calm. Could it be? When Shen Yuran saw this, he chuckled and said that, all right, Lin Che. Since he's here, then he's here. It's rare for us to have a gathering, so I specially got someone to prepare a hot pot for us to eat. Let's go eat hot pot together later. You definitely won't be able to eat authentic hot pot overseas, so I got someone to order a soup pot from outside. It's especially delicious and authentic. Lin Che pulled Shen Yuran over, narrowed his eyes, and said threateningly, Shen Yuran, just you wait. Shen Yuran smiled and said softly, what's wrong? You've made enough trouble. Anyway, it won't last for a few days. You definitely can't beat Gu Jingze. Why don't you make up with him as soon as possible? They didn't want to implicate them, and the others would have to be on tenterhooks for fear that the couple would make trouble again. Chen Yuqing also said, all right. Since we're all here, let's sit down and chat. Hey, Yuran, let's go. Didn't you say that you're going to make hot pot? Let's go and see if the dishes are ready. Chen Yuqing came over to pull Shen Yuran, and Shen Yuran hurriedly said, oh, right. Let's go. The two of them left directly, leaving the place for Lin Che and Gu Jingze. Lin Che wanted to stop Shen Yuran, but she felt her arm being pulled down by Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, all right, they're all gone. What's your name? Come and sit down. Of course, Lin Che wasn't willing. She looked at Gu Jingze and shouted, you, why are you so persistent? Gu Jingze's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. What do you mean by persistent? Do you want me to die so badly? You. Lin Che had already said in her heart that no matter what, she wouldn't curse him to die, so she couldn't say it out loud this time. She could only stare at him, wishing that she could cut him with her eyes. Gu Jingze, however, turned around and pulled Lin Che to sit on the sofa. With such a light tug, he had already pulled Lin Che to sit on his lap. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in shock. What are you doing? She wanted to get up, but Gu Jingze's strong arm just happened to wrap around her waist, trapping her firmly in his embrace. Lin Che glared at him angrily. He smiled and said to Lin Che, you've lost weight. What happened? I'll call a chef over tomorrow. It's the one you used to like the most. You'll definitely miss the food he makes. No need. I'm thin because I have a good figure. Gu Jingze frowned. Is that so? With that said, he took the opportunity to stretch his hand under her clothes and touch her flat belly. The muscles on it were tight, without a trace of excess fat. For a mother whose child was already over 3 years old, this small belly would definitely be the envy of others. He could tell that it was the result of her regular exercise. It felt good to touch, but he also liked it when she had more flesh on her body. It always made his heart ache. You're really thin, but you don't have to exercise so much. It's actually good to have more flesh. He looked at her shamelessly as he said this, as if his hand hadn't reached inside her at all. His expression was especially natural. Lin Che glared at him, her face scrunched up. She tried to pull his hand, but he was too strong and she couldn't pull him away. None of your business. Gu Jing's hand reached up naturally, almost reaching the softness of her chest. Tell me, do you still want me to care? Lin Che felt as if she was suddenly ignited. Her whole body was numb and she wanted to get up, but he hugged her tightly and she couldn't move. No. Her face was red from holding it in, but she still cried out stubbornly. Unexpectedly, Gu Jing's hand reached up unscrupulously again. His fingers had already broken through the bottom of her bra and was eroding the softness inside. Lin Che straightened up immediately. Feeling that he was going to go in, she quickly reached out and covered her. Gu Jingze, what are you doing? This was someone else's house. He didn't want to live anymore. Gu Jingze said, tell me, do you want me to care? He was blatantly threatening her. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.